Good afternoon everybody, and welcome to the Mara Triangle. Can you believe it? Here we are in Kenya. There are a whole lot of wildebeest over there. And this is your sunset safari, live from the Mara Triangle here, and also the Sabi sand down in South Africa. It's a wonderful joy to be broadcasting to you here live. Jamie's out scouring the landscape in South Africa, as is Taylor. I think they're looking for the Nkuhumas and possibly Karula, while we're up here hoping that that lot over there are going to try and cross this river. This is the Mara River. Now, before we get into the nuts and bolts of this amazing sighting that we're having here, let me just tell you a little bit about this show. For the next 5 days, between the 20th and 24th, obviously, we're going to be broadcasting from here and in South Africa, but for 7.5 hours continuously. So we'll be going from now until 10:30 Central African time. Then, if there's a whole lot of action going on this end, we'll carry on going for as long as it takes. We might shut down at 10:30, we might keep going till 4 in the morning if we can keep the crew going. Gendre's just yawned. He is on camera. Say hello, Gendre.
Hello, everybody.
Nope, show them your thumb. There we go. That's it. And behind us, of course, we have Mrs. Wallington and Mr. Wallington. Lovely to have them here. We do need to do the opening title sequence, so let's go there now.
Ready.
Standing by.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. You are live, you are live.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to another wonderful safari. It's a sweltering 83-degree Fahrenheit this afternoon, and my name is Taylor, and on camera we have got Eggsy. Give a little wave, Eggsy, and there he is. And this afternoon, you're probably wondering what we're looking for, seeing as we've got quite a long day ahead of us. Now, everybody, we are going to try and start the show off by looking for some elephants. And if you've never watched the show before, we are currently driving on a Djuma private game reserve, which is situated in the Sabi sands of South Africa. Or sometimes people will call this area the Greater Kruger area, which is quite a massive piece of land. It's about 8.5 million acres that all the animals have to roam around on. Can you believe it? So it makes it quite difficult for us, obviously, to try and find everything. And it is live. So if you'd like to interact with myself, with Jamie or James in the Mara, you're welcome to send us some questions. You're welcome to either hashtag Safari Live, or you could also email us at questions@wildearth.tv. Right, I hope I haven't missed my turn off. I'm still, as I keep saying, I'm still learning to navigate around in this area. And I'm still trying to find some elephant footprints, and we haven't seen any yet. There was apparently a herd seen earlier this morning, but elephants can travel large distances, and they could have moved right out of here. Otherwise, if we don't come right with anything on this side, we are most likely also going to have a look at Red Dam, which is situated on Arathusa. Now, the other afternoon it was nice and hot, very similar to the temperature of today, and we were quite fortunate to see so many animals come around. Now, the only difference between now and a few days ago is that we've actually had some rain. How amazing is that? Which is also going to be quite interesting, because the animals aren't just going to be heading to the watering holes that are pumped and that they know that they're there. There are quite a few mud wallows that have now filled up, that have formed sort of natural pans. So the animals have really got quite a few places to go to. And we're coming up to a quarantine open area, and that's probably where we're going to stop first, just to have a little look. We are comparing every single day. We're taking screenshots of what quarantine open area is going to look like in a few days' time. So after this rain, we had 36 mils of rain, maybe a little bit more. and we should soon be seeing a lush carpet of grass. Right, now while I make my way towards quarantine and try and get the vehicle in exactly the same spot, Jamie is itching to say hello to you this afternoon.
Good afternoon and welcome on a very special sunset safari. My name is Jamie and this afternoon I have Dave on camera with me. And as Dazzling Dave predicted, we have had plenty of rain, which means there's puddles all over the show. And for those of you that were particularly sharp-eyed, there's a lot of animals lying around enjoying and basking in the afternoon heat. Look closely and you'll see a large male lion on the opposite side of our puddle of water, and he looks very content with his legs up in the air and a very full belly. Oh, isn't this fantastic? An extended sunset safari with the Safari Live team spread out over the African continent. Not quite spread out, we're in 2 different places, but I'm just practicing that line for one day when we really are spread out across the African continent. But it's a good start. James live from Kenya, myself and a Taylor from Djuma Private Game Reserve, all the way into the darkness of evening. All those mysteries that up until now we've been asleep for, we're going to be out and about exploring them. Right, let's creep on a little bit closer to our big male lion and see whether the rest of the Nkuhumas are around. Of course, the sunrise safari was not on this morning, and we haven't been out and about, but I heard rumors. I have my sources, as you can imagine. I have my sources, and they told me that the Nkuhumas killed something once again last night. Nobody's 100% sure if it was a kudu or a waterbuck, because most of it was gone by the time they were found. But we're starting off with one very comfortable looking Birmingham boy. Who have we got here? Andre, you want to know what you are watching. You are watching, hands down, the best thing on the internet. No contest. I mean, I'm not saying that just because I'm biased. Hello, boy. Oh, look how cutesy you're looking. Andre, you are watching a live safari from 2 different African countries. Taylor and myself are here in the top northeastern corner of South Africa in a place called the Sabi Sand on Djuma. And James, of course, in the Mara Triangle. And between the 3 different vehicles, or 3 different parties, we have a spectacle of African wildlife to share with you. Now, Andre and all of our new viewers, since you have discovered the best thing on the internet in capital letters, you are welcome to send through your questions, and you can do that on #SafariLive on Twitter, or you can email through to questions@wildearth.tv. And Andre, I would like to introduce you to one of the Birmingham males, the dominant male lion coalition. Andre has said that's not safe in response to our situation. You raise a valid point. It's something that we've been explaining a lot recently, and it's a very, very important point. These are wild lions. They are completely 100% wild. And it's very, very important that we never forget that and we never get blasé. But for the last good couple of decades, areas like this one have been devoted to the conservation of these animals. And one of the ways in which these animals is conserved is through tourism and through safari vehicles, bringing tourists from overseas to come and just see these animals in their natural habitat, behaving as they always have. That is one of the ways, one of the best ways that we can go about conserving these animals and looking after them. So they are 100% protected and safe from outside threats, but they are wild. They are very, very used to the vehicles. Although, as I said, it's important we never take that for granted. But this Birmingham male will have been as familiar with our open safari vehicles as he is with the trees and the bushes around him. From the time he was a cub of just a couple of months old, he would have been seeing safari vehicles. And it's important to remember we are not on a lion's menu. They're not out to kill us. They're not out to harm us. They're just wild animals that go about their daily business. And if you needed any further evidence, have a look at our Birmingham male in all his dignified glory as he lies on his back with his paws resting on his chest. You can see he could not be at all bothered by Dave and myself. He lifted his head slightly as we drove in, just to look at what we're up to. Also important to remember, Andre, and new viewers who are concerned for our safety and for the animals' safety, we are always very, very attuned to what the animals are doing. Even though I know the Birmingham boys particularly well, I never take for granted that they're not having a bad day, say, or something similar. So we approach very carefully and watching their body language the entire time. Now, I'm not going to leave our lion for too long, but I want to go and just investigate and see if there aren't other lions just around the corner. In the meantime, let's head across to Taylor and her brilliant idea of taking photographs and screenshots of quarantine clearings.
We are back at our spot, everybody. So if you've maybe just started watching, so that's also going to be a quite nice change to see, is how the bush goes from this sandy brown yellow to lovely lush green. No, oh my goodness. Let's head on to James, who has got a reptile that we don't see all the time.
Now, I must apologise, everybody, for that frozen glitch, but we are broadcasting here out of the Mara Triangle in the middle of Kenya, a magnificent country in East Africa. Now, let me just bang on a little bit more about what I was saying earlier. You're looking at a crocodile, of course, and the crocodile you may see is, well, eating on the rotting carcass of a wildebeest. Now, across the way there, Gendry, you can see a lot of wildebeest, and they are thinking about crossing the river. Now, all in all, there are 1.4 million of those chaps knocking about the Serengeti Mara ecosystem. That's not all of them there, obviously. That's probably a couple of hundred. And during this time of the year, sort of between the end of June and, well, hopefully the beginning of October or end of October, most of the herd is up here in the Mara Triangle, which is about 510 square kilometers, 51,000 hectares or so of really beautiful plains, East African plains. It's the most spectacular piece of land, and that's where they are now. And they knock about here, and then round about the end of October they turn south as the rains start to fall in the Serengeti, and they go down into Tanzania. And this whole ecosystem, the Mara Serengeti, is about 20,000 square kilometers, which is roughly the same as the Greater Kruger National Park. The big difference being, of course, is that there are no fences around any of this. They move on into conservancies in much the same way that the Sabi sand and the Timbavati form conservancies of the Greater Kruger National Park, and so it really is difficult to actually even size this incredible wilderness that we're now in. We don't know if those wildebeest are going to cross. They go to and from during the course of the season, many of them looking a little reticent about going across, and that's of course because they want to avoid the fate of their friend that you can see being devoured by that great dinosaur of the deep now. He's just, oh, there he is. He's eating a piece of rotten wildebeest as we speak. Now, crocodiles, in case you don't know, are unable to chew, and so they have to kind of eat rotting flesh. They can't eat good fresh meat, and all around the crocodile you can see the fish rising and helping the crocodile devour that hapless wildebeest. Now, we are as live as Jamie and Taylor, which means we'd love to hear from you. Hashtag Safari Live, questions at wildearth.tv. And I think you may have missed it, but once the Sabi Sand Drive wraps at 10:30 this evening, Central African time, we will continue depending on what we have. And I will just give you a little introduction to the lions that we're hoping to see a little bit earlier, at least a little bit later, because we did see them earlier. The Kichwa Tembo Pride is what we're going to be looking at. 6 lionesses and 3 males, interestingly very closely linked to the old Marsh Pride from Big Cat Diaries. And these males are known as the Marsh Coalition males because they came from that pride. So that's a nice link with the Big Cat Diaries. And then all around, just the most incredible diversity and numbers of animals. Darlene, you say this is your first time to the Mara, and you say thank you for this opportunity. Well, Darlene, it's just such an incredible joy to be able to bring it to you from here. Like I said, 1.4 million wildebeest, but that's not all that knocks around here. There are close on 400,000 Thompson's gazelle, 300,000 zebra, same species as you'll probably see in the Sabi sand today, slightly different subspecies. They're called the Grant zebra, and their most notable thing, the most notable thing about them, Chandra, look at these two hippo facing off here. And the zebras, which we will see, you'll see, have got a slightly Roman nose and no shadow stripe. These two hippopotamus are not happy with each other. Two bulls fighting over a territory that must smell rather nastily of rotting wildebeest, I would imagine. Hello, Lynn. You've asked a wonderful question because it will enable me to deal in one fell swoop with a common misconception. You say, how long is the migration? The migration, Lynn, is continuous. It never ends. And so what happens is in a 12-month period is basically in January and February, they're down in the southern plains of the Serengeti, the wildebeest that is, and they calve there. Hundreds of those calves, much like the impala of the Sabi sand, get taken out by lions and cheetahs and various other predators in that area. And then during the course of the year, they move up the western fringes of the Serengeti through Maswa and then up into the western corridor around about sort of April and May. That's the western corridor of the Serengeti. And then as the sort of those grasses become totally denuded, they head up into the Mara Triangle where we are now and the Masai Mara further west of us. And then they have what they call the short rains, and the short rains fall here and they feed around here. And then normally, sort of around about the end of October, they go back down to the eastern fringes of the Serengeti and then further down towards Serenera, which is the central part of the Serengeti, before they fetch up again to calve down. Oh, look at that crocodile rolling. Isn't that amazing? That's how they rip their carcasses apart. They turn over like that. I might have to take a picture, everybody. You must see the lens I've got here. It's not mine, of course. A person of my photographic skills doesn't deserve a lens like this. Anyway, so that's the migration, Lynn. And so it's continuous, and it is relatively unpredictable. You know, when we got here 2 weeks ago, well, it looked like there were at least 1.4 million wildebeest in this area. We haven't managed to find anything like that number here now. Some of them seem to have headed back into Serengeti already, and others seem to have gone north into some of the conservancies of the Mara Triangle. Anyway, we've had good rain here over the 3 days that we've been here, and we're hoping that that is what is going to attract the wildebeest here. Apparently that's what sort of dictates the micro movements that they make in and around these areas. So we'll see. But regardless, we've got lots to show you here. We've got these crocodiles, obviously. We're going to spend some time with that special pride of lions. That is really disgusting. And we're also going to show you some topi, hopefully, wonderful antelope, bizarre looking things. Look at that crocodile go. And Thompson's gazelles and elephants here, and just a beautiful scenery. Hello, Genevieve in New York. You've asked a very good question. You say, when a crocodile attempts to kill something, does it then have to have a rest before it can try again? Yes, it does to a certain extent. I mean, its physiology, I mean, essentially works exactly the same way as yours and mine does. It has a certain store of energy and glucose and sugars that allow it to expend energy, and eventually that will run out and it will have to lie down and recoup and digest some food, or in crocodiles' case, often digest quite a lot of fat. That's amazing. And then they can go again. But they do need to rest. And remember, a crocodile the size of the one you're looking at now, he's not the biggest that there is here, but he's pretty large. They can go for, now wait for this little statistic that I'm going to give you. They can go for up to 2 years without food, which I think is absolutely astounding. Ooh, there he goes. He's having a lovely meal. Now, the Mara River is perennial, and as you know, in the Sabi sand, nothing in the way of a perennial river. We do, of course, have the Sand River and the Sabi River, but they never flow strongly like this for anything like as long, and that allows all these crocodiles to grow so very large. on the proceeds, largely, of this migration. Right, let's head across to Jamie Patterson. It's been a while since I've seen the ladies of Djuma, so give them my regards and we'll catch up with you in just a little while.
Do you think James is referring to Taylor and myself or the Nkuhumas when he speaks about the ladies of Djuma? I'm not 100% sure, but I'll give the Nkuhumas James's regards just in case. So, Nkuhumas, James sends his regards. Amarai says thank you. Right, so the gut instinct was right to go a little bit further on and check what was happening along Nyala Road South. And we've got the Nkuhumas and all 8 cubs spread out in a sort of quite a wide arc, actually. But I did do a head count, and all little ones are here. That, of course, is what we do each and every single time we see them, after 2 of them decided to go on an adventure and disappeared for 2 days, giving us all possible heart failure. Because it's a dangerous, dangerous place for a little cub wandering about alone in the bush. But Hansel and Gretel reunited with the rest of the pride, looking healthy, happy, and very, very full. Oh, exactly. Exhausted little cubs. That yesterday didn't have to walk too far. We're not far from where we were yesterday. But have had to come and join at the kill, perhaps fight for a little bit of the meal, whatever it was, either waterbuck or kudu, judging by the remains. But that kill is now completely finished, and we have lionesses enjoying the shade. And I have to say, the Nkuhumas have been veritable machines over the last few weeks. It seems as though every single day that we find them, they've made a new kill. It was 3 buffalo in one night a couple of days ago, although, admittedly, credit where credit is due, I think the Birmingham boys might have helped with that particular situation. Healthy, happy little cubs. Oh, very warm. You can see them panting frantically away. Now, just to set the scene and to explain exactly where we find ourselves, they've chosen the most perfect spot for us, out in the open on Nyala Road South. There is also one other Birmingham boy here, and I think it's the one with the injured lip. He's just ducked out of view. He's in the drainage line itself, so he's a little bit harder for me to get to. Now, he's the one with the hole in his cheek. And I assume that the 4th lioness, because there are 5 adult lionesses in the Nkuhuma Pride, I assume that our 5th lioness is off, presumably with the same Birmingham boy as yesterday, resuming, or perhaps starting, I think is a better way of phrasing it, their honeymoon activities somewhere else. I don't know exactly where. I wouldn't be surprised if they're not quite close by, but I haven't heard any of the sounds that accompany lions mating. So 3 of our Nkuhuma females produced the 8 cubs you see before you. 3 different litters, ranging from about, they must be 4.5 months old now, the oldest set, to about 2.5 months old, the youngest set. And we've been fortunate enough to follow them, if not since birth, then certainly just a couple of days old to a couple of weeks old. And the poor females still having to put up with those sharp little teeth as they suckle. Now, HKP, you were wondering, on the subject of our Nkuhumas, to take ourselves back in time a little bit, you want to know if there's any news of Junior. Just to fill in new viewers, Junior is the male that came from the Nkuhuma Pride. He dispersed, as is normal for an adult male lion. Once they reach sexual maturity, they leave the pride, either on their own volition, or they are kicked out by either the resident males or sometimes even the females themselves. Junior dispersed, he wandered round, he made his way all the way into Kruger, and our latest update was that he was on Buffelshoek. Now, Jorst did send me the picture of that sighting. I would love to tell you what day of the week it was, but I have to be honest, I haven't a clue. You know how bad I am with that sort of thing. A couple of days ago, he was on Buffelshoek with a young male companion that he has managed to acquire, a little bit younger than himself, looking happy and healthy, and I have to say absolutely gorgeous. Although with the Nkuhuma Matimba genes, that was pretty much to be expected. So Junior has dispersed, but he is in the area. Buffelshoek, to give you a lay of the land, is the property to the north of our boundary. We can't go there, but the lions don't have any boundaries, so they can. And it is probably about, where he was seen is probably about 6 kilometers away from where we are now. So no more news since he was seen at the dam, at Chakana Dam. Josh sent me a picture, and I sat and looked at the spot patterns just to extra doubly check, because you never know when a random young male might come wandering through. That is what they do. But it was most definitely Junior, and he's looking very well. It would be ideal if he didn't decide to come straying into this particular area, both for the Nkuhuma cubs and for his own safety. He's big, he's a big boy, but he's not quite up to competing with the Birmingham males, and they would not be terribly impressed with a stranger in their midst, or a relative stranger. And Junior might be, not necessarily, but most likely would be a threat to our gorgeous little lion cubs. So whilst we're happy to hear news of Junior, that he's happy, well and safe, it would be preferable if he stayed that way elsewhere. At least he's got a buddy now, because Junior had to disperse all on his own, which is a scary thing for a young male lion, and a huge percentage of them do not make it when they leave the pride if they're all on their own. But male lions are not fussy when it comes to choosing companions. Where are you off to, little one? And I'm going to sit right where you can't see me. That's where I'm off to. And they will actually form a coalition with unrelated young males, which is what he's done. Nobody's 100% sure which young male lion it is. There's still some fierce debate going on around that. I am not going to claim an opinion because I don't know all of the lions of this area all that well. Luckily for us, our current litter of Nkuhumas, they're bouncing bundles of baby joy or little fuzzy monsters, or fuzzy, did Steph call them fuzzy wuzzies once, or did I imagine that? Luckily for them, they've got at least 3 males in this collection of cubs. That's not the word I was going for. Generation of cubs, let's put it that way. So they will have company. And hello to Marcy, who we appear to have kept as a new viewer. Well, this is now Marcy's 2nd day. You wanted to know how long a lion can live for. Generally in the wild, you're looking at the females living up until about 14, although I've known lionesses that have lived up to 16. But 13, 14 is probably where the average falls. The male lions tend to have a much shorter, much more brutal life. When a male lion is kicked out of his territory, a lot of the time they are killed. And when they are dispersal males, they have a very, very high risk. So on average, a male lion lives a shorter life. Usually around 10 to 11 years old would probably be the average. They can live longer than that. The Matimba males, if I'm not mistaken, and please feel free to correct me if I am, because I actually only spent a brief period of time with them, were closer to 11 or so when they lost this area a year ago, over a year ago now. And they still are going strong in their little portion of the Sabi Sands, much further south. Our lovely little cubs are fast asleep, and for now, on this hot afternoon, I don't think they're going to be up to too much. We're going to sit here and enjoy a bit of time with them. Let's head over to Taylor for an update.
We're live.
Hello? Are we live? Oh my goodness, sorry everybody, I didn't hear what was going on over there. My apologies everybody, I must have pulled my cable that connects me to the vehicle and I didn't hear the ladies in FC telling me. Well, we are watching some kudu. I thought that Eggsy was playing a trick on me, everybody. So we've got a small group of female kudu here. You can see this one nibbling away. Eggsy, can we zoom in? I want to have a look and see what this female kudu is actually eating. Now there's very little vegetation around at the moment. What are you munching on? I can't see it properly. Just trying to have a look at the monitor, everybody, just to see. Now, I know that they were eating guarri leaves earlier, but this does not look like a guarri bush to me. I can't see exactly what it is unfortunately. But anyway, most of the things that the kudu are feeding on at this time of the year, unfortunately, is not very high in nutrition. Now, we were talking about how all the lovely new grass shoots are coming up and how the animals are actually going to start feeding on them when they probably push out the ground a little bit further. Let's see what this female does next. The rest of the group has already moved off further to the right of her, so we can't see them anymore. And there's a few of them here. I think there were about 5 or 6 kudu. I was hoping she was going to munch on a guarri tree for us, but she isn't. And if you have a look at her head, look at those lovely big ears that she's got. Now, because the kudu sort of feed on leaves, we call them browsers, they've got to have really big ears in order to hear the predators before they see them. You can imagine eyesight, I don't think, is particularly necessary when you're moving through a very, very dense vegetation. It's important to be able to hear everything. Lots of leaves around, lots of fallen branches. So they will be listening out. And you see them, they move independently of each other. One facing behind them, one facing forward. Always making sure that nothing's trying to creep up on them. There's another female that's just popped out now. So the last two, there she goes, behind all the bushes. And they were standing under these guarri trees. So basically what you can see on your screen at the moment, all these bright green leaves, they are all guarri trees. Basically they're standing underneath them just to try and get a little bit of shade. Now, I've actually got a guarri branch over here, which I want to show you. Because just before you all came to us, they were actually munching on the guarri leaves. So if you have a look at them, doesn't look like too much, right? And looking at them, you'd think, oh, they must be quite delicious. Now, they're curvy little leaves, and if I have to try and describe the feeling to you, they're almost dry, but in the same breath, they're also quite flexible as well. So they don't just crunch up in a crisp. You can hear that, but they don't really break, so there's still a bit of moisture in them. Now, these trees are high in tannins. We have a variety of different guarri species of trees. They're in the Euclea, a family of trees, sorry, the genus of trees. And what I want to do for you is I'm going to pick a leaf. I'm going to put the branch down now, and watch my face, because this is what's happening when the animals are eating them. It's very bitter, everybody, very bitter. It's not nice. I can only describe it as, you know, if you eat a sour grape, how your mouth sort of puckers up like that. That's exactly the feeling in my mouth. So all those tannins that are in this plant dries out your mouth. And if you ever have the opportunity of going on safari, ask your ranger or your guide to actually let you try one of these guarri leaves. They're not unpleasant, but it's just quite nice to sort of feel what the animals must be feeding. So they don't feed on these leaves for too long. They'll just munch away at a few, and they will move off. And something quite nice about the guarri trees, I'll just tell you a few little conservation techniques that we use this plant for, as well as some medicinal uses. Is something that I quite love is that if you're out in the bush and you're perhaps not feeling well, if you've maybe got a bit of an upset stomach, the guarri leaves are great for that. So it's a bit unclear on the dosage, but I've been told by quite a few Shangaan gentlemen that if you take about 3 of the biggest leaves and you roll them up and you swallow them, this will actually help dry your stomach out, so it can stop diarrhea after an hour or so. However, you've got to be careful not to take too many of these leaves. You can imagine it will then cause the opposite. It can cause a constipation. And the next thing I'm about to tell you, I've actually had to do this. So remember I was telling you about how sort of crunchy the leaves are? Now, can you imagine? These leaves don't catch a light very easily. So if you see any fires in the bushveld here in South Africa, and these trees are quite prolific, they grow everywhere. One of the really amazing things, and I've had to use them before in a bushfire, is you can break a branch much bigger than this one. These are just a few twigs, so break quite a nice thick branch, and you can actually use it as a fire beater to put out fire. It takes a while for these leaves to start burning. So it is a very handy plant to have around in the bush. And thankfully the animals don't eat too much of it, because it is also very useful for us. Now we are making our way. I'm going to release the guari tree back into its natural environment, and we're going to head towards Red Dam. We're slowly making our way there, everybody. I don't particularly drive too fast, and we need to head on over there eventually. Right, while I bumble over and attempt to navigate myself around Arethusa, I'm going to send you on to Jamie, who has still got some lions.
Could our lions look any more relaxed than they do right now? A scene of familial contentment. One cub lying right up next to Auntie Amber Eyes, with a very, very dirty face, I've just noticed. Amber Eyes has proved to be a particularly tolerant aunt, I feel, although every now and again she does batter them around rather roughly. It is fascinating to watch. I've just been sitting here enjoying the peacefulness of the scene, the birds that have been around. I'm seeing them happy and healthy, and look at the massive size of their feet. Like Great Dane puppies with those massive paws. They seem just as clumsy at times. Feet that are far too big for their bodies, but that they will grow into very, very quickly. We're going to be looking back on scenes like this in a month's time. And there's going to be massive lion cubs lying everywhere. It's just going to be a pile of lions. And we're going to wistfully look back on the moments when they were as tiny as they are right now. I'm thinking back on the very first time we saw the oldest three, all lined up perfectly. It was the very first time we'd seen them live, and they posed for us in the most symmetrical, beautiful manner possible. Hard to believe now. And I remember saying at the time, I can't wait for the moments where we've got cubs everywhere, lionesses everywhere, cubs playing with each other, and we have been so rewarded. This, if I'm not very much mistaken, that little cub that just got up and is currently giving us an example of the perfect dog stretch. RJ, you wanted to know if the lions ever get curious, or the cubs ever get curious and come up to the vehicle. The youngest set, I find, there's one cub in the youngest group that I've noticed is far more curious than the others. And sometimes they never ever come right up to the vehicle. I haven't had them come right up. They've walked past before, but not to investigate. They've kind of just been walking past. And your heart rate always goes up a little bit, because you know how protective lionesses are. I'm not sure which little one it is, but it has looked at us with bright eyes full of curiosity before. But for the most part, we've now just part of their landscape. They barely even glance up as we drive in. And then they go straight back to sleep. Sorry guys, I'm just listening to the Game Drive channel. At some point, there will be other vehicles arriving at this sighting. We'll have to leave them for a brief period, as you know, the standard sunset safari approach. We leave them for a bit. Hopefully we can come back before the end, but everybody gets a chance to see them. You're nibbling your foot. I just heard a noise that was not where I thought there was another. There's another lion here somewhere. Sorry, I'm just trying to see. I heard a sneeze, and I think it's another lion. Now, Jen, you wanted to know if the other lionesses have cubs, if they fall pregnant and have cubs. Will their male cubs join with the rest of their litter mates, or will they form their own group? Because as we know, we've got two lionesses that haven't yet fallen, well, as far as we know, haven't yet fallen pregnant, or at least if they are going to have cubs, they're going to be at least 5-6 months younger than the rest of this group. The answer is yes, they could well join in that coalition with the rest of the older cubs. So the Birmingham boys have about a year or so, we don't know exactly, but about a year or so age difference between the eldest member and the youngest member of that particular coalition. So it's not a prerequisite that the lion cubs are all very, they must be relatively close in age, but doesn't have to be very close. And if you look at that photo of Junior and the young male that has joined up with him, that young male must be at least a year younger than him, if not a year and a half. He is much younger. And there was a part of me that always hoped, and I mean it's a part of me that's very human. It's not the lions really couldn't have cared less, but I always thought it would have made such a good story if Junior had joined up with the young male of the Shimungwe pride. And I only ever got to see once or twice, and VM nicknamed Oliver Twist, because the Shimungwe pride was for various reasons, there were no remaining adults. It was just one little male and his two little either sisters or cousins, very young, far too young to be moving about independently. And they managed to exist mainly off scavenging. And I always dreamed that Junior would form a coalition with Oliver and we'd have a fantastic story. But that's just the human part of me. We don't know where the Shimungwes are. They come and they go. They pop up every now and again. I haven't heard news of them for a while. Doesn't mean anything's happened. It just might mean that they are elsewhere. Oh, look at this cub. Look at that massive little belly. I know that was what do you call it? An oxymoron. A massive little belly. But you know what I mean. Stuffed full and contented. Hey Jean, lovely to have you on the Sunset Safari. Now the naming of the different animals is of course always a little bit contentious. You say when the young males of this coalition join together and move off, what will they be called? Generally, the standard in this area is to name them after their pride, so they would be the Nkuhuma males. It gets a bit tricky when, of course, there's a couple of generations, because Junior's an Nkuhuma male, but he's formed an odd coalition, so they might get a different name, because it's Junior from the Nkuhuma pride and then a young male from another pride. So they might take the name from the area that they start to spend a lot of time in. They could become, for example, the Dixie Koppie males, since they seem to be spending a little bit of time in that area. But I'm just spitballing. So yes, most traditionally, a male coalition takes the name of the pride and would become known as the Nkuhuma males. There's the Styx males, but that can change. The Birmingham boys are not even called the Birmingham boys in parts of the Sabi Sand. They're called the Gari males, which is also a nice name, and there's nothing wrong with that, and that's because they came from, as far as they're concerned, they took over and basically came from Gowrie, which is where we are now. Gowrie, Little Gowrie, it's all a massive, this whole northern Sabi Sands, a lot of it is the Gowrie property. I'd love to actually know where the name Gowrie comes from, come to think of it. And as Amber Eyes snoozes away in the peaceful afternoon shade, let's head across and see what's happening at Red Dam.
We have arrived at our destination, everybody. I think it took a lot longer than what it's supposed to. And we've arrived to nothing, I'm afraid, except a couple of birds. And if you have a look, we have got some hornbills. We've got, it looks like a red-billed hornbill. Can you see it? No, they've gone down, Eggsy. To the left. Have we lost them? Where did they go? Did they fly? Oh my goodness, literally as I looked up. Oh no, there he is. He's just hopping away on the side of the bank. Can you see him there? There it is. Sorry. This red-billed hornbill, everybody, is on the move this afternoon. It traveled a distance of about 1 meter, maybe even 2 meters in just a few seconds. There we go. You can see, look at it, pecking the ground and looking for any grubs that are possibly coming out of the wet sand. But I love the way that the hornbills walk and hop when they're on the grounds. Is he going to go and peck in some dung now? Yes, are you? Or are you just going to peck at the sand? Just pecking at the sand, everybody. So it's quite nice again today. We're seeing quite a few different species of hornbill. Now, unlike the hardy-dar ibis we saw yesterday, this bird does not have a sensory nerve in its bill, so it cannot feel the movement of the insects if they're underneath the ground. So I'm not actually sure entirely what it is eating. Maybe it's found some termites. Yeah, it's picking at something. So there must be some ants or something on the ground over there that we just cannot see. Okay, going to the, it looks like that is some impala dung, also just having a little scratch around there. And the reason why the hornbills will often feed in dung, whether it's rhino dung, when it is elephant dung or buffalo dung, is because there's lots of insects that are gathering underneath that dung and using sort of the dung as a shield. So often if you pick up a buffalo patty and you look underneath, or there's a blacksmith lapwing that's popped into picture over there. So, sorry, let me just go back to what I was saying about the hornbill. There's a lot of insects that will use that sort of cover just to keep out of the hot sun, and then they often decompose the dung that way. Well, while we carry on with our drive this afternoon, there doesn't seem to be having too much luck here. Let's go see how James is doing in the Mara.
Now, everybody, just as you've come back to us, we greet you with the news that some of those Thompson's gazelles you're looking at have lost a cousin. He jumped into the water prematurely and he was devoured by the character that we first developed here in the Mara Triangle, that of the gormless crocodile, who failed to catch any wildebeest the first time we watched 10 or, well, about 200 of them run over his head. He did, however, have absolutely no trouble whatsoever nailing one of those little fellows. Now, since we last saw you, there's been a very large collection of wildebeest gathering on the northern bank there, as you can see, and they're heading towards that other herd, which is still standing rather, well, indecisively, should I say, on the side of the river. And maybe this lot coming over the hill will exert sufficient pressure, but you know, it's actually completely impossible to predict what these things are going to do and when they're going to do it. So, we're just going to sit here and enjoy the spectacle and the experience of being on the great plains of East Africa, where our human ancestors, of course, first stood on two legs. It really is just too special to be here. And there has been quite a lot of rain, like I said, and you can see quite a lot of sort of greyish cloud above us. Now, Debbie, you're in Vancouver, and it's lovely to talk to you. We've obviously talked to you from the Sabi Sant before, while Jean-Andre pans over the burgeoning clouds of this Mara Serengeti ecosystem. You want to know about the crocodiles. I'm just going to move out the way so that you can see the one that is still eating below us there. There he is. And you still see him, Jean-Andre. And you want to know if they're territorial. They are. Not over food, though. Often they will share carcasses. I mean, I've seen pictures, and sometimes even live, of pictures of sort of 3 or 4 or 5 crocodiles, and sometimes up to 10 or 20 on one carcass. So they're not territorial about their food. So they don't have one carcass per crocodile, like you say. I think you'll find that the only reason there's only one crocodile eating this one is that the rest of the crocodiles are so full. This time of year for them is a time of absolute glut. And the same goes, you know, for many of the lions. We've seen a lion killed today, believe it or not, and I know that will make many of you jealous, and you will be turning green with envy where you're sitting now, but don't worry, we'll hopefully get you another one. And the reason I say that, of course, is because at this time of the year, the lions are doing a lot of killing, and then half the time they don't even finish their carcasses. So we watched an orphaned wildebeest be chased down by a lioness today, and it's interesting, we'd been watching this wildebeest. We think it was the same one. He'd been orphaned for 2 days. We'd driven past him a couple of times, and he'd been with a herd of zebra, and somehow he'd separated from them today, and he'd sort of joined with a small herd of elephants, and then he left them too, and he ran sort of within 700 feet of this lioness and lion who we followed last night. And she stood up and she slunk into a gully, and he picked her up on the wind, I think, and he turned on and he started to run, and it was amazing. His little legs were running as fast as they could take him, and the lioness just in those incredibly long, fluid, cat-like strides, caught him, and the little fellow turned round as a last-ditch sort of attempt to stop her. And she didn't stop for one breath. She turned around, well, she just carried on going, and she pulled him down. So that's what we saw just as we drove out of camp today. And of course there's an enormous amount of luck to this, but the point is that she and the male had eaten last night, and yet they still chose to kill, and they could well do it again tonight and the night after that. And that's just because there's so much food over here at the moment. That's not always the case, and certainly if you talk about the lions down on the southern plains of the Serengeti, apparently just before calving time, just before the wildebeest make their way back there, they're emaciated and starving. So it's not always times of good that they make hay while the sun doth shine, Gendre. Let's find out what's going on the other side there, shall we? Sorry, I gave you a very poor direction there. There we are. Gendre and I are just getting used to each other standing in this Land Rover. We're standing on the seats, moving to and fro across them, daintily like little fairies. Well, Gendre is not a very little fairy at all. She's got enormous calves. It's like moving around in a car with a hippopotamus. Speaking of which, there are many of them over here. There we are. Hello Monique in London. You say, do the crocs and hippos ever interact with each other? They do, not very friendlily though. They don't have each other over for dinner. That's normally because they have a very different taste in cuisine, of course. Crocodiles go for rotting wildebeest, hippo go for grass. But they tolerate each other to a certain extent. A crocodile will be very reticent of going anywhere near a big hippopotamus. And if they've got a very small hippo, then the crocs will sometimes go towards them. But then the mother or one of the big bulls will chase the crocs away. So no, they really don't get a huge amount of tolerance from the hippos. So that's the state of play. If you've just joined us right now, what we're hoping is going to happen, one of the great wildlife spectacles the world has to offer, a Mara crossing of wildebeest. And if we look off to the left-hand side there, you can see that herd, indecisive as it is moving slightly closer down towards the river. And they're hopefully starting to feel the pressure of the rest of this bunch coming up from the other side. And I don't know, I mean, I think they're probably, what would you say, Gendre, about 1,000 wildebeest here? I'm getting head shrugs from everybody in the vehicle. So everyone's hedging their bets. I think about 1,000 of them.
Oh, 927, I'd say.
Graham says 927 of them, so I'm glad we were almost right, everybody. Arcadia, I'm afraid I missed your question. I was listening to Makulu Bas telling us exactly how many wildebeest there are here. Yes, Arcadia, you're absolutely correct. You say, do the crocodiles kill the wildebeest as they cross and then leave them to rot and then eat them as they rot? Yes, they do. If there's a very small animal, they'll be able to kind of snap a bone like that and swallow it, and it'll be very delicious for them, I'm sure. But often what they do is drag them underneath a rock, and they'll leave them to rot there for a while, and that rotting flesh will sometimes attract other crocodiles. But then, you know, eventually, as with any good stew, the meat will just sort of fall off the bone, and that's what the crocodiles want. They don't have the ability to chew. They can snap things. They've got the most powerful bite out here, but it's not sort of chewing motion. They can snap their jaws shut very quickly and snap bones, but it's very difficult for them to actually chew bones. So they've got to wait for the flesh to rot. Thank you, Arcadia, for that. But of course, because they are reptiles and they don't have they're poikilothermic, so they don't have to produce their own heat to live. It means their metabolic rate is that much slower than it would be for a mammal, and because it's that much slower than it is for a mammal, they can afford to wait for their food to rot before they eat it. Fantastic stuff. And I'll just give you a little bit of an idea of the birds as well. I know many of you are keeping a bird list. Let's try and keep a Mara bird list too. And I'll tell you some of the things we might be very lucky to see here. We could see the purple grenadier, a lovely sort of waxbill type bird that's quite common. When I first saw one, I thought I'd hit bird gold, as it were, but they seem to be relatively common. Then the Ruppel's vulture is the one you want to see, the Ruppel's griffin vulture. Looks much like the white-backed ones we see in the Sabi sand. Lovely red beak though, not red, it's yellow beak, beautiful. Okay, we're going to still wait here for a little while longer and see what happens. There's some more zebra coming up over the hill there. While we do that, please give my very best regards to the little Nkuhuma cubbies.
I will most definitely be giving James's regards to the little Nkuhumalets, as I've decided to affectionately call them. And here it is bath time for one of the middle little lionesses. She went up to say hello to Mom, and Mom is now giving her a thorough chest clean despite the cub's protestations, as she attempts to nibble on Mom's neck. Every now and again Mom just lifts her chin out of the way, take a brief break from the scratching claws. And this is the oldest lioness of the Nkuhumas, with her cracked canine tooth, and she is the mother of 2 females, the middle cubs. I wonder if they get middle cub syndrome. Back feet battering her in the face. Bath time on Juma. The cubs seem to love it, and yet at the same time take it as the perfect opportunity to play with Mom as well, giving Mom's chest a thorough clean and at the same time kicking her in the face. That's beautiful. Ooh, competition. Our lionesses are not fussy. Oh, they don't necessarily show much in the way of favoritism towards their own cubs after a certain age. When they first introduce them to the rest of the pride, yes, certainly they're very protective over them. But now that all is settled and the cousins have all come to know each other, lionesses treat each and every cub as their own, right to the point that they let them suckle. It's known as allosuckling, and it's actually relatively rare out here in the mammal world. Nope, done, Mom. No more bath for me. David in Houston, while we watch them, and I mean, I have to say, I sometimes feel for the poor mothers, because those of you with puppies and kittens, you know exactly how needle-sharp little milk teeth are on little carnivores. David, you wanted to know what age they get their permanent teeth, and it ranges, obviously, just like with human beings and with puppies and kittens, but they start to properly teeth at about 6 or so months old. As far as I know, 6 to 8 months of age, they start to grow their permanent adult teeth. Much like the breed of a large dog. Sorry guys, just got to chat to Aubrey very briefly on the Game Drive channel. Oh, never mind. Somebody answered the question for me. And Les, absolutely. Les says he assumes that they only have one permanent set of teeth in their lifetime. Yes, absolutely that is the case. And then permanent teeth, just like human beings, when they get their adult set of teeth, that will be it for life. So it's not like an elephant that rotates through 6 sets of molars in its life. Lion's teeth are permanent, leopard's teeth are permanent, and if something does happen to them, which does occasionally happen, you encounter lions with missing teeth, that's that. Let's head across to James and have a look all the way a couple of thousand kilometers away from where we are now, and have a look at some zebra.
Right, everybody, it looks like those zebras might think about crossing. Now, that is a very small group of zebras to be crossing, but you can see, well, I don't know if you can or not, but I used to be a horseman. Them horses look pretty suspicious to me, and so they're thinking about whether or not there is a dinosaur of the deep waiting for them. Now, I'm just going to focus this rather vast camera. There is Mr. Gorman's crocodile, Andre. I have spotted him. Now, you obviously are just, you can see the bush here, Andre. Down below that, there's something that looks like a floating log, but is not. No. Tell me when you have it. You've got him. Right, there he is, everybody. I mean, it may well not be the Gormless crocodile, but it could easily be. He is a monstrous crocodile, probably about 9 feet long. Maybe even more. And he's waiting there. The zebra know he's there, and for some reason, you know, they're drawn towards the water, these animals, and despite the risk, eventually they plunge in and they go for it. Now, what I'm going to ask John to do once he's finished with the Gormless crocodile is to come over this way and show us these wildebeest now, moving down towards there. And I'm going to keep an eye on the zebra because one of them is coming back towards the water now. Andre, of course, getting used to filming these indecisive animals. There we go, back down at the river. It all does point towards some kind of action happening here at some stage, I must say. So it's definitely going to be worth our while sitting here for the course of this afternoon. We do have 5 afternoons here after all. And once the sun doth set over the edge of the Ululolo escarpment, sorry, that's Olulolo escarpment, then we'll go and find the lions and spend some time with them. Now, Kay, you want to know how deep the Mara is. You say you don't know if it's been mentioned. It hasn't been mentioned, Kay, so fear not, you have not missed anything. Jean-Marie, can we go back to the hippopotamus over there? And you'll see, Kay, that they are out of the water, and they're standing. They don't swim a great deal. They do quite a lot of standing, and they're most certainly on the ground there. Now, hippopotamus, adult bull, probably stands about 4.5 feet at the shoulder. They're not covered there, so I suspect that particular area is, well, not nearly as deep. But as you come towards us, Jean-Andre, I think that channel there is probably quite deep. I don't think it gets much deeper than 6 feet, so I would say 6 feet at this stage in the deep channels, and then opening out to a much kind of shallower 3 or 4 feet where there aren't any rapids, and then where the rapids of course are and the river is wider, well then a little bit shallower. Now there the zebra are, they're having a drink. And this is often, you know, they just want to come down and have a drink. They don't necessarily wish to cross the river. It is the most stunning afternoon. There does seem to be a bit of a cloud burgeoning off towards the east there, which is slightly terrifying. We were caught in some rain yesterday, which resulted in quite a lot of bad language from a number of us, as we tried desperately to get the roofs back onto the vehicle. And Jean-Andre then stood with a bright red umbrella over the top of the vehicle for the rest of the day. Now, while we're watching the zebra, just to let you know, this is the Mara Triangle, everybody. A northeastern spit of land, 510 square kilometers in extent. That's 51,000 hectares, about the same size as the Sabi sand. And we are waiting here to see if this great group of wildebeest don't think about crossing the river. Now, I nearly called Jean-Andre a wildebeest, everybody. Jean-Andre, not wildebeest. Can you kindly go across? And you can see that that herd seems to have made a decision, but not necessarily a positive one for us. There. There's ones there. Sorry, I think, was it K? You wanted to know if this river is the boundary between the Serengeti and the Mara. Sorry, I'm missing that, Rebecca. You're going to have to go again. Tuhin, you want to know if this is the boundary between the Serengeti and the Masai Mara. It is not. It is the boundary between what we call the Mara Triangle and the Masai Mara, and they're all part of the same system. But the Mara Triangle is a conservancy, quite a lot like the Sabi Sand, I suppose. It's not private landowners, but it is a board, a private board. And then the Masai Mara is a national park, and that's the other side of the river. There's quite a lot going on there down by the drinking rivers there. There's 2 wildebeest have made the plunge down towards the river. The gormless crocodile is sunk beneath the surface as he waits to see if his dinner is going to climb into the water. Now, as much of a blessing as rain is, everybody, you know it's not very good for safari, so we're going to hope that the sun remains out like it is now. Well, until it goes down, of course. Hello, Debbie. This is a lovely question. You say, what is so attractive on the other side of the river to make the animals want to take the danger and cross? Well, Debbie, we all know that the grass is greener on the other side of the river. And I don't mean that to be a slightly facetious answer. That is exactly what it is. It's a case of there being greener grass on the other side and them hoping to find some kind of better food. And in this case, it's probably a bit irrational because it's rained both sides of the river. But there certainly seems to have been a lot of rain on this eastern side where we are now, the western side of the river. And that means, of course, that the grass is greener, and so the animals are going to want to eat this grass, and so they think about coming across. And it's got greener, you know. It rained the first night we were here, it rained the second night we were here, it rained the third night that we were here, and this is the 4th night, and it looks like it's building now, but we'll see. But it definitely has put a green sheen over the top of the vegetation here, and in much the same way as many of you would have seen how quarantine turns quickly to a beautiful green sheen after a little bit of rain has formed. Well, so it is here in the Mara Triangle. Now, from all these astounding animals to one that I have not seen here in the Mara Triangle, let's go and find out what it is with Taylor.
I'm not going to talk too loudly, everybody. You can see why. We have got a steenbok, a male steenbok, walking through all this monkey orange. Now I'm whispering because I don't know when I last saw a steenbok for more than about 10 seconds. They are quite shy creatures, and this is actually the smallest antelope species we find in this area. So just to be sitting and watching this little steenbok is quite amazing, and that's why I'm reluctant to raise my voice. I don't want to scare it away, and it's quite close as well. It's only about 20 meters away from us. I actually drove past it first thinking that it was going to run away, and then it didn't, so we reversed and it stayed quite close by. Look at that there. That is incredible. Now, there's not too many antelope that are related to steenbok. Some of you may have heard of the grijsbok, and that's their closest relative, which are also just as shy and quite hard to see. Now, I used to see quite a few grijsbok, but also just a glimpse of them down in the Eastern Cape of South Africa. They used to be around over there. Now, just to give you an idea of how small this antelope is, if you take your ruler, which is about 30 centimeters, and you stand that vertically, and now you take 2 more thirds of your ruler, so another 20 centimeters on top of your original ruler's length, that is how tall a little steenbok is. So it's tiny, and they don't weigh very much. They only weigh, this male probably weighs about 11 kilograms, which is not too much either. And at this time of the year, everybody, the steenbok, unfortunately, are being preyed on by things like leopards. Just taking a moment just to appreciate this amazing sighting. Now, a lot of you are probably wondering what the difference between a deer and antelope are. Now, I know Jocelyn, who is a new viewer, so thank you for watching the show, is wondering if we have just been looking at a deer. Now, Jocelyn, no, it's not a deer. It's actually an antelope. So in Africa, we don't have any antelope, any deer at all. We've just got the antelope here. And now, one of the main differences is that antelope have horns, as you just saw on that steenbok, and deer have got antlers. Let's go back to have a look at the steenbok though, because it is quite special to see it. And there we go, it is moving further and further away from us, everybody. But I don't know when last you all got a good look of a little steenbok. Remember, we are live, everybody. So if you'd like to interact with myself, Jamie, or James, you're welcome to either hashtag Safari Live on Twitter, or you can send us questions, and you can email us those questions to questions@wildearth.tv. Did you see there how it just stopped and poked its ears up and looked in the distance? Now, this is a very basic technique that antelope will sort of use, an anti-predatory defense, I suppose you could call it. They will freeze. It's the first thing they do, is they stand very still, and then they obviously point both ears in that direction so they can try and hear if it possibly was a threat. But it didn't look like anything too serious because he's carried on munching away. Isn't this spectacular? Now, these little creatures are also solitary, so it's very unusual, and I don't think it's ever been recorded where they've seen a herd of steenbok. And I always think, imagine if they were living in herds, what easy pickings they would be, even for the big eagles, like something like a martial eagle would be able to catch a steenbok. And then, of course, like I said, especially in the winter months, the leopards like to eat the steenbok, and that's just because there's not a lot of greenery on the trees, so it's making it quite open and less dense. So unfortunately, these steenbok haven't got lots of places to hide. What they will do is, when they run, when they say they have seen something, they'll try and make a quick escape. They'll dash off into the distance, and then they'll sit down. And they'll normally sit down either behind some long grass or find a shrub that's got low branches that will help hide it. Now, they cannot do that at the moment. They sort of stand out quite easily, as you can see, through all these various little shrubs that we're looking at the moment. And look how delicately the steenbok is picking off those nice new green leaves. Steenbok are also able to dig. I've seen steenbok digging for little bulbs and things as well, which is quite nice. Not many of the antelope species will dig. I've seen common duiker, which is the second smallest antelope in this area, as well as the steenbok digging for bulbs and things. You normally see sharp scratches in the ground. Right, everybody, I think we're going to lose visual of the steenbok now, but I hope you enjoyed that. And let's see how the lions are behaving for Jamie.
That was an impressively lengthy steenbok sighting you were enjoying with Taylor. In the meantime, our numbers have been supplemented by the presence of, well, we've still got our cubs all stretched out. The lioness is flicking the flies away. And then one Birmingham boy has come through to join the scene. It is the gentleman with the split lip and the slight skin problem. James has called him Skinny Pom Pom before. He's also known, as far as I know, as number 3. So he's just joined the fray. And our poor boy, Injured Cheek, is here as well. We just check past Andrew, who's joined us at the sighting. He's in just behind the spike thorn thicket, and this poor boy, he can't sit still. He's just frantically sort of swatting at his face and rubbing at his face. And I can't decide if that's going to make things better or worse. Presumably worse for that injury. It's not looking very comfortable, although it might be my imagination, but oh, that hole's got much bigger. I was about to say his face looks less swollen, but that's because there's less of it at this point. Oof. Ouch. Very, very painful. Now, they do have a higher pain tolerance than us, but that doesn't mean, of course, that they don't feel pain, and that must be unbelievably irritating and painful. And it's weeping badly. You can see it trailing down his face. Oh, shame, boy. Okay, it's no less swollen either. And it looks as though that split is new. He's either been in a scrap or the swelling has actually caused the skin to split around his nose. He's not having a very good time right now. And I think it's going to take him a little while. For that face to heal up. Shame, poor boy. They are incredibly resilient creatures, lions, but that's going to take some serious resilience. Amber Eyes and her accompaniment of 2 cubs, she's now spread out and cuddling one completely, resting against her stomach. And then her little shadow at the back, this little cub at the back has been imitating her position the entire time. If she's lying with one paw over her face, this little cub lies with one paw over its face, and if she rolls over, then it rolls over with her. It's quite adorable. Oh, little raw patch under the neck there. That's just from scratching something. Might be a tick bite or something similar. That's nothing too serious. Utterly adorable. So we've accounted, which is a bit confusing to me, we've now accounted for the males that were there yesterday at the sighting, but not the missing female. And I wonder, that is the gentleman that is in front of Andrew's vehicle, that's the gentleman that was with her yesterday, and he was being exceptionally protective over her. There was much in the way of growling and posturing, basically letting the other males know that he had claimed her for this particular estrus cycle, and that he wasn't brokering any negotiations on that particular aspect. And yet here we see him without her. Just an assortment of very sleepy, very flat cubs. And the question is, where is she? There's generally a male that is with a female that's coming into estrus, doesn't leave her alone for 1 second. And speaking of our lionesses and their estrus cycle, Nisa, you wanted to know, when the cubs are weaned, will the female come into estrus again? Well, let's just have a look at the mother of the oldest cubs, the oldest set of cubs, who's lying on the far right of us. Now, the answer is no, they won't come into estrus straight away after they've finished suckling their cubs. Because if we have a look at the mother of the oldest cubs there, she looks like she's slowly actually stopping lactating. So the cubs will be fully weaned by about 6 months old, at which point they will be on a purely meat-based diet. And the mothers might be seen mating with males, but it's a false estrus, and they will only be ready to breed again after about 1.5 years after the cub's birth. So about 1 year or so after the cubs are weaned, and they generally only bear cubs about 2 years. So there's about a 2-year interval between the birth of one set of cubs and the birth of the next. That, of course, is the average time that a male coalition spends in charge of an area, or dominant over an area. And by that time, the lionesses may find themselves having to face the same level of chaos that they did when the Birmingham boys came into power. Yeah. I think if we look at those suckle marks, it very much looks, you can still see where the cubs have been suckling, but they've dried out. Yeah, I don't think she's lactating as much, at least, as the other lionesses. I think she's slowing down a bit. Monique, our oldest lioness, who is the mother of the middle set of cubs, you wanted to know whether or not she is the mother of the youngest lioness, or the sub-adult lioness. We think so. I think that is the case. If the blog that was put out is to be believed, she's actually the mother of most of these lionesses. But she definitely, when the Birmingham boys took over and the Nkuhumas were split up, and there was much in the way of chaos, she definitely spent more time separate from the rest of the pride with the sub-adult lioness, and of course with her sister as well. And they tell me that when the sub-adults, okay, we can't keep calling her the sub-adult because she's not really a sub-adult, when the younger lioness's sister was killed by the Birmingham boys, apparently we call her the grey-faced lioness or broken tooth. She called and called and called and called and called and called around Simbambili and marched around the area that she was killed in looking for her, which does suggest that she's the mother, but not necessarily 100% confirms it. If I'm not mistaken, that's her there, lying with her head on her paws. Yeah, I think that's her. So I think she's definitely the oldest of the Nkuhumas. I don't know whether or not Junior was whose son Junior was. I have absolutely no idea. It might even have been a lioness that was killed by one of the Birmingham boys. I never got to know them as well as I've started to get to know these lionesses. I wouldn't even be able to tell you which one was killed because I'd only spent a few weeks here when that happened. I love the little black tips on their tails. Not very impressive just yet. Still growing. At the moment, just a darkening. One day they'll be fluffy and properly black tipped, but for now they just look like paintbrushes that have been dipped in black paint. No, we need an adult's tail, don't we? We need one of them to flick it out a bit. They're all lying on top of them. I'm very curious to know where that lioness has gone and which Birmingham boy got her, because I've now got 3 of them. Could the 4th have arrived? Could Blondie have returned? It's been a long time since we've seen all 4 Birmingham boys together. We've seen 3 a few times, but not all 4. At some point it might be worth going and doing a bit of an investigation. Well, I know Taylor spoke this afternoon about her plans before we went on drive, and she said she was very keen to find us an elephant, and I believe that she has been successful.
I have finally found some elephants, everybody. They are moving on either side of the road, though. We're just trying to get a few of them now. Unfortunately, they've gone behind some trees, but they are coming towards us. So it's only a matter of time before we see them. Again, look at that. You can actually see it. I know it's not the clearest view, everybody, but you can see that elephant flapping its ears. And it looks like a very small breeding herd of elephants. I only counted about 8 or 9 of them, but possibly there are some more coming from the distance. And you can see that one swinging its trunk, looking for something to munch on the ground. And it was looking over its shoulder. I don't know if you picked that up. It was actually looking back towards some other elephants. This looks like a bull that we can see here. And hopefully the little one is going to, or maybe it's mom. I can't see very well. We're looking straight into the sun. But you can hear them communicating with each other through rumblings. Okay, no, I think this is mom that we have here. And then here comes a little calf, about to pop out now on the left-hand side of your screen. There we go. There we go. There's the little one. Not a teeny tiny tot. Looks to be about maybe 8 months old. Right. We're just gonna, I think we're gonna have to try and reposition again, everybody. Right. Sorry, everybody, just bear with me for 2 seconds. We're on a big road at the moment, and unfortunately there's lots of vehicles trying to come around us. So I'm also just trying to find a nice gap where we are going to be able to see these elephants. It'll be just a few moments. Can we see through here? Let's try this little gap over here. There we go. There's a nice little gap. There we go. So few of you at home are asking if we're having an issue with elephants and knocking the trees down. Now, we do indeed have an issue with the elephants, but I suppose I wouldn't say it's too big of an issue. So in the winter months, the only food source that's really available, because the grass tends to disappear, is the trees. Now, elephants are big and strong enough that they are able to push the trees down to either feed on the tops of the trees that maybe still have some leaves, and then also to get the roots. Now, the roots are filled with lots of nutrients in them, so lots of water as well. So it's a really good source of food for them, and not too many animals can actually dig up the roots. So I suppose I wouldn't say that they're too destructive. Occasionally you'll see the odd bull taking his frustrations out on a few trees, but most of the time the females are pushing them over to actually utilize them for food. Another thing that they do is they actually also strip the bark. Now, Eggsy, I don't know if you can see this big marula right next to us. Can you see it quite low down to the trunk of the tree? I need to just go forward one little bit. Oops. So I want to show you something about this tree very quickly. There we go. Can you see there's a bit of a scar in that tree? Now that is from the elephants, everybody. The elephants have obviously got those big tusks, and they are able to score the tree with those tusks, and that's one of the other things that they're eating on the trees is the bark. Now, it's quite hard to loosen the bark on the tree unless you're an elephant and you have got some tusks, so they make those scoring, and then they will strip them as well. And another thing I want to tell you about the scoring on the trees is it's quite amazing how the indigenous people used to sort of hunt elephants, and especially when the settlers came through to South Africa and the rest of the parts of Africa, and unfortunately they were hunting elephants, and they did speak to the native people, and they're wondering obviously how on earth did they find these elephants. And what I found quite interesting is they'd actually look at the scoring on the tree to determine how big an elephant bull was. Now, a really big elephant bull has got long tusks, and he will score the tree quite low down on the trunk. Now, an older bull or a female has much shorter tusks and will tend to score the tree quite higher up. So that was a technique that they used when they were trying to track elephants. Now you can see they're slowly actually moving towards us. So I'm hoping that they're going to pop their that little one's little trunk out onto the road so we can get a better view. They've picked up the pace, and they sort of seem quite determined now that they are going to walk and not really feed. I'm going to again just reposition so we can get them coming out onto the road. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to turn my bum, and I'm going to just move off the road a little bit. Like I said, we are on a road that is used by many vehicles. Actually, let's go a little bit closer to them. They're now going a little bit further east of us, and we'll also see how relaxed they are. So depending on how they react to us approaching them, we'll change our minds if we're going to keep our distance or if we can just sit over here. I think we're going to be able to just sit quite nicely just off the road so the other vehicles can pass us. Now we wait, everybody, and they're coming out. Look at them, they're coming out. Definitely worth the obscured visual that we had a few moments ago. Here comes Mom and the little one. It's okay, big girl. You see how she turned her head to us and her ears are slightly raised. She's a little bit nervous. Her tail's also pointed out. It's okay, big girl. Relax, relax, relax. We're just watching you and admiring how beautiful you are. She's a little bit upset. I'm not sure if it's because of us or maybe she's just had a bad day. The animals get bad days too, I'm afraid. She's ushering her little one on quickly. She seems to have settled down now. She's not too bothered by us. So we'll just make sure that we keep our distance with them. We won't go too close to these elephants. And that's very important when you're on safari, is to respect these animals. Remember, we are in their environment. They were here first. So it's always good to try and leave on a happy note. I'm going to take a moment just to sit very quietly, and I'm hoping you can hear what I can hear. There's a female that's pulling away on a tree, and you can hear the leaves quite rustling quite nicely. So let's just take a moment to enjoy this. Can you all hear that? All the rustling through the leaves. Now they're pulling at trees, and that one over there that we're looking at is, what are you trying to pick up? Maybe it's finding some new shoots of grass. Maybe it's looking for some roots. There we go. What have you got? You got a piece of grass. That wasn't a new piece of grass though. That looks like old brown yellow grass, which can't have too much nutrients to it. So just sort of some roughage for the elephants. And they too are going to be very excited. Now, elephants during the summer months actually eat more grass than they do leaves. So lovely to see them moving into this thicket. Now, with these elephants feeding on this harder vegetation, all the dry grass, the leaves, the bark, the roots, their teeth are going to wear down a lot quicker than it normally would. So elephants have got 6 sets of teeth, 6 sets of molars that come through, and they reckon they come through every 10 years. They get a new set. Now, I know Len at home, welcome. Len is also a new viewer. Len wants to know how long elephants live for. Now, Len, I've just mentioned to you now how they've only got 6 sets of molars that come through every 10 years or so. And they reckon, so I've got the sun in my eyes now, they sort of guess that elephants can live anywhere between 60 and 70 years. And that just depends on what type of vegetation they're actually feeding on. So in the winter months, their teeth take quite a bit of strain, unfortunately. And just watching the vehicles go by, everybody, they take quite a bit of strain and they wear down a lot quicker, like I said, from the very hard vegetation. We'll have a look at the ellies again to see if they're going to pop out. And in the summer months, as I was saying, with all the new green grass that comes through, they tend to feed on that more than anything. And it gives their teeth a little bit of a break, because all the new leaves that come onto the tree, as well as all that lovely soft grass, isn't too harsh. And it's quite exciting that we did have some rain, because we know that we're going to be able to look forward to all the lovely lush vegetation that's going to come through. Right, everybody, these elephants are disappearing, but I don't think we're going to leave them just yet. There's another road just to the north of them, so I'm probably going to try and go around and wait for them to pop out again. But I think Jamie has got a lovely male lion for you.
He's come wandering right up to us and right up to the front of the vehicle. You can see that he is in considerable pain. I'm kind of going to keep half an eye on him most of the time, so I'm going to be talking to the camera, but I'm going to keep looking back at him, just because he's an injured animal. He's sore, and he's unpredictable. I don't think he's a threat to us at all. He came up to us. He's not bothered by us in the slightest, but you can see he's on edge. He's very, very uncomfortable. And just the flies buzzing around his face is making him irritated and snappy. And what's interesting about this as well is that he's been in a fresh fight. At first I thought that perhaps that split lip underneath his wound was from, and by the way, if you're squeamish, please look away now. I'll tell you when you can look again. I thought that split lip came from just the swelling actually splitting the skin itself. But I don't think that is the case, because he's got a fresh injury on his leg as well. The good news is I don't see any maggots there. Did you, Dave?
No.
Healthy pink tissue underneath there. That is phenomenal. These animals are just incredible. Stop rubbing it, boy. That's not going to help you at all. Shame. But that's incredible. So there you go. All right, everybody, you can look again. Even if you are squeamish, we're not going to zoom right in on that wound again. It is healthy, pink and clean looking. It's sore and it's swollen, but it's going to get better. Unbelievable. Now, Gail, you want to know, is it more dangerous with the injured lion around or with cubs? An injured animal should always be treated as something unpredictable. Just because their adrenaline is sky high, they're not feeling well, it's painful, and you just should treat them with an extra degree of respect. But of course, it's impossible to know all the time when an animal is injured. And in terms of cubs, look, I mean, I said I'm keeping a close eye on him, but that's not because I feel any major threat, it's just good practice. And the cubs, the lionesses, have proved to be unpredictable with the male lions, but that being said, they haven't even given us a second glance. That's how comfortable they are with us, and that's how unthreatened they feel. And I have good news in that the cubs are starting to be heads up and looking like they might be wandering about and playing relatively soon. It's the nice thing about lion cubs. They don't necessarily sleep for these massively extended periods of time. There's a couple of big yawns. It's getting nice and cool here this afternoon, and perhaps it's time to, wrestle a buddy. Got him by the ear. I'm so amazed. Remember when we saw that cub with that horrible limp? That leg that looked so incredibly painful, and they were tiny then when they were around that buffalo carcass. And there were a couple of days where that little lion cub was walking like it would never walk properly again, and the foot was off the ground, and big limps. And a couple of days later, it was all in one piece. And that's going to be the same with our Birmingham boy. It's taken a little while, but he's going to heal up absolutely perfectly. Alrighty, let's jump all the way a couple of 1,000 kilometers to the north and find out what James is seeing.
Now we've left the crossing, everybody. The wildebeest seemed to decide that they had no desire to any longer cross the river and brisk the dinosaurs of the deep. And here we are on this sort of marsh that comes away from the Mara River. The Mara River is going to turn eventually into lots and lots of little oxbow lakes, and this is one of them forming. And in the background you can see a little elephant. Looks like a young bull, just recently separated from his herd, making his way on his own in this vast wilderness. And then we've got a whole lot of different things here, and one of which I don't think any of you have seen. This might be a safari live first. We've got something called a Defasser waterbuck. And instead of just having the ring around the bottom, they have got a great splodge of white fur. And that is how you distinguish the Defasser waterbuck from the standard issue waterbuck that you've got down there in South Africa. There is another elephant, I've just seen it. Chandra, can you see it? There's between the two waterbuck over there, and he's just flapping the ears there. So maybe this young bull's not completely on his own. Then there are a couple of birds, some standard issue grey herons. Saw a black-headed heron here the other day. Oh, there they are. That little pair of birds standing next to each other, Gendre, are black-headed herons. That you don't see in the Sabi sand. It's quite nice. And then we have a hammerkop off to the left-hand side. And the hammerkops, well, one of its closest relatives is a bird that we don't find, or is potentially found here, and one of the top birds I want to see, and that's a shoebill, which is an enormous thing with a bill that looks like a shoe, a pointed shoe, a bit like the shoe of, I don't know, one of those winkle pickers. Hello, Jeffrey in Texas. You said you thought you saw a Cory bustard across the way there from the zebra. I don't know if you get them here, Jeffrey. Let me check for you quickly. I have an East African bird application. Jean, will you show us these things while I embarrassedly find out whether you find a... Oh, come on, here we are. Corey Bustard here. Will come shortly, everyone. Bustard. Corey Bustard. Map, yes. Jeffrey, they are found here. I don't think there was one next to the zebra that we were looking at, but it's possible that I missed it. We are doing some amazing dancing around in this vehicle trying to avoid each other, Jeandre and I. I will let you know that Jeandre has taken his very large boots off. They take up most of the back of this car. Well, he has not small feet. Then, over there, we've got a very gorgeous, actually, sitting in this wonderful light, herd of buffalo. And look, just beyond them, the unbelievable view. There goes the Defasser waterbuck. Mrs. Defasser, good evening to you. And beyond her, look at the plains of the most quintessential African scene you'll ever see. Now, many of you will have watched Out of Africa, that fantastic film with Meryl Streep and Robert Redford. My mother, by the way, is convinced my father looks like Robert Redford. He doesn't. Anyway, that's got nothing to do with the Defasser waterbuck, but this is actually largely where they filmed the wildlife scenes in that show. And Dennis Fitch Hatton was apparently buried not too far from here. Or there's a plaque in his honor. Isn't that beautiful? I mean, you're looking at the waterbuck, but just beyond it is just the most astounding view. You're looking sort of southwest now, and that's the Olololo escarpment on which we are staying. That's where we sleep, and so we look down into here every morning when we wake up, which is a great privilege, and one has to pinch oneself every time. And it's about 1,900 meters above sea level. That is almost, it's just over 6,000 feet above sea level, so it's very high. There's a little calf. And down where we are now is about 1,500 meters above sea level, so it's almost a mile high, everybody. And that makes the climate very delicious indeed. Coldest it gets is about 9 centigrade, which I think sits at about 50 degrees Fahrenheit. And the hottest is probably about 95 or so. And compared with the Sabi Sant, which regularly goes over 100, it's just a little bit more pleasant climate-wise in the summer. Now, what we're going to do is something, it's another Safari Live first, is we're going to drive live towards those buffalo. I'm just going to quickly get myself into a position to make that possible. You know, I never thought the day would come where I longed for Wendy and Rusty, but that day has arrived. Jeandre, I think you feel the same. Oh, just quickly before we leave though, Jeandre, the two elephants have come out and the light is just so unspeakably magnificent there. Isn't that gorgeous? That little woodland forest is in what will become an oxbow lake. An island in between this great winding river. That's just so beautiful. Sorry, I've missed that, Jessie. There's a nasty echo in my ear. Can we have it again, Becca? Oh, I see. You say that you've heard that elephants can seek out water using their feet over a vast distance. They can, what they can do is feel flowing water under the ground. So, well, I mean, as you know, on Cheetah Plains, they regularly dig up the pipes there. There's no artificial water in this area, though, and I'm not sure how much of it flows under the ground. So I think they probably find water here by remembering where it is. But absolutely, you know, those dry riverbeds of the Sabi sand, they can absolutely feel with their feet where the water is flowing under the water. So yes, it is possible, Debbie. Isn't that just the most gorgeous sight you've ever seen? I'm going to have to take a picture. Hello, Helene. You say this is so cool. I think this is beyond cool, isn't it? It's astounding that we're sitting here broadcasting from this particular area. I've wanted to come here for so very long, and to be able to share it all with you, who've experienced so many of my great wildlife highlights. Well, that's just a great honour, and I hope you're enjoying it. We're shortly going to head off to where we last saw the lions, and we'll see if we can't get a nice sighting of them as they get active, and just before they will hopefully do something useful tonight. Like I say, there's so much for them to eat here that I'm not sure how much they're going to try and feed on today. Now, what I would like you to all do, everybody, is take a very deep breath in, close your eyes, and I'll tell you a little bit about what you should be smelling. There's a tremendously fresh smell because of the rain we've had here. There's not very much in the way of dust. And if you listen, very subtle sounds. Oh, Jean-Andre. Sorry, I'm going to just see what I've spotted here. Very subtle sounds of water birds calling waterfowl. Now, for those of you who like to keep bird lists, Jean-Andre, that is absolutely brilliant. How did you see what I was looking at? There. I saw it before you, James. A grey-headed kingfisher. I'll sort him out later, everybody, don't worry. Isn't that lovely? That is beautiful in this light. I'm not going to try and get up again, Jean-Andre. I'm going to stay right where I am. Hello, James Richard. You were doing as I suggested, probably before I even suggested it. You're keeping a list of birds for the Mara, and you're excited to see how big it will be when we leave. Yes, me too. That one, of course, we do see, and we had a nest. Scott, the ultimate nest finder, found a nest of the grey-headed kingfisher on Arethusa. And it's nice to see them this side of the world as well. There's now this whole herd of elephant coming out into this glorious little seep of water. Let's see if we can find some other birds for you. We will go to those buffalo as well. Oh, this is just wonderful. Jean-Andre, is the reason you've got such big muscles because you've carried such big lenses like I'm carrying now? Exactly, he says, everybody, in case you missed that. He's taking this job very seriously, everybody. Every time anyone breathes in the back of the car here, he shouts at us. All right, we're going to head towards our lions, hopefully get to them around about sunset. While we do that, let's head across to Taylor, who apparently has found some water.
And Bethany the bug is practicing her backstroke for the next Olympics, everybody. Now you can see, I don't know if it is a she or what it is, but I'm going to just call it a bug and we'll call her Bethany. Now she gets very close every now and then, and the wind comes through and blows her back to the middle of this puddle, but this is a very persistent insect or bug that we have here. Now the reason why I cannot rescue Bethany is because if you look in the next wallow of water, we have a hippopotamus, and unfortunately that is just too close for comfort to rescue Bethany, but I have no doubt she seems to be a great backstroke swimmer, that she will be able to make it out safely. And here is a big male hippo, and he's wallowing away, and I think this is the hippo that we normally see at Red Dam in Arethusa, because he wasn't there this afternoon, And I was telling you all over the last few days that we're going to start seeing a lot of animals in these wallows that have now filled up with water. And you can see it makes the perfect jacuzzi. He hasn't done much. I was surprised that he stayed here when we came around the corner. Remember, we were trying to reposition and get a better view of those elephants. And the good news is as well that the elephants are in the area. We can hear them. So hopefully they'll show themselves soon. But luckily, we found this hippopotamus. And this is something that we'll also try and follow up a little bit later this evening, is to see what this male does as the sun goes down. Now, we often see them, but not for long. They tend to be quite shy when they're out of the water. Hopefully, he's going to go on a little adventure and look for something to eat. Now, hippos are almost afraid of their shadows at night when you use a spotlight, so it'll be quite interesting to see how he reacts to us with the infrared light. Hopefully he will be a little bit more relaxed and we can maybe see where he goes. So later this evening I'm going to be popping back past here. But it is a nice cool day. Well, it's cool now. The temperature has dropped quite a bit and there is a bit of a breeze picking up, so he might get out of this little wallow a little bit earlier than I think he may. Hippopotamus. He hasn't even moved once. Or I lie, he has. He rolled slightly over to his side. And now he's not doing very much at all. He must have had quite a nice afternoon because he's got quite a few shrubs around him, small trees that I think would have been sheltering him from some of the sun's rays. But now they are creeping through as the sun heads beyond the horizon. You just see a glimmer in his eye, which is actually quite pretty. Some of you are probably thinking it must be quite strange to just see this hippo all by himself. I know that you've just managed to see a pod of hippos earlier in the show with James. Now, hippos are made up of not just males, but females too, and that's what makes up a pod. So I know Matt G was wondering about why they saw a pod versus why we're just seeing one hippo over here. Now, you'll only have one bull, though, in a pod of hippos. They're quite territorial, not only in the water, but also out on land. They will mark and defend territories. And the ladies, well, they sort of come and go as they please. I've seen it before in Zambia where males can be quite aggressive. And I've watched a whole lot of hippos actually move along down the river away from him. He wasn't too chuffed about it, but that showed him for acting so aggressively towards them. But he is not aggressive today. I thought he was actually going to get up and run away from us. I really cannot believe, I was saying to Eggsy, how he just sat in this water, because every other time I've seen a hippo in a wallow of water, whether you're 50 meters away or 10 meters away, they feel quite uncomfortable and they get out and head to denser vegetation. Now, I'm not sure why he is so relaxed. Possibly he doesn't want to waste unnecessary energy because there isn't a lot of grass around yet, and so there's not much for him to eat. So maybe he's trying to reserve all the excess fat that he has got instead of running away from us. And he's very relaxed with us. He's got his eyes closed now. If he was unhappy, he would have moved away, or he'd be watching us. There we go. Now he can understand me. He's just peeping. I'm just making sure we're not doing anything silly. Look at the little hairy ears that they've got, and very small ears. And you see, now he's listening to us. I think he's also listening to the elephants in the distance. Good afternoon, Sean. Sean, the reason that I know that this hippo is a male is purely the fact that he is on his own, and also by his size. He is quite big. Now, to the untrained eye, a hippo would just look like this size. But look how bulky he is. And if he does a big roll, then you may be able to also see how he's a male. Just clearly by his size, the size of his head is huge. And the fact that he is on his own and not in a dam where possibly the females would all be. He's just covering the other side of his body in water now. But it is very difficult to tell the difference between males and females. But once you do this sort of thing every single day for a few years, it becomes quite easy. So the more and more you actually watch the show, the easier it's going to get to be able to tell whether certain animals are males and females. Also, if he were to open his mouth quite nicely for us, which unfortunately it doesn't look like he's going to do that because he doesn't feel threatened by us, you'd also see his canines and his incisors, and they can get to great lengths. Males' incisors and canines, well, the incisors can get a little bit longer. They can get to about 50 centimeters in length, maybe average size anywhere between 30 and 40 centimeters, so about almost double the length of your ruler. I think he's going to wallow around here. Oh no, are you going to get up? I was going to say let's go find those elephants, but let's see what his next move is going to be. No, nothing. I think he's pondering if he should get out and go for something to eat, or if he's going to enjoy this wonderful mud jacuzzi that he has at the moment. Perfect spot. Got a nice little mud bank to rest his head on. He looks very comfortable. While I try and figure out where these elephants have gone, I can hear them rumbling in the distance. I think Jamie has got some Nkahuma cubs for you.
And this is the only cub that is awake at this point. They've just played themselves into exhaustion. A little bit of scratching and biting here and there, but otherwise each and every single little cub has settled down once again, looking thoroughly content with life. 2 pairs of suckling cubs. And I think it is safe to say that the other female isn't lactating because none of the cubs have gone towards her. They've actually avoided her completely. And in wonderful news, we can't leave the sighting, even if we wanted to. There are other vehicles coming in and out, but we're trapped. There is nothing we can do. There's no way out behind me, there's no way out in front of me, and there definitely is a way out in front of me. There's a big male lion that's decided to come and sit right in front of us. And there's lion cubs everywhere. And so it is that we find ourselves in this sighting. Luckily, it is such a lovely sighting. We're not going to be rushing off anywhere anytime soon because there's nowhere to go. I can think of worse traffic jams to be in though, can't you, Dave? Absolutely. They've been keeping us thoroughly entertained. Curling up to settle in for a good drink at the milk bar after a meal of some kind of antelope. Still unconfirmed which one it is. I can tell you it's quite pungent from where we're sitting. And milk bar time it is. Oh, nearly got whacked by a tail there. Can see them kneading at their mothers with their paws, basically stimulating the milk production. And it's not always that comfortable for the females. And you can imagine with those sharp little needle teeth, for her it must be a relatively unpleasant experience. Luckily she's got a cub to use as a pillow while she suckles. I suppose that's quite convenient in a way. Oh! The little cubs stalk forward towards the male. I would advise them not to go and irritate him. And he's settling down next to Amber Eyes, assured perhaps of her mature approach and that he's not going to have any nibbling, sharp little teeth. As he settles down, Elizabeth, you were wanting to know whether or not the cubs are robust and old enough to shake off the mange should one of the Birmingham boys spread it across from the sticks to them. Sorry, bear with me one moment. Oh, you're welcome to make your way. Kobus, if you want to make your way in as well, I can now pull out. I don't know. I don't think so, to be honest. They're very healthy at the moment, and it's just now going to be a matter of luck. Now, we don't know necessarily that the Birmingham boys... I'm going to... Cubs immediately going to comfort their aunt. Brave little cub, snarling at the Birmingham boy. He went to test her scent, and she went to wallop him in return. And settling back down again. Oh, that certainly woke everybody up, didn't it? There's suddenly motion everywhere. Cubs playing, cubs growling, cubs yowling. They all got up and immediately moved to the safety of the adult females. And we've seen what the females can do when they want to, or when they feel threatened. But all is well, and they're all happy. And it was more just a gentle family discussion than anything else in lion terms. He is waiting to see if Amber Eyes is coming back into estrus. Perhaps he missed his chance with the young female. Oh, the little cubs. Just letting you listen to the sounds that are coming from these lions. Amber Eyes' lip went up in a bit of a snarl there. And one brave cub is going to tackle the Birmingham boy's tail. She just told him in no uncertain terms to please get out of here and stop causing trouble. I've never seen that before. I've never seen a lioness whack a male on the nose like as gently as that. I stayed quiet for that, so that you could get the full effect of the various sounds that you were hearing there. Without any luck, and having just been bopped on the nose by a female, he went to take it out on his coalition mate, who behaved very, very submissively, and therefore didn't provoke any further aggression. He then proceeded to mark his territory, and is now going around doing thorough scent testing of all the urine puddles. What's amazing about that is immediately the lionesses are up, about, urinating, and the cubs immediately respond by making such a fuss. And then look, now he's the best thing to come and play with. Very brave of them, considering that show of aggression we just saw, but they know that he's no major threat to them. He's Dad. That's not a growl or a snarl, it's a phlegm and grimace. And just like that, everybody calms down again. How were those sound effects, though? My favorite part of that is the cubs. I love how as soon as somebody starts growling and snarling, they all join in like they're big and scary. Aha. Another phlegm and grimace. I think it's safe to say he lost his opportunity with that young lioness. I think the fourth male must have come in and taken over and chased him away, although he doesn't have any cuts or scratches. Though a serious display of dominance. Oh, bless you. So what he's doing there, for our new viewers, is a movement that we very often get to see. It's called a Flehmen grimace, F-L-E-H-M-E-N, and he is basically tasting the smells of the various lionesses around him, testing to see whether he might get lucky with any of them. They're not terribly impressed by it all. No, that's a cub, mister. Spitting out a mouthful of mane. Oh, that was a very cool sighting. Careful. Be very careful, little cub, which parts you attack. You might find yourself in serious trouble. Look at this cub using a lioness as a jungle gym. Awesome. All is calmed down now, and we've become incredibly familiar with our Nkuhuma lionesses, and I'm sure we all look forward to getting to know some of the lion prides from Kenya. Let's go and have a look.
Let me introduce you, everybody, to the Kichwa Tembo pride. This is one of the females, a youngster. We think she's just lost her cubs, and they're sitting here just as the sun goes down over the Olololo escarpment. To her right-hand side, one of the males, a marsh coalition. Now, many of you will have heard of the marsh pride, of course, having watched and been fascinated by the Big Cat Diaries. Well, these males come from that pride. And this female, we think, has lost her cubs, like I say. The three males, this male and his two brothers, have just come into this area. They've taken over. They've killed at least 5 cubs. There might be 2 left. We're not sure at this stage. But this female seems to be in anestrus. Now, we saw that with the Nkuhumas when the Birminghams took over. And what happens is, of course, they go into a false stage of estrus. When they lose their cubs, they urinate and they solidify a bond with the new males by mating with them. And I think that's what's going on here. We watched them courting yesterday evening, and you could very clearly see still she's got 2 swollen teeth. So I think she's very obviously lost cubs very recently. So that's the first of the Kichwa Tembo pride to introduce you to, and the first, of course, of the Marsh Coalition. Now, the Marsh Coalition of males is 3, like I say. The other 2, I think, are in the drainage line just below us here. I've missed her yawn every single time. Graham is going to be so cross with me. And you can see, here we go, very interesting stuff going on. Now, look at his mane. He's older than our Birmingham boys. I think he's probably about 7, this chap. He's not a young lion. He's got a very full mane. Why he's just taken over this area, we're not sure. Why not earlier? Where were they before this? And of course, this is the domain of the famous Scarface male lion. This is just beautiful, isn't it? Look at that, everybody. The light's just gone, but that's okay. Now we get into the hunt. We think, well, they may lie down for the whole night, but they might do a little bit of hunting too. He's exhausted. Now, these are the 2 we saw hunting today, everyone. We saw an amazing thing. This lioness killed that baby orphan wildebeest. Nasty lady. But she has to eat, and you can see they're in pristine condition. Now, if you want to learn how to identify this male lion, the best way to do it, of course, is to see that he has no pom-pom at all on the back of his tail. Watch as he flicks it to and fro, you will see. There we go. You see, it looks kind of like a snake almost without its pom-pom. So we'll call him No Pom-Pom. No, we don't have to call him that. Now, many of these lions, of course, do not have names. In fact, they don't have names at all. And we know at Safari Live that in order to identify our special animals, we quite like to name them every so often. So if you would like to come up with some names, we can do that. She's got a spotty belly, so I'm going to suggest we call her Spotty Belly. I think we should perhaps call him something like a snake tail. It sounds very ominous indeed. Perhaps better than No Pom-Pom. What do you think, Chandra?
Not too bad.
And you can see also how golden she is. She really is the most gorgeous colour. Now this grass, everyone, 3 days ago was that sort of, it wasn't brown, but it was very much straw-coloured rather than this green. And it's a little bit of rain that they've had here. I'm not sure how much it is exactly, but that's turned everything green. It's so exciting to introduce you to a new group of characters, and I hope during the course of the next little while we will be able to introduce you to the rest of this pride. Certainly we should be able to get the rest of the marsh coalition of males. They are down just in this sort of drainage stream not too far from here, and maybe the other 5 lionesses. We have met only 4 of the lionesses so far. They were off hunting yesterday evening, and she kind of cut off from them and went off on her own with him. And it was so interesting to see, because it's exactly what happened when the Birminghams took over in the Sabi sand. One of the lionesses, and I think it was Amber Eyes initially, extracted from the rest of the pride. They didn't have cubs at the time, but of course the Birminghams had killed many lionesses, and so they were trying to solidify this bond. They were trying to reduce the conflict between the resident males and the females, and that's exactly what's happened here. Just stunning stuff. All right, Chandra, I'm going to suggest that we ooze forward slightly and see if we can't look down into this drainage and just see. Hello, Tasha Michelle. You say this lion is huge. How close are we? He is big, but he's not unusually large. That's me in my cockpit, everybody. We're not going to drive long with this view. Just go around the corner. Tasha Michelle, he's about probably, I'd say, 20% larger than a Birmingham boy, but that's not because the lions of East Africa are any larger than the lions of the Sabi Sant. It's because he's older. He's probably a year or maybe 18 months older than the lions than those Birmingham boys. Now, but there are some cars in front of us. That's where they were lying earlier today. Just going to ease forward. We're braking. Let's just go a little bit forward here. There seem to be a few people parked. Andre, can you see me? Where then? Flash at 3 o'clock. Should we turn down?
We managed to relocate on those elephants we had a little bit earlier, and they are just munching around in this little spot. As you can see, they haven't actually moved too far at all from where we had them, just off that main road. Now if you look very carefully, possibly if you go towards her back, I don't know, Eggsy, if you can see all that mud that is just in the middle of her back over there. I'll have a look at this. Now remember where we just saw that hippo? Most likely this female and the rest of the herd, at some point today when it was nice and hot, found one of those wallows and covered themselves with that muddy water. and that would have kept her nice and cool. They don't sweat like we as humans sweat, so they need to try and cool themselves down via a number of ways. And the most effective way to cool yourself down if you're an elephant is to cover yourself in the water. Look at her, how she's eating this tree. Look at that, nothing stopping her. Picking it up if it only weighed a few grams. She's going for the bark, I see. See how she pulled that entire branch off. Now she's chewing away at it. Keep pulling. There we go. You can actually listen to this, everybody. Can you hear that? Can you hear how she's crunching down on those branches? So as I was saying earlier, the roots and a lot of these branches have got quite a nice water content to them. So even though elephants have to drink lots and lots of water every day, a lot of the water is actually coming from the food that they're eating, especially in the summer months when the grass is covered with lots of dew. That's often the way that they get their water as well, but they still need to drink large quantities. So here's a quiz for all of you. How many liters do you think an elephant has to drink every single day? Got that? Let's see if anybody gets it right. Let's have another look at this elephant as she crunches down on her delicious branch. And there's still more elephants coming, by the way. This is just one female. The others have been rumbling in the distance, so I presume they're coming this side. Oh, and I almost forgot to tell you that our hippopotamus actually got out the water and decided to go off on an afternoon stroll. But he moved out quite quickly. So yes, he indeed was taking advantage as the weather has cooled quite a bit. And I'm glad to see that the elephants didn't disturb him too much. See how she's carefully prodding with her trunk, finding bits that she doesn't like that are maybe too sharp and poking her in the mouth, and then how she realigns it. But the thorns don't bother the elephants too much, everybody. They have got very tough skin on their inside around their lips, and as well as their tongue being quite resilient too. She didn't like that piece though. I think she's dropped it now. She's going to look for another piece. So she's pushing down with her head. There's lots and lots of weight behind her head, so often that does help with snapping the branches. And these seem to be quite flexible branches too. We are live, everybody. This is a live safari that you're watching in the middle of the African wilderness as we watch this elephant tear apart this tree. So if you'd like to send me any questions, or Jamie or James in the Masai Mara, you're welcome to either hashtag Safari Life as well as sending us an email. And you can send the email to questions@wildearth.tv. And I look forward to hearing from some of you. We've only got a few. Maybe we only got about 30 or 40 minutes of light. I'm actually not sure what the time is. Maybe about 40 minutes of light left. And then we're going to be switching to infrared. And then maybe we should try and hang around with these elephants as it gets dark, just to see what they look like and what they get up to. Have a look at this little one. So we've got a few answers coming in for how many liters of water does an elephant drink. And Vlad thinks 20 to 30 liters. Vlad, unfortunately, you're incorrect. It's a little bit more than that. I'm not going to give the answer away just yet because I think there are some of you out there who could possibly know. But it is a lot of water, everybody. But good guess, Vlad. And keep trying and keep participating in these quizzes. They're really great way to learn. And Isabel, what a good guess. Isabel thinks it's about 190 liters of water. Isabel, a little bit too much. I think we'll do one more answer to this question and then I'll give you the correct answer. But hopefully the next person to answer gets it right. What do you think? How much do you think an elephant drinks a day? And you can watch this little one now also doing what mom's doing. chewing on the bark. And this one's quite an old calf. You can see the tusks protruding there. And with the combination of how well it can use its trunk, I'm going to guess and think that this elephant is around probably between 3.5, 4 years old. A younger elephant, I don't think, would be able to strip the bark off of this branch as well as this one is managing to do. You can see they're twisting it around, chewing and biting with those molars to loosen the bark, and then they'll eat, and then this little one will spit it out afterwards. There we go. No, not done with it yet. I see a little bit more bark on there. Oh, slipped out of its trunk. I'm going to move on and try for something else. Very dark and grey, and it looks quite miserable in the bush. But not for too much longer. We had a good amount of rain, so I think we're going to see some colour. We saw our first flower yesterday afternoon. I found a morning glory, and I think that that's just the start of the colours of the bush that we're going to be seeing. What are you looking for? Goodness, twisting and turning its trunk around. Big shake. Mia, my cat has guessed 60 litres. Unfortunately, everybody, that isn't the correct answer, so I'm going to tell you, and I hope you're all taking note. It's always good to take notes. I've got about 3 different notebooks that I fill with note. Now, an African elephant can drink anywhere between 100 and 120 litres of water every single day. This little one is probably not drinking that amount. Of course, the amounts I just told you are for adult elephants. I'm actually not sure how many litres a young elephant calf would drink. This young calf is not really suckling anymore. If mom decides to show herself, we'll actually be able to see that her mammary glands have subsided quite a bit, and she won't produce too much milk now until she has another calf. And hopefully in the next 1.5 or 2 years, she'll be able to have another calf. The gestation period is about 22 months, so it's quite a long time. And that means that you'll have a calf anywhere between 4 to 5 years. We're going to hang around with these ellies just for a little bit longer and see if the rest of the herd comes through to join them. And I think James has managed to pick up some signal. So let's go to him and see the lions.
Right, this is the next one, everybody. This is, I think we should call Blondie. He is blonder than the others. I stand to correction, but I think you can see that his mane is blonder. He has a complete tail, unlike the first chap that we saw, that has no pom-pom on his tail at all. And then you can see he's not doing a great deal. If we go off to the right-hand side there, Jandri, you can see the third of the marsh coalition of males that have recently taken over this area. There he is there. Doing what lions do very best of all in all the world, nothing. So that's them. Now, we've still got, of course, 5 lions of this pride to meet. We don't know if they're going to go hunting today. And you know what the interesting thing is, and we'll go back towards those other 2 lions now. The interesting thing is that so many things die here of natural causes. And indeed, as I said, I think when I was last time here, it's one of the major reasons we think that bipedalism, which is what you and I do when we're walking around, developed or evolved. Because there's this massive food source in these plains that goes uneaten by scavengers because so much dies of natural causes. So these lions don't always have to kill, they scavenge quite a lot, but there's lots of fresh meat for them to eat too. Now, we're going to attempt one more drive. We're going to go down through this little drainage here, you can see, and we'll go back to the female and missing tail there, and we'll see what they're doing on top of that termite mound. Right, here we go. Now, Jesse, very good question. You want to know why it is, thank you, Jean-Andre. You want to know, Jesse, why it is that sometimes lions don't kill prey if the prey doesn't run away. Well, it depends entirely on the prey, and certainly if you're a human being, what you try and do is when you see a lion on foot, you have to stand very still, because what prey does, of course, is run away. Now, it's just like a cat. if something moves in front of a cat gets up and chases it. And it's the same with a lion. And it's exactly the same thing that happened to the little wildebeest. The first time the wildebeest ran away from the lions today, it turned and faced the lion, and the lion stopped, because they don't understand what that means. They don't want to be hurt. They want to avoid any physical confrontation. And then when they turn around and turn their backs, that's when the lions realize, of course, that they had the advantage and they follow through. I hope that explains the answer. Now, all these other vehicles that are going past us now, unfortunately for them, have to leave the reserve. Goodbye, have a lovely dinner. We have got very special permission to be in here after dark. And so we'll see how long we're going to be here. Who knows how long it will be. It could be till 10:30 Central African time. It could be until much later than that. Let's see. Just going to go around this car, and we'll get another look at these lions on the top of this termite mound here. There we are. Chandra, I'm not convinced the top of my head is the best thing for these people to be looking at. There we are. We've got some lions now. And we will be able to go off-road at some stage. Off-road driving is not hugely fashionable in these parts, but we've got permission to do that too as night falls, and that's how we're going to follow these animals on the hunt. Hello, Liz. You're interesting about how the sizes compare to our Nkahumas and Birminghams. Liz, I think that you will find that the male is pretty much this. Well, he's a bit bigger because he's older, but I think he's not necessarily larger. It's known, for example, the Kalahari lions tend to be a little larger than our Kruger lions, but these chaps look to be around about the same size, I reckon, as our Birminghams. I would put them at slightly smaller than the Matimbas. And then this female is small, but I think that's because she's young. I think she's probably just finished with her first litter. Oh, and the first litter unfortunately killed. And she's now making peace with the new masters of the area. Thank you for that, Liz. Quite a remarkable thing that we're able to do this from the Sabi Sands as well. And of course, our favourite Nkahumas sitting there as we speak with their little cubs, which is just great. Now, let me stand up again. If you hear some grunting and groaning, it's my old bones. There we are. Made it. Hello, everybody. Now, let's have a quick look at the Olulolo escarpment there. There, where Dennis Fitch-Hatton was made dust to dust, as it were. On the back end of his adventures with Karen Blixen. And I'll just give you a little bit of a listen to this great East African sunset. This is quite interesting information we're getting through from the internet. Now, we've been trying very hard to find out what's going on with these lions. There seems to be a lack of clarity. And we've just had an interesting message from Karen. Thank you, Karen, for that, who's in turn receiving information from various sources. And that is that there are 4 marsh pride males. And apparently, distinctively, that one without the tail is one of them. I don't know if that means that they're dominant over the marsh pride themselves, which occurs or lives, the territory certainly is bounded by the Mara River. Why then, and Scar apparently is one of these 4, why then they should have killed the cubs, I don't know. That's very strange indeed, but we'll try and get a handle on this. And this is the great joy of being here right now, of course, is that we're able to try and figure out what's happening. As far as we're aware, these 3 males, well, I mean, we were told there were 3 males, have come into this area and have just taken over. But we'll try and find out and get some clarity as the evening goes on. Let's head back to South Africa and watch the southern sunset going down.
I guess an African sunset can't be beaten. And I think for the moment we'll just sit in silence for a couple of seconds and enjoy this incredible scene in front of us. The vulture found that lilac-breasted roller's attack all pretty boring, as that yawn indicated. Stunning. You can't really beat a vulture silhouette in a dead tree, can you? I'm sure you got some amazing screenshots. In the poetic words of Geraldine Kent, sometimes Africa provides scenes so beautiful they could be paintings. Alrighty. Now that we've taken a moment to soak in the atmosphere of an African evening, I have left the Nkuhumu cubs for now and moved off ever so slightly just to give some of the other vehicles a chance to spend a little bit of time there. When they're done, we might move back in depending on the light left available for us. But in the meantime, we do have this magnificent male lion right next to the vehicle. So there you go. From one lion pride to one lone male. We're about, I would actually say we're probably only about 300 meters away from where the rest of the Nkuhumas and the other two Birmingham boys are. And this gentleman, I think, just decided that actually he wasn't really in the mood for little biting teeth, and as we saw earlier, one grumpy male, and he decided that actually he's quite happy to settle down over here and enjoy spending a little bit of time on the road away from everyone and a bit of peace in his life. How amazing is that? Lions from South Africa, lions in Kenya, an opportunity to look right into a lion's eyes. And that is a stare that has inspired writers and painters and artists and poets and conservationists across the world. What is with you and your half yawns today? He nearly yawned earlier as well, and then just sat like this with his tongue sticking out. It's quite sweet. Now, the nice thing about this situation, of course, is usually we would be winding down the sunset safari, talking a little bit about the fact that we only have half an hour or so for him to start yawning. That is not the case today. He's looking across at the rest of the pride. We can't see them from where we are, but he knows they're there and he can hear them. Oh, distraction. Distraction by a fly. And this evening, we will be able to sit in the darkness with this male lion and watch as he goes about his day-to-day, night-to-night business. What will the Nkuhumas be up to tonight? We won't be following them with their cubs if they do go off-road. If they are still in exactly the same place, we will be able to sit with them with all of our lights off and with the infrared, so that we obviously are not spotlighting the cubs. We're not providing any additional noise or light. But if they move, then my decision will be not to follow them. So we won't be following the Nkuhumas at night. Not with those little cubs. The lionesses on their own would be a different story, but not with the cubs. But our big Birmingham boys are big enough and tough enough, and we'll be able to stick with them and experience a side of the African bush that we haven't yet, until yet, been able to. It's going to be an incredible experience. I'm so excited. I can't wait. Now, at some point, surely these lions are going to have to roar. That's their job as big dominant male lions. Make a lot of noise, let everybody know that they are dominant in this area, that all is fine and well, and that they are healthy and a force to be reckoned with. The world is our proverbial oyster, or at least Juma. Juma is our proverbial oyster, as night starts to fall. And just so you know, we have not been sent out into the wilds unsupplied. Dave and myself, as well as Taylor and Zander, we're giving a lunchbox. I haven't had a lunchbox since I was a child, or maybe a teenager, let's be more honest. Since I was a teenager, we've got a lunchbox. It's got sweets and sandwiches and bits of fruit and all kinds of things. We've got more water than we could possibly drink, and some Powerade. We've got it all happening here in the back of Rusty. The supplies are endless, so you don't need to worry about us. We're going to be more than perfectly fed and energized. I can't wait to find out what was on my sandwiches. And James Richards and Kruger sightings, you are as excited as we are about this evening's drive, and of course the fun. Look, those of you who've been with us for an extended period of time, you know this is going to be a new... Sorry, yawn. There we go. Thank you. Well done, Dave. We've been waiting for that moment, it feels like, for a very long time. You know that we're going to have to practice, and that sometimes something might go wrong, and we're all learning. We're still not entirely sure of the whole process. I think that's going to be half the fun. You get to join with us and learn with us and laugh at us when something doesn't particularly go as planned. I'm sure we're all going to have a marvellous time together. Right now this Birmingham boy is being thoroughly playful and trying to catch the flies. Although that's taken on a whole different dimension now that I've seen that injury of that poor Birmingham boy. Oh, such a tired boy. I wish we could solve the mystery of the mated pair. Where did she go? Where did they go? Perhaps we'll even have the 4 Birmingham boys together again for our first night. What an adventure this shall be. It's going to be an interesting experience for us as well, as guides. In some situations we might be sitting surrounded by lions that you can see and we can see on our monitor, but we won't be able to see with the naked eye. And that's going to be a whole different ball game for us. Another big yawn, a couple of paw licks. Most of you familiar with our lion body language. That usually means somebody is thinking about stirring. The thought has at least crossed his mind. While we wait for our apex predator to stand up and decide what he's going to be up to, let's jump on board with Taylor, who has got another massive animal for you.
My goodness, look at the strength of this female. Look how she's using her tusks to lift up and move that branches on the ground. Now, while you've been away, this female elephant has been digging her way down towards the roots. Now, if she digs in the deep, if she digs any deeper, she's going to end up getting to China. And it's actually been quite comical because the youngster has been shouting every now and then when mom won't let it take the route that she has dug up. And it's quite funny. The little one wants all the goodies, but without any of the work. And it's just incredible how she's able to use her feet like that. and dig up all the roots. Look at that. See all that lovely soil that she's kicking out as well. All nice, and it'll be great fertilizer. Look how she's trying to move those branches out the way again. She's found something that she's thoroughly enjoying. Oh, James has got some roaring lions in the Mara, everybody.
We've got some action here, everybody. We've got roaring lions. These ones are not roaring right now, but she started roaring, and the brothers are now roaring from behind here. This is great stuff. As she roared, he stood up. That's another male behind us. He's marking territory as his brother calls from behind. Now it's going to be fascinating over the next 5 days to try and figure out what's going on here. Who's who in the zoo, as it were. They've been calling a lot recently, every single night. Tired fellow, is he behind the bush view there, Jean? You're right. He's biting his tail now. Well, that's probably an indication as to how he lost the end of it. What an idiot. Now, just before we go back to, I think we're having quite a nice elephant sighting. We'll just wait and see what these guys do, but while they do, we've got 4 names of male lions of what could be the same coalition, one of which is Scar. We don't know if that is the same famous lion, Scarface, that lost his eye and right eyelid to a fight, and he was actually rescued as well by a vet because he was nearly killed by a herdsman. Now, we don't know if that's the same Scar that's in this coalition of 4. It would seem to me that it most certainly is not, because these guys have come in and killed the cubs that were probably Scarface's cubs. Let's move forward a little bit. I'll just try and ease my way down here. And we'll shortly be going to the infrared, everybody. How's that, Jandri? And there you can see him covered in flies and full-bellied. Look at that. Isn't that cool? Now you can see his mane is a bit fuller than the Birmingham manes, and that's just, like I say, a function of his age. It's not because he's any bigger, any more special in any way. It's simply that he is older. You might just be able to hear the robins calling in the background. And I'm sure those males are going to start calling at some stage. Oh, this fellow tries desperately to fight off the flies. We are also trying to take photographs, which we will post shortly. Most of them will be completely blurry because I've been taking them. Graham took a couple, so they should be fine. So night is falling beautifully. And it's just a real privilege to be out here at this time of the day. There's a gentle breeze blowing in from the north. Hello, Lynn. we did an experiment precisely for this reason yesterday, and you want to know, do we think the lions will be comfortable with us at night, or do you think they won't be? Do you think they might be afraid? Lynn, we got some really nice stuff from them last night, and we followed them for quite a long time, and they were absolutely fine. They were just like Sabi sand lions. They went about their business, and they seemed to be completely satisfied with having us around. The other piece of equipment that we have with us here is something called a FLIR, which is basically a thermal imaging camera, and it's an amazing thing. Jean-Andre will just quickly show you what does not look the most epic image you've ever seen in your life. But those white things there are the lions. They look like two white lizards. Two tropical house geckos, everybody. But what we will be able to see, of course, how this will help us immeasurably, is when we're following them on the hunt. We're not going to put white light on them if they're hunting. If they're eating, or if they're clearly marking territory, then we would white light them a little bit. We don't have much white light here, but otherwise it's going to be the infrared and that quite interesting thermal imaging camera. Let's get back to them. It's almost time to put on the thermal imaging, and we're going to try, as far as I know, I'm just going to ask for confirmation here from Rebecca. Basically, we will only go infrared the same time as South Africa does. Is that correct? So it's a little bit lighter there than it is here. And so we'll just wait for it to get a little bit dark. There's a red-eyed dove in the background. That's one of my favorite calls. Let's just listen. Obviously it's stopped now. Hello Ashka, an interesting one about what effect that lion might have, how his life might be different because he doesn't have his pom-pom. You say, would it affect his ability to navigate and perhaps communicate at night with the other lions? Ashka, I don't think so. I'm sure it would be a slight difference. I'm sure it would be easier for him to be followed through the bush if he had it. I'm sure that I don't think balance would make any difference at all. It's largely a following mechanism. So for other animals to follow him, slightly more difficult perhaps, but I don't think it makes a huge amount of difference. If you think about some of the animals, I'm going to use the term maimed, that we've seen, that two-thirds trunk elephant, and we know that she's absolutely fine. That is such an insignificance in comparison. Alrighty, while the light fades in South Africa, let's head back to the elephants with Taylor.
We're just capturing the last glimpses of light, as James says, here in South Africa. And hopefully a little bit later we'll be able to see what these elephants look like and how they interact with us with the infrared lights. Now, they are supposedly not, that they're not able to see those lights, so hopefully it won't have too much of an impact on them. And this female elephant, as you can see, she's on an absolute roll. She's been kicking over lots of small trees and digging out their roots, just like she was doing right now. And I'm sure that youngster, there he comes again, coming in to see if he can pick up Mom's scraps. Mom was getting very upset with the little one a few moments ago. And hopefully, as Mom is digging up all these roots, this youngster is taking notice of how a Mom is doing it, how she's using her feet. It's quite amazing how she utilizes every part of her body. So a few minutes ago there was a really, obviously quite a deep-rooted root, and she was struggling to pull it up with her trunk. So it was incredible. She went down onto her knees, her front legs, and she sort of locked her feet underneath it. Then she stood up and she stretched back onto her back legs and completely ripped the root straight out of the ground. I've never seen that technique before. It was quite amazing how she did that. They're happily munching away. So elephants do feed for about 19 hours a day. So I suspect when we do see them a little bit later, they are just going to be eating. They will normally rest during the hot hours of the day and keep moving at night. Go on, little one. Go in and see if you can pick up some more of Mom's roots that she's left behind. It's got a little twig of some sort. Maybe it's this very small root that it's munching on. And every now and then as well, this youngster tries to take a little suckle. But I think, unfortunately, Mom's milk is not as sweet as it used to be. Let's see what she's going to do now. You can see there how the back of her heel she's using almost like a spade, and she scoops the dirt into that indentation and it all comes out. Now, we've been seeing the elephants eating the roots, and I was telling you earlier a little bit about how elephants sort of eat the trees. Now, Tasha Michelle would like to know, do they just eat bits of the tree to get the bark or to get any nutrients, or are they just sort of crushing it and getting the liquid out of it? And now, yeah, sort of a yes answer for both of them. It depends on if it's a new branch or if it's an old branch. A new branch is a lot softer and it's easier for them to sort of crunch away. And then what they may do is they may eat entire parts of it. If it's an older branch, then they're normally just stripping the bark to try and get to the cambium level. So outside that harder, rough bark, just on the inside of that, there's a layer called a cambium layer that has got quite a bit of nutrients, and that's the layer that the nutrients are indeed transported from the roots to the leaves. Now, in the winter months, there's no need to do this because there are no leaves on the tree, and that's when you see them putting the branches into their mouths and just sort of corkscrewing them around, and then they are just going for the cambium layer. But sometimes, like I said, if it's a young branch, they'll actually squash the entire thing and eat it whole. The other elephants have moved off completely out of sight. We just hear them rumbling every now and then, just communicating with each other. Now, elephant communication is quite amazing. They have 4 main ways that they communicate, and often we hear a trumpeting. Now, trumpeting isn't a good sign, everybody. Normally it means that they are in distress. However, it could also mean that they are excited. And we were witnessing a little bit, just while we were off camera, this youngster throwing a tantrum and was letting out a few trumpets, just very upset with Mom. The other way that we sort of hear is the rumblings that seem to come from their stomachs, and it's sort of a, I'm going to try and imitate the rumbling, everybody. I don't know how good that was, but that is my impersonation of an elephant rumble, and that can travel quite a distance. So those rumblings sort of start in their stomachs, and I think they go right down into their feet, into the ground. And elephants have got sensory nerves in their feet that allows them to pick up those vibrations from many kilometers away. The rest of their communication is done through infrasound, which unfortunately is frequencies so low that we cannot hear them. She is on a digging spree, everybody. And I don't blame her, though. She might as well make the most of digging for roots. And then she'll be rewarded with lovely fresh shoots of grass that are coming up in the moment. Now, when she's pulling up these roots, I don't know if you've seen, let's just watch quickly. When she pulls them up, and hopefully we'll see it, there's quite a bit of soil still left on the root. Now, normally what they'll do is they'll shake it slightly just to get rid of some of that soil. They often do that with grass when they pull the entire roots out of the ground. There we go. See, she's got a bit of a bulb there as well. They'll shake them a little bit, there we go, like she's doing there. See how she's moving it around in her trunk? She's trying to get rid of that soil. So Oakley has asked if the soil damages their teeth. Now, Oakley, that is indeed correct. To a point, it does wear it down to some extent. And that is why they do spend a considerable amount of time, like we just witnessed now, of her rolling it around on her trunk, trying to get rid of some of that sand. And as I was saying, they do it with the grass too. They will wrap their trunks around some nice long pieces of grass, and then they will shake it and try and get all that soil that is clumped onto the edge of the roots and then eat it. But of course, they can't get all of it, to get rid of all of it, I'm afraid. So it does wear down their teeth a little bit. That's what we were chatting about earlier, is that their teeth tend to wear down a lot quicker during these winter months when the vegetation is scarce and they have to sort of dig for it beneath the ground. In the summer months where it's lovely, lush and green, it's not such a problem. Everybody, all the insects have just come alive. I'm going to sit very quiet for about a minute and just let you enjoy the wonderful sounds of nature while you watch these beautiful animals. Can you hear how everything has just come alive in the last few minutes? A lot of insects. I can hear some cicadas and crickets, and I can even hear the occasional frog squeaking away in the distance. And the birds that you are hearing are made up of crested franklins and Natal spur fowls, and they're just giving their last call just before the sun sets this evening. So they're going to find some nice spots to roost and wait out the night until the sun rises again tomorrow. Well, the sun has just disappeared behind the horizon. We can't see it anymore. So I reckon in about 20 minutes or so it's going to be a lot darker than it is now. And hopefully we're going to be able to switch over to the infrared. And I cannot wait to see what is going to be out there for us later this evening. I haven't done a night drive in a while, actually, in a few months. So normally, like you see here, the game drives consist of usually about an hour of darkness, but not much after that. So it's going to be great to spend some time out in the African wilderness in the middle of the evening. Now you saw she pulled that branch up quite easily. That looks like a bit of sandpaper raisin that she ripped out of the ground. Now she's not really going to eat the branches that are coming off there. I think she's just going to chew on the roots. Sort of like a bunch of grapes, the way that they were all stuck together quite nicely. She didn't shake it though, so there's probably quite a bit of soil that she's eating now. There we go. Last few roots in her mouth they go. Oh, how exciting, everybody. I believe that James has got his infrared up and running. Why don't you head on over to him and see how that looks?
There we are, everybody. Our little lioness. We've moved round. Her eyes are open. She might look like she's looking at us, but well, in theory, all she should see is couple of fairly dim red glows. She is in infrared, and as far as we're in black and white there. Yeah, one of the males calling. She's going to call now. Let's see. One of the males was just calling. There we go. Interesting that she's doing most of the calling. Ours is responding, but not the one here. It's interesting. One here is just lying there, wondering where his tail went. See? Can't quite figure out why it is that she feels like half a lion. Now, just to give you an idea, with my sort of naked eye, as it were, I can sort of make them out. Chandra, of course, has got a bright white light blinding me completely, but when I shield that from myself, I can just sort of make them out. These infrared lights are really quite special. And the thermal one is also pretty cool. And just in case you're wondering if there are leopards here, yes, we do see leopards here. We saw one leopard so far. We saw his back end sitting in a tree. He killed a wildebeest calf, I think. Oh, she's quite tired, but this, of course, as you know, is often a precursor to them getting up and moving, or licking their feet. Those claws that unfortunately were used to destroy the life of a little wildebeest calf today, but everything has to eat. I think we should make a little turn around them, don't you, Jandre? We get her face, unless we just let's wait here for a little while. We're not going to see anything coming down the road. I'm going to ask Graham to perhaps stick the flare down the road to see if there isn't another male coming yet, but it doesn't seem there is. There is the flare monitor, looking eerily Blair Witch style down the road. Oh, and there is the lioness, like an Egyptian god, pale white upon the termite mound. Isn't that cool? That's called infrared and thermal imaging. That's what we do here. That's how we roll at Wild Earth. That's me in infrared, Andre. That's dangerous. Don't do that to me again. That's so cool. Now, it's pitch black dark now here in the Mara. I think you've still got a bit of light left in South Africa, which is quite cool. And we're into now the second drive in a row, as it were. And I must just tell you that while we look at these sleeping kitties, this is the first time I've ever heard myself present a full show. I can hear my own voice talking to myself exactly 1/2 second after I say what I say. It is very disconcerting, and my brain may explode before 11 o'clock tonight. Andre, we heard that. Was that your belly? Yeah. The other bad news, of course, is that we don't have our packed suppers with us, which means we're going to be very cranky at the end of this. Yes? Oh, there seems to be some heat there on the flare, everybody. I wonder if that ain't a herd of beefalo. Look at that. Seem to be herd of buffalo heading this way. All right, while we try and figure out what exactly those white spots are in the background, Jamie Patterson is back with the 8 little Nkahuma cubbies.
We are back with them, and my word, what a noise everybody's making. Bless you, girl. Lion cubs everywhere. Lioness is desperately trying to gather them all together as night starts to fall. How cool is this? There is not one single light on around our vehicle. And whilst I can still see them, the time is going to come very shortly when I cannot. Lionesses are contact calling constantly. I think gathering their cubs together at this time of day is kind of like herding wet cats. As they try to gather them together, possibly even try and find a safe place to leave them before they head out into the night to see if they can catch something. Because the one thing that's very noticeable is that whilst the males have full bellies, the females do not. One small antelope is not enough to feed 5 adult lionesses, especially not. Oh, wow, yes, very scary. Amazing. And right next to us, can I look back into camera, Dave? I can look back into camera. Right next to us is a lioness in almost total darkness, gently cleaning her cub. How incredible is this? The vision, ladies and gentlemen, of Graham Wallington and his incredible team is slowly but surely coming to life. Not that it hasn't already, but as technology reaches the point where we can bring you these scenes, I don't think we could be any more excited than we currently are. Look at you. This is something we've not been able to see. We've never been able to stay with these cubs after dark. And as I said, if they do move, then I am not going to be following them. Oh, it sounded like you were talking there, little one. Whoa. As the cubs have a little bit of an argument, let's jump all the way back to the Mara Triangle.
Link. Now we've moved slightly, everybody. This is the second male now. Got up and come across here, probably to see what's going on. He's exhausted after his walk of 150 meters. It's approximately 400 feet. He seems to be missing an ear, is he? Oh, I wonder. Maybe he's just got a scraggly, I've just got up haircut. But they are in prime conditions, these male lions. Well, they're not youngsters. You might be able to see they're just a bit fuller up. They're a bit fuller, a bit filled out compared with the Birminghams. And it's now completely dark outside. And what we'll do at some stage, not right now, is just show you exactly how dark it is by turning off the IR. He is now grazing. This is because he feels like he might be a wildebeest. No, he's decided I'm not a wildebeest after all. But I do have a slightly sore tummy after all the wildebeest I've been eating. Now the reason there are so many hundreds and thousands of different animals living on these plains is because of many of the grasses that you're looking at now that this lion is luxuriating in. And it's called, most of it's called Themida triandra, or red grass. Here they call it red oat grass, which is a rather more romantic name, I feel. And it just supports an incredible array of animals because the soil beneath it is so much more fertile than it is in southern Africa. And that's because in southern Africa you've got those big woodlands, and those woodlands are supported by soils that are far less fertile than the ones here. and that's because the ones in South Africa are much more ancient than the ones up here. There's relatively, well, in fact, very distant volcanic activity in this area, but much more recent than it was in southern Africa, and so that's why these great plains contain so many nutrients that are able to sustain this immense sward of red grass, and in turn the herbivores that come and eat on it year in and year out. I think the other interesting thing about the system, while we watch this lion just licking his feet, is that it really is an area of, just probably completely wilderness. There's no human interference at all. They don't, well, there's no pumping of water, bar for one little pond that I saw that I think is more a borrow pit than it is pumped water. And also, crucially, there's one sort of management regime of the land. Huge areas of land get burned every year, and then they get rested, but because there's only one kind of landowner, it all gets treated in the same way, and I think that's a tremendously effective way to run a piece of wildlife land. Very nice. Just remember, we're as live as everyone else is, and we're going to be live. If you're surprised as to why we're still live, this is the Safari Marathon, if you like. We're going to be live for 7.5 hours, which means we do need to keep talking to you. Please hashtag Safari Live, questions at wildearth.tv. And I know perhaps many of our British viewers are getting home from work or arriving home and thinking about cooking some fish and chips or mushy peas or some bangers, perhaps even. He is missing that ear, you know that. There we are. Is he? I think it's earless. Earless, pom-pomless, and a couple of others. They do have proper names if this is the male coalition we think they are, and I'll get to that a little bit later. So back to the British guests or British viewers. If you're watching, please, would be great to have some questions from you, of course, because it is now your time of having supper. While you think about what you're going to have, let's head across to Jamie, who has got still the Nkuhuma cubs in the last of the southern African sunlight.
This is the weirdest and coolest feeling in the world. The lion is lying right in front of our vehicle. I can barely see her in the gathering darkness. I can just hear the noises coming from the front of the vehicle. And I'm effectively entirely reliant upon Dave to show me what's going on. This is so cool. Also, quite weird. Cubs having a tantrum, having a suckling tantrum. There they go. Wandering into the drainage line. Two of the cubs have just... Oh my word, this noise. Pardon? Awesome. I don't think my eyes have ever been so wide. Struggling to see in the dark. Where did that third lioness one? Where did she disappear to? I've got no idea. This is such a strange feeling. It's amazing how incredibly brave the cubs are at night as well. One of them's right next to our vehicle, right near the front. These two over there have been having such an argument over that piece of skin on the right. They have been fussing and growling at each other, making noises that you wouldn't even believe possible coming out of something so small. The fiercest of growls. They sound like adult lions. And they've been having the fiercest tug of war. And they just refuse to give in. A battle of wills going on. those ears on the one on the right. Right back flat. This is so surreal. I can hear them moving all around me, but I can't see them properly. It really is the strangest feeling. And right now, we've just got to wait for them to move. Now, Tracy, you wanted to know, is it safe for us to be so close to the lions at night? And the answer is yes, it is. As we've said many times, when we're in the vehicle at night, we're not on their menu. When we're on foot at night, it's a totally different story. That being said, even though I know rationally I'm completely safe, and Dave is completely safe, there is still that part of us that is very, very primitive, and in the darkness we're so aware, we're so robbed of our primary sense that you can't help but kind of have your head on a swivel. Your hearing suddenly 10 times better than it was before, and I keep peering backwards as if I'm going to see something. So whilst yes, we are 100% safe, it is a very disconcerting feeling. It's a very, very strange feeling. Luckily, the cameraman and the presenters have been working together day after day, hour after hour, for an extended period of time. We always talk about presenter-cameraman sync when we chat in our review sessions, and this is where it's become more important than ever before. Like now, when I just heard a lioness trip over a log and come next to the vehicle. Dave was there. Thank you, Dave. I wondered where she went. Oh, sorry, let me move my head. I can't begin to describe this feeling to you. It's both exhilarating and my heart's racing at the same time, which I suppose is exhilaration in its own way. It's like being on a roller coaster. This is so unbelievably cool. Amber Eyes has disappeared. I have no idea where she is. What an interesting observation from Bethany, who says it looks like the back stripe on the back of the ears of the Nkuhumas are horizontal and those on the back of the ears in Kenya are vertical. You wanted to know if they're different for each individual lion. They're definitely different for each individual lion, as our lioness disappears into the darkness. But at the same time, I'm sure there is a genetic combination there. So if there's, in this particular area, if the genetics have gone towards horizontal ear stripes, then that's what we're going to see. Whereas... Sorry, I'm just listening to the Game Drive channel as well. I'm sure there is a genetic link. And the lions in Kenya will look different to the lions in South Africa. Hello, look at you. With your bright eyes. Ah, look at this. Hello, gorgeous little faces. All the while we're watching these two cubs play, the other two, from what I can hear, I can't see, but I can hear. They are still furiously fighting over that piece of skin. Somewhere there. Somewhere in that general black direction. There we go. Well done, Dave. Dave's job is now infinitely more complicated because he's got to do all kinds of things like positioning of the infrared lights, positioning of the camera. So a serious round of applause for our incredible cameraman, who somehow managed to get better every single step that this company takes. A truce has been reached. They're just growling at each other now. And holding the piece of skin. There's not even any meat on it. They've just got it in their mouths. Awesome. I can't see anything now. The light is dark enough, the sun has gone down enough that I absolutely cannot see anything. Except the beeping of the VR in the front, or the flashing of the VR in the front that I can see. Oh, such fierce growls. And you can actually see how incredibly important that black on the back of the ears is. Oh, here we go, we've got some calling again. As our third lioness rejoins us once more. I'm keeping largely silent because half of the magic of the sighting is the sounds that are coming from these lions. This is amazing. I've been listening keenly to the Game Drive channel at the same time, and some interesting things have been happening. Let's jump on board with Taylor and see if there's more that she can tell you.
Hello again, everybody. I just found us a big male leopard, but he has now disappeared into some very, very thick vegetation, I'm afraid. He's been quite vocal, so I'm just going to sit here patiently and hope that I can call again, just so he can pinpoint his location to us. It's one of the resident male leopards known as Tingana, and boy is he a beautiful boy. But I can't see where he's gone now. It seems like he's come from the north and he's coming south. So I was really hoping that he was going to pop out just over here. And I'm waiting for Aubrey to also come and give us a hand. When these animals do move through the very thick vegetation, it makes it quite difficult to move along through here. Let's carry on a little bit. Perhaps he's on his way to the Djuma Dam to have a look. To have a drink. So if you can, please keep an eye out on the dam cam for me in case he makes it there before I do. And I'm just going to jump on the radio just to try and find out where Aubrey is, because I really, really need his help. He's got a tracker, and his trackers helps a lot because when maneuvering off-road, he's got someone to help him and tell him where to sort of drive. Aubrey Taylor. Aubrey, I don't have visual of this Madoda Ingwe. I don't know if he's gone through the Chikovenin that runs just to the north of Vuyatela towards the Mati. I'm going to carry on with shortcut, Galago shortcut, and head towards the dam. Goodness, it's so difficult to multitask with all these things. Let's go around here. He didn't come out unless he's gone into the camp itself. I'm not sure. Okay, right everybody. I think let's go to James and see what he's up to while I try and navigate through the drainage lines here on Djuma and try and find Tingana.
Now that's just a brief shot, everybody, of what you're looking at there. It's one lion in the foreground and a herd of beefaloes coming this way from the other side. Now, this of course is why we came here. Let's go down to the IR view of the actual lion. That's me. Hello. The lion is over there. And there he is, over the top of the snorkel. And we're here, of course, to try and see if we can follow a lion hunt at night, and you can see that there is clear space between the buffalo and the lion. But these lions have been roaring, and so their enthusiasm for hunting, well, it must be called into question. But let's see what happens. This is a great opportunity to see if the lions of the Mara are going to hunt the buffalo across these plains. It would be quite something to see. We thought for a second they might be gnus, but no, they're not. They're definitely buffalo. They're too big. Sitting next to me, you may have seen there, is Simon, and Simon is the head warden at the Ulololo Gate, which is the major... Oh, this is exciting. I'll tell you a bit more about Simon later. Taylor has got the spotted prince of cats.
We just keep missing him, everybody. He's disappearing into the darkness, as you can see. I haven't switched to infrared just yet, everybody, just because it's proving difficult to try and keep up with him, and I really need to be able to see where I'm going. Let's try and get him again. He's playing cat and mouse this evening, but I'm so excited because it's the first time I'm able to see Tingana. And I know Jamie had such a special sighting of him the other day. Now he's very vocal. He just called again, so hopefully we're going to be able to catch him calling for us, because it's quite a beautiful sound. It's not quite like a lion roar. There he is on the road again, and I just need to tell Aubrey that we've got him. Aubrey, we're still on shortcut, Gallagher shortcut. He's little mobile east. There's one unlock, Makulu Madora Ingwe, one making the approach. He's going to mark over here. Can you see that? See how he's spraying his urine up against this tree. Listen, listen. Can you all hear that? Now this is Karula's territory, everybody. So I wonder if he's perhaps looking for her, or he could also be doing a territorial patrol with him marking his territory like that. He's maybe just indicating to everybody that, oh, let me get out of four-wheel drive, otherwise we're not going to be able to go anywhere. Maybe he's just indicating to the other male leopards that this area is occupied. This is quite exciting. I'm going to be doing a lot of turning around and trying to focus on where I'm going. Oh no, please don't go into the thick bushes, Tingana. Until he settles down, I think we're going to stay with just a spotlight. And when he becomes a little more static, then we'll try and switch to IR. It's just very thick vegetation through here, everybody. But isn't he beautiful? He's a big leopard. And I believe he's about 9 years old. And he doesn't even have a neck anymore. He's just got a dewlap. Can you see that? Look when he turns to the side there. Now that's an indication that he is well mature. Fantastic genetics. And we're going to try and keep up with him. He's very relaxed with the vehicles, which is quite nice. Here he is, just going to come out to the left of us. Everyone, I just need to update the sighting. There are lots of people asking away here. Modora Ingwe still mobile along a shortcut, Gallagher shortcut. He's mobile in an easterly direction. I presume he's going to head to the Mati, to Puza. There's one unlock, one standing by, or I think two mobiles now standing by at the Mati. Right, everybody, let's carry on following this man. Isn't it incredible? I was uncertain if we were going to see a leopard this evening. We were actually stopping using the luxury facilities, and I got quite a fright, obviously. Basically, it got caught with my pants down and the leopard calling in the distance. Can you imagine how frightening that must have sounded? Quite funny, though. And now he's walking straight down the middle of the road, everybody. When he goes to this dam, and if I'm thinking that's what he's going to do, he's heading straight there, then we will switch to infrared, because hopefully we'll get a few moments with him when he's not moving too much. It's just unfortunately going to be too difficult for me to try and navigate if he does decide to go down into one of these drainage lines. There he is. Oh my goodness, he's giving us a show this evening. Let's try keep up with him again. Isn't that incredible? That raspy call that he does. That's quite spectacular. And hopefully maybe we'll be able to try and follow him for quite a while this evening and see what he gets up to, seeing as we're going to be staying out nice and late this evening. So I hope you've all got your popcorn ready and a nice cup of tea or something along those lines, just to keep you going for the next few hours. Now, what are you going to do? Are you going to go left or are you going to go right? You're actually maybe not even going to go to the water. While I try and navigate through this thick vegetation that this leopard is heading into now, I think head on to James and the Mara, and I think he's also following a big cat.
The lion has got up, everyone. He made a big roaring noise, of course, and then we thought, well, he's obviously not going to try and kill a buffalo if he's shouting at them, and he's managed to get up, and he's now walking towards the others. So let's see what happens here. We might see all three brothers together, which will be very exciting. And he seems to be marking his territory there. We'll just switch off here a second. He's walking straight towards them. He's just going over this little dry drainage line area. I think we're still alive. I seem to have lost the final control. Andre, you still got them? Nope. We may or may not be live. Oh, we still have us. That's excellent. Good stuff. Oops. Oh, just dropped my Skype call. This area is a disaster for signal. And rate the quality of the call, it wants to know. 1 out of 5. It's going to get for that one. Alright, so we're just going to see what he does. If he goes flat with the others, we might consider going towards the herd of buffalo, because behind that herd of buffalo, apparently today, the rest of the lions were. So that would be interesting. And there was a rumour of another male with them, a young male apparently. But this is just hearsay. Move a little bit closer. I have to turn the lights on a bit, otherwise I can't see anything, and we'll drive into the riverbed and I will be in immeasurable amounts of trouble. See what we can get here. Just going to try and figure out why. Right, I'm not sure. We're trying to get hold of the final control. We've lost them for now. That's okay. We'll figure it out as we go along. We'll just let him get a little bit used to us, and then we'll move up next to him and see if we can't get all three of them in one shot.
Stream's still going. The reason why we lost comms is because we parked it where we lost it before. This is where the Safari SIM cards fall out. We are still live.
Right, let me just do this quickly. We're just going to keep watching everybody.
Sorry about that, everybody. James's communication disappeared. Dave and I have just had one of the most intense experiences, certainly the most intense experience of my life, Dave.
Yes.
It was unbelievable. This is absolutely the most bizarre feeling in the world. The lions, all of them, the males, the females, the cubs, started to roar. We can't see a thing. I don't even know exactly where they are. I can't tell you how incredible that was. I'm actually shaking. I always used to, when we had lions roaring, I'd switch off all my vehicle lights with guests. But that was different because you got your piece of skin. You got to take that all the way with you, little one, as you go on a journey. It's going to be hard work. I've never experienced anything like that in my life. As I said, I used to switch off all the time with lions roaring next to us, but we had lights on at one point and we were able to use lights at that time. That was this earth-shattering sound all around us, everywhere around us. On Central Road and Yala Road, the males calling. That was so cool, and at the same time slightly terrifying. And just like that, I have absolutely no idea where the lions are. Really, seriously, that was incredible. Holy moly. I had my spotlight in my hand just in case I needed to see where I was and what I needed to do. I don't know where the lions are. It's probably time for us to move. I think they have moved off, so we'll be able to reposition. And while we do that, let's go across to Taylor for an update.
Everybody, I'm doing some interesting driving over here, but don't worry, a lot of these trees that I'm going over are dead. Can you see him? Oh, Eggsy's pointing him out to me. We just need to try and find a way through here. We've got lots of aerials and cameras and things that we need to watch out for. Eggsy, are you looking out for that aerial? I've lost him, everybody. Where did he go? There he is. I found him again. He's just in the distance, so I want to see if I can edge on closer to him, but through the easiest way. Now, he's decided that he's not going to give himself up so easily tonight. He's going to make us work for it, which is fine, but it is getting awfully thick, I'm afraid. I'm still waiting for Aubrey to come and help us. I think we're going to have to try a different route. And I'm fine there. Sorry everybody, I'm going to be quiet for a few moments just while I try and move around here. Trying to find where this male leopard has now disappeared. Where did you go? I've completely lost him now. Ooh. No, that's not him. That's Aubrey making his way into the sighting. I have no idea where this leopard has gone, everybody. It is very thick, as you can see. Let me shine the lights for you. Just have a look how dense it is. It doesn't actually look too bad, but there's lots of trees and things that are quite high that I can't go over. So I'm going to see if I can't send Aubrey in to try and have a look, and so we can find a spot that we can go through. His vehicle is a lot sort of lower than ours. Right, let's try and get out of here and find another way around, because this way is impenetrable. So he's obviously doing his rounds, and I think he's not interested in the ladies at the moment. I think he's just advertising to everybody that this is his territory. I'm gonna have to chat to Aubrey as well, just to let him know that I don't know where he is. I don't know, maybe we can go through here. We can only try. Please excuse me while I maneuver around everyone. I apologize for not chatting away to you. I'm trying my best at multitasking. Sorry, I almost had a stick jump out and bite me on the head. Okay, we went down here. Let's try and meander through this thicket, past this big marula tree. Hopefully Aubrey knows his routes a bit better, and he'll be able to gauge where he's gone. Let's sneak through here. My multitasking skills are improving though. We're also making sure we don't drive over any thorn branches. Otherwise, getting a puncture out here at this time of the night is going to be extremely interesting. And this leopard was moving at quite a speed, so I have absolutely no idea where he's gone now. But we will keep scanning away and hopefully we pick up on either his eye shine. He's given us a slip. He's gone more west of us, everybody. I don't know if you heard that in the distance. Let's quickly head around. And it just shows you, even though we've got spotlights and cameras and all sorts of things on him, we can't get him. Right, let me send you over to James, I think. I'm going to have to do some very nice bundu bashing, as we call it.
Now we've left the lions, everyone. They're fast asleep, but they can sense something's up, possibly just the fact that we've come after them, and we're now sitting here in the pitch black darkness, shining a very dim red glow on them. And this is one of the great joys of what we're doing out here, of course, is that we can view animals we don't normally see in the night, during the night. And that means we can assess what their behavior is at this time of the day, because normally we wouldn't be looking at them. I suspect on a warm night like this, these buffalo will probably feed a bit, and then as it gets towards the late night, they'll probably lie down and chew the cud. They would have heard those lions. We're not far from them now, probably only about, I don't know, about a kilometre or so, no less, probably about 400 metres, a quarter of a mile from where the lions are. But they were roaring, and so whether they'll try and hunt the buffalo or not, I don't know. I'm pretty sure they know the buffalo are here. They would have heard them grunting and groaning as they've walked along. But we'll wait and see what happens. What we were rather hoping to do is head down the road here and see if we couldn't find the rest of this pride, the Kichwa pride, and introduce ourselves to the other 5 lionesses. Sandra, I think you're going to have to kill that light because of the quite astonishing number of insecta there. Jose, I don't know. I think that's quite an interesting question you're asking there. I think, if I heard your question correctly, you're trying to find out if the animals are able to see in infrared at all, and perhaps they can see. Perhaps we're assisting them with their view of the world. I think it's possible. I don't know that I think some animals see in a form of infrared. Infrared, of course, is a lower wavelength than we're able to see. And I think some animals could certainly see it, especially those perhaps that have to see at night. But I don't think it'll look anything like the picture you're looking at now, which is quite astonishing given how pitch black dark it is outside. The moon apparently will come up at around 9 o'clock local time. That's 8 o'clock Central African time. So that'll be quite interesting to see. I'm not sure, looking above me here, there are some stars, a smattering, but it's quite a cloudy night. So we'll sit with these beefies for a little while, and then we'll make our way down the road and see if we can't find those other lionesses, because it would be just very special to see the whole pride and introduce ourselves to them so that they all know what you look like and what you sound like, and me too. And they know what Gendre's socks smell like. Now, I think I may have made a mistake. I told Gendre to turn off the presenter light because it was attracting insects, but now, of course, the monitors inside the screen are attracting every fly this side. Oh, listen, listen. You can see the buffalo not particularly worried about it, but they're definitely aware of exactly where that sound's coming from. So they all turn to face, obviously decided they're not close enough to be of too much worry, and they've got on with it. They may well lie down here. They haven't moved very fast since we first spotted them with the flare. And maybe, Jean, shall we try another flare shot? I will hold it up for you. There is my head, everybody. Look at what they look like. Isn't that amazing? That is so cool. You see there, John Doe, one of them has just relieved itself. And its dung is still warm. That's an astonishing thing to behold. It's quite a good way of tracking, I suppose. You can tell how fresh some dung is. Now that buffalo looking at us, I think, is looking at the sound of my voice. There I am, everybody. I don't think it's... Oh, it probably could smell us too, obviously. But I don't think it's looking at us. It's so cool. Chewing the cud. Herds of buffalo here compared with the Sabi Sand, I thought had been quite similar, you know. We don't see many of them in the Sabi Sand, but when we do, they're sort of 150 to 200 strong, and that's been roughly the same as here. Yeah, smelling now. Just see the nose lifting. Jean, what about the other side of the car? I think there's one there. I heard some...
Which side, sorry, James?
Sorry, to the left. Let's just see how far the extent of this herd goes. There we are. There they are. A good sized herd this year. I'd say about 250 belching animals, and they're staring at us now. Not particularly sure of what they're looking at. They can smell diesel. Like I say, Gendre's socks. Yeah, one of the members of the back of the vehicle making a slight belch there, and I'm sure they can sense that, wondering what it is. Maybe they think there's a buffalo in the back of this car. But not affected. They're quite interested. You can see carrying on with the business of chewing the cud. Not in the least bit worried. Which is exactly what we want out here. Cool. So if you have just joined us, everyone, we have extended the drive, of course, for a extra four and a half hours. Quite a nice extension to our normal drive. And that is, of course, to explore the night creatures that are going on in the Sabi Sands in South Africa, and, of course, here in the Mara Triangle. And what we're hoping for over the course of the next 5 nights is to be able to follow the lions on the hunt. And it's a unique opportunity here, because you can basically drive over an immense area, and we also know, of course, that it's clear, it's open. It's not the woodland of the Sabi Sand, and while the Nkuhumas have killed 3 times, I believe, in the last few nights, and you may well get an Nkuhuma kill while we're watching these shows, we're hoping that we're going to get a Kenyan kill over here in the Mara Triangle. It will be very special indeed. Especially if the wildebeest come back. We've had rain for the last 3 nights. We think they could well come wandering back here. That one's just having a sniff at the air. Wet nose, obviously in fine health. Hello Janet, I think I heard your question correctly. Unfortunately, someone in the final control seemed to be headbutting the wall while the question was being asked. I think your question was, do I think that animals sense differently at night from during the day? Well, here we go. Oh, am I not a bit afraid of being next to the animals in the dark because they may scent us differently in the darkness? No, I'm no more afraid, because I think they're very used to us. It's an interesting one, though. You know, if we were in a completely open vehicle next to lions we didn't know at all, would I be a little bit nervous? Maybe for a little while, but we know those lions in the Sabi Sand, we can sit next to them all night long, and we have done often with the lights off. They don't treat us any differently from the way they treat us now. And so no, I'm not nervous at all. Do I think they scent us differently? Yes, probably slightly, but in the same way that you at night, when you wake up in the dead of the night and you perhaps need to go and get a snack from the kitchen, you use your ears and your sense of touch and your sense of smell to get you to the kitchen rather than your eyes. And I think it's the same very much for these animals here. Ooh, Taylor's got a very interesting little primate to show you.
I don't know if you're going to be able to get a good view of this, everybody. We're just trying to find it. Go down a little bit, Eggsy. Down. There we go. Now you can see a little tail, and we have actually got a bush baby in the tree. We were racing around to try and find a Tingana who was moving through some thick vegetation, but we'll hopefully try and follow up on him. There we go. Look at this bush baby. Look at the little. Oh, have a look at the fingers. Look at the hands. If it does sit still again, that's going to be amazing. But unfortunately, they do jump quite a bit. And let's see if we can maybe get one more glimpse of it. Maybe it's come out into the open for us. It's a nice warm evening. Oh no, unfortunately I can't find it anymore. Where did you go? Oh, there, I see movement on the trees. My goodness, it's hopping away. It's over here. There it is. Can you see it? Have a look, have a look. Oh my goodness, you are so lucky, everybody, to be seeing this little bush baby. So if you can zoom in a little bit more, I want you to have a look at its feet and its hands. It's quite difficult. It's obviously quite dark. Maybe should we try infrared while it's sitting here? Let's have a look. Can you see it there? It's quite difficult. You can just see the glow of its eyes now. But what I wanted to tell you about this Gallagher, this bush baby, sorry everybody, I got so excited, was that they've got incredible little hands. I don't know if you saw very quickly a glimpse of how fat their fingers are. Now we can't go in too much with. Oh, there's another one. What on earth is going on this evening? We have been so lucky. Look at the two of them. I'm chopping and jumping. I'm so excited. Did you see how they were grooming each other? And I can hear Tingana in the background as well. I think he may have crossed out of our property, unfortunately, but we'll spend some time with these bush babies. So these look like two adults. Possibly it's a male and a female. Now, both of them are territorial. They both actually mark and defend territories. And very much like a leopard, you'll have many females that have got much smaller territories. And then you'll have a male who comes through and sees all these lovely females. So that is quite amazing. Normally you just see them on their own, but unfortunately they have leapt out of our view now. But that was quite spectacular. As I drive, we're going to try our luck and see if Tingana is still around. I wanted to tell you now about their hands, and I don't know if you managed to see the very broad fingers that they had. And those are amazing how they've adapted for obviously climbing as well as for grabbing insects. They'll grab insects while they're leaping in the air. They'll grab a flying insect, or they will grab something on the ground too. That was very special, everybody. A very short glimpse, but how amazing to see two unusual creatures. Let's head back to James and see how he's faring in the Mara.
Jamie here, not James, I'm afraid to say. But we do have a lion. Might not be a Mara triangle lion, but there's definitely a lion. We have let the Nkuhumas and their cubs wander off after our incredible experience with them all around the vehicle. And for now we have returned to our Birmingham boy, who is still lying up quite comfortably in the middle of the road and showing no inclination that he's going to go wandering off. So Mike is here with some guests, so we're just going to speak quite quietly, and that's the light that you are seeing. Because it is an adult lion, we are able to spotlight him, which is where the extra level of illumination is coming from. It looks really cool though. This whole experience has been utterly incredible. And he goes about cleaning his mane. How's that? This is all very, very cool. Such an amazing experience. I haven't even thought about my lunchbox. That's how amazing an experience it has been. Oh wow, those scars look even more impressive in this light. There's an intense look for you. Now, James Bear, my goodness, yes, you asking a question that I was asking myself as well, which is are the lions reacting any differently to us at night than they are during the day? And the answer is no, and I didn't really expect them to be honest. We know that lions react differently when we're on foot at night, as opposed to during the day, but they've never reacted differently to us in vehicles at night. Not in my experience in the bush. They might be a little bit bolder. The cubs, I think, were the biggest difference. The cubs were a lot more relaxed with us at night than they are during the day. They walked right up to the vehicle. They didn't even give us a secondary glance. I think they do just feel a bit more secure at night. It wasn't that we were feeling as if we were in any more danger. It's just interesting to see how they respond to us without spotlights. And the answer was they didn't respond any differently to any other time that we've sat with them at night with lights. It was just the cubs that were interesting because they were much more relaxed. But as you can see, I mean, this Birmingham boy is just ignoring us. Now, Christine, you wanted to know what the concern is with following the cubs at night. That was a decision that we came to after a couple of after discussions, and my decision was that the additional noise as we follow them at night, and it's very, very difficult to drive without lights. I felt that it was a step too far. I didn't want to interfere with their nightly activities in a way that might compromise them, and I can't see all that well when I'm driving without lights. So I can't drive purely with the infrared. I have to have lights on, and if I didn't, I wouldn't be able to see more than 10 meters in front of my vehicle, and I'm not prepared to take that chance. So that was my reasoning behind why I decided we would not be following cubs at night. Extra noise, extra sound. I can't see as well as I can see during the day or with my lights on. I'm trying to move out of your way. Oh, this is so cool. Oh. Cool. Okie dokie then. Well, that was an inconvenient place, mister. Oh, this is so weird. I'm staring into the darkness. I know there's a lion there, but I can't see him. I can only see him on my monitor. Amazing. Alright, let's head across to Taylor and see what she's up to.
Look at this massive beetle that I've managed to find. I almost actually squashed him, and then luckily I saw him scurrying along the road. So this is called a two-spot beetle. It's in the largest order of insects, which is the Coleoptera family, and that is obviously the family of beetles. Now, this beetle has obviously come out onto the road to try and hunt some other insects. I'm actually being plagued by moths at the moment because of all the lights. And what I'd really like to try and do is I'd like to see what this looks like with the infrared. I don't know how well it's going to work, but let me switch off everything else. Let's see how it goes. No, nothing. There it is. It's still there. We're trying to switch to IR, everybody, but it didn't seem to work. So we will just look at him normally. There we go. Okay, there we go. Look at him. This is amazing, this infrared. Now, I know certain insects can see color, but I'm not sure if they can see this infrared light. It'll be quite interesting to find out. I'll have to do a bit of research when I get back home late this evening to find out if insects can actually see infrared light. He's scurrying along looking for something to eat this evening, and it's really nice because the temperature is quite warm. There's no wind, so I suspect that we're going to be seeing quite a few insects this evening. Now, I'm actually going to send you on to James this time, everybody, and not to Jamie. Sorry, I didn't hear Rebecca in final control this evening. My brain is still so excited about everything that we just saw in the last few moments. Well, I hope James is having lots.
See what else we can find along this road. Like I said, there, as you can see perhaps in that, well, look, it's not the best picture you've ever seen, but we have something quite interesting there, and we're going to go and drive off-road and see if we can't find what it is. Are you ready? That's Jean-Andre pointing out what it is we were looking at. Right, on we go. Now, Graham, we're going to try and get off-road here. This might result in us being stuck for 7 days, but we'll try it anyway. Are we still going towards it, Graham? Isn't it difficult to tell? We're going straight towards it now, everybody. Now, it could be something as exciting as an aardwolf, a striped hyena, a spotted hyena. It could also be a hot rock, perhaps even a very large piece of warm dung. It will be fascinating to know when we get there. Can you see it? Simon says he can see eyes. That's encouraging. Hello, everyone. Excuse my not looking at you. I do not wish to singe my eyeballs with the IR. IR is off. Hi, everybody. What can you see there, Simon? We're getting closer. Oh, I can see eyes. Oh. We've seen one of those before, haven't we, Andre? There you are, everybody. It's your first Mara Impala. Yes. Well done, everybody. Again. Let's go back to the road and we'll carry on this adventure. This is an excellent way to spot things at night. I'm thoroughly impressed with the thermal camera, thoroughly impressed with the infrared, thoroughly impressed, frankly, with being in Kenya. I haven't seen Merrill or Robert just yet. Right, now, we've got very special permission to be off-road. There isn't a lot of off-road driving here, and that's because it's much the same as in the Kruger National Park. In the Kruger National Park, of course, it is a national park. And if you had everybody driving off-road willy-nilly, well, there'd probably be quite a lot of environmental damage. You think this is not good, Simon? You think we must go to the right? Ow, I've just broken my elbow on one of the sharp points that the Land Rover designers have very kindly put in here. We'll try and get back onto the road. What do you think, Simon? Do you think we'll make it? You think we'll get stuck for 7 weeks? Simon is in agreement that we'll be stuck for 7 weeks. There we go. So what we're going to do is continue driving along this road, see if we can't find the other 5 lionesses. Perhaps they are in the process of hunting. then we might be very lucky. Oh, there goes my water bottle. There's the top of my head. Thank you, Gendre. Very flattering angle. So, we don't have a roofless car, everybody, for the same reason that most people don't have, just like in the Kruger, most people don't have open cars because, of course, this is a national park and you can drive your own car. Jamie apparently has some lions. That is going to be much better than watching me contort myself to look at you. Let's go and have a look at them.
I don't think it'll be any better than James, but it is magnificent. And our male lion is very much on the move. Now, it's going to be impossible for me to follow him down into this drainage line itself, so I'm going to have to go around. I'm hoping he's going to give us one more big roar. Oh, I can do this actually. There we go. He's been marking his territory pretty much consistently since he stood up a little while ago. And off he goes. He's going to go and investigate where that kill site was. That's exactly where he's heading. And that is our cue to start going round. I'm hoping I can meet him on Central Road. I'm hoping that's the direction he decides to take. But we'll trundle slowly along and see what we can find. This is such a fun experience. Okay. I'm not going to try follow him down there. I'm just going to wreck the vehicle. Bye-bye. Please come back onto a road. I wonder if I should just stay in low range the whole time. This is all a learning experience for us. Definitely a learning experience for me. Right, I'm using the spotlight to spot things. And then if it's something cool to look at that we can look at in total infrared, then I'll drop the spotlight and all our lights and we can go dark. So the lionesses and the cubs have walked west. They've gone into the block towards Central Road. Taylor might bump into them at some point as she trundles along. We're going to go and see what else the night has in store for us for the next however long we're out for. I'm in no rush for this incredible safari experience to end. I'm hoping we're going to catch up with the Birmingham boys slightly separately to the rest of the Pride. Maybe we might even find the young Nkuhuma lioness and her companion that I assume she must have. Oh, and soon we're going to be seeing chameleons and all kinds of amazing things. And who knows, perhaps you'll be on the back with me when I get to see my very first aardvark of my life. The opportunities and the possibilities are positively boundless. Right, our male lion's going to pop out in there. We're going to try and go around him and predict where it is he's going to go. He might decide to follow the rest of the Pride, which does leave us a little bit stuck because, as I said, we're not going to be following them. But we'll figure this out as we go along. And there's always bush babies aplenty. Look at this. Look around. Now, Jason, you want to know how dangerous it is to be sitting next to lions with no lights or following them. Following them, I would, as I said, only be following the adult lions, so I would be using my spotlight as well and my lights so that I can see a little bit in front of me. It's not dangerous. They don't see us as prey when we're in the vehicle at night. They didn't even so much as glance at us in a weird way. It's not dangerous. Rationally, I know that completely 100% to be true. Irrationally, it's something both Dave and myself experienced. I'm not going to pretend otherwise. I'm not going to lie to you. I've never been like that way. And I've never been particularly inclined towards the macho bent that you might encounter every now and again in the bush. I've never been particularly that way inclined. So I'm not going to lie to you. I was never afraid, but it was a really intimidating feeling. It was a truly surreal feeling. It was a feeling of, hello. And Gracie, as we watch our little scrub hare hop away, he's not very scary, is he, Dave? No. Gracie, who is 9 years old, said she would be a bit scared in the dark, and was I scared at all? Gracie, kind of. Not very. I wasn't very, very scared. I wasn't fearful, but I was anxious. I'm not going to lie to you at all. I could feel my heart getting faster, and it felt like my whole body was ready to do something, to burst into action if it needed to. And it is like my body knows that it's deprived of its primary sense out here, and it just felt very, very strange. Okay, let's head back into Taylor's vehicle, see what she's found for you in the night.
I am finding all the creepy crawlies of the night, and we're looking at a cricket, everybody. I'm not sure what type of cricket we're looking at, but it is some form of a cricket, and they're interesting little creatures. I haven't been seeing too many of them. You often hear them in your rooms at night, and I know that as a guide they tend to plague us, because you'll go to sleep, you'll turn the lights off, much like the mosquitoes, and they chirp away, and then when you try to find them to try and take them outside and release them safely, they go quiet. Can you believe that? He's on the move. Eggsy proving difficult to keep up with. He's the fastest cricket in the world, everybody. Now, crickets are omnivores. So they eat other insects, they'll eat leaves. He's going to disappear out of range, and he's going to go underneath my vehicle, I'm afraid. And they are omnivores, and they eat a variety of different things. So from the vegetation, so to the leaves and fruit, as well as to other little insects. Now, I'm a bit worried that I'm going to squish him, seen as that some places around the world believe that crickets actually bring you good luck. Now, I would hate to squash an insect that brings you good luck. So maybe we'll have to wait for him to come out on the other side of my vehicle, and then we'll be able to reposition quite safe, well, him being safe. And isn't it amazing how we've only just been out for I think an extra hour or so, and the different things that we have found already have just been phenomenal. I'm quite enjoying finding all these strange little insects, and those bush babies, those lesser galagos, some of you may know them as, was quite amazing. To see that interaction between, I'm pretty sure it was a male and a female, was unbelievable, how they groomed each other and then they carried on and bounced away. Now, I have a question for all of you that are watching the show. I tried to do some research on it today and I couldn't find the answer, so perhaps all of you that are watching us this evening could possibly help me. So I'd like to know, how far can a lesser galago or a lesser bush baby leap? I was trying to find the answer. So if you manage to get that answer for me, please let me know. You can either hashtag Safari Live, or you can also send us an email at questions@wildearth.tv, and I'll be adding that answer to my notebook, everybody. So just once again, if you can try and find out for me how far can a lesser bush baby or a lesser galago leap, that'd be incredible. Let me just double check over the side of the edge if our friend the cricket has gone. Eggsy, can you see anything? No? That makes me nervous. Maybe I must go straight back. I think let's do that. Let's go straight back, and hopefully we don't squash him. No, we need to try and maneuver. Please, Cricky, please don't get squashed. Just checking to see if I can see it. I cannot see it. So I think we would have been okay. I didn't hear a crunch, so that makes me feel a bit better. So I'm going to keep driving with my lights on, everybody, just because it's a bit easier. I cannot see anything with the infrared. Oh, I've come unplugged. I'm unplugged, everybody. I apologize. That's probably why I didn't hear any chatting around. I'm back in again. I can breathe again. My lifeline. While I carry on trying to look for some more creatures of the night, let's go to James.
Now look at that. There are some zebras. That is the IR light, and you may have just seen a little red square flash away from the left-hand side. There we go. It seems to be when this thing thinks it spotted something else. then it puts a little red square around it, which is very National Geographic of it, rather than really, isn't it? It's amazing. Look at that. Now these zebras are grazing completely contentedly next to us, probably, I don't know, about 30 meters or so. And you can see that they are most certainly mammals. They're very hot. 37 or 8 degrees or so. That's so cool. Isn't that amazing? Now, just to explain a little bit about this, of course, it's a thermal imaging camera, which means it's picking up different kinds of temperatures or different temperature variations, and then sort of converting them to the picture that you see there. And the reason that it isn't in the sort of glorious high definition that we normally get is apparently you need to be part of the military to have a very particular fancy one, because I think they're used for nefarious purposes. But this one is good enough for us to see that zebra way behind there, on the right-hand side, she's pregnant. And there are lots of pregnant zebra around here at the moment. Look how fat her belly is. The one that just had a flash over her. Let's go back to the Isle Gendry and see if we can't get a slightly better view of them. There they are over there. That's it. We're a little bit far for the IR to work particularly well, but there you can see them grazing contentedly, completely free of us. Now look how many there are. When I got here, well, for the first time 2 weeks ago, and then again now, 4 days ago, just astounding the number. This must be a herd of some, I don't know, 100 or 200 zebras. In the background, a hyena is calling. There is a hyena den somewhere around here, but we've yet to be able to find it. Masses and masses of hyena research has been completed in this part of the world. And that's because I think it's just quite easy to sort of drive around here and find them, and you've got this great expanse of land with clans of hyenas, apparently up to 50 strong in some cases. That's so wonderful. Look, she's definitely pregnant too. Look how fat her belly is. Now they move, of course, with the wildebeest, the zebra do, and there are something like 300,000 of them that follow the 1.4 odd million wildebeest that move here. 300,000 zebra. Now that might sound like a lot, of course, but at the end of the day, if you compare it with a human population, it's less than a small city would have. This is the Grant's gazelle, as I said. Not gazelle. It's not a gazelle at all, is it, Jandre? No, it is an equid. Jandre is not talking to me anymore. That's very sad. I wonder what I've done. It's a Grant's zebra. So same as the plain zebra we get back at Djuma. Just a slightly different subspecies. And I think that the most distinctive look on the zebra is... Listen, there's a jackal calling. Side-striped jackal. It's a very amazing call. I've never heard them do that. I wouldn't have known what it was if Simon hadn't told me. And obviously no threat to the Roman-nosed Grant's zebra. What I've been trying to tell you. I've tried to tell it to you twice now. There they are. Just a slightly rounded nose there. And no shadow stripe at all. They're just as bad-tempered though as the zebras back home. Lots and lots of pregnant females. And look, I mean, they're supposed to have exactly the same sort of structure, social structure, and it's very clear to see when you go to Djuma, and you've got a very clear stallion, his wives, 1 or 2 offspring, and that's how they move along in what we call a kinship group. This, much more difficult to tell, of course, because they move as a great big group of 200 or 300 quite often. Hello Monique, you're in London. And you were wondering about the hyenas that we get here and whether we get different kinds of hyenas. There are different kinds of hyena here, Monique. The striped hyenas would be a really impressive one to see. It's slightly smaller than the spotted and is ostensibly, I think it is a scavenger of sorts, but it doesn't, it's certainly nothing like as dominant or anything like the size of a spotted hyena. Then the most exciting one that you can find here is something called an aardwolf. Now in theory you can find them in South Africa, they're not common, but apparently they're a bit more common around here. An aardwolf is like a tiny little hyena, and they eat termites and ants. That's what they survive on, almost exclusively on termites and ants. And I'll try and show you a picture, but I don't think it's possible with the infrared. Very nice. Ooh, is that an injury? Now, we did see one zebra today who had a nasty gash on his bottom, very clearly from a lion's claw that slashed at him. But that one seems to be fine. I thought there might be an injury on the neck there. And you can see them grazing, grazing, grazing away. There's so much for them to eat here. And apparently La Niña has got a slightly different effect, or a completely opposite effect here. So La Niña will make the air dry here where it is wet and down in South Africa, and El Niño will make it wet here and dry in South Africa. So the grass here is extremely long, and apparently they've had the best wildebeest migration they've had in years this year. Now, I don't know when it was appropriate for me to tell you this, but today, of course, for many of you, you will know, is International Talk Like a Pirate Day. I am not joking in the slightest. It is indeed International Talk Like a Pirate Day, and so I'm going to ask that Rebecca tells Jamie and Taylor to greet you like a pirate the next time you go and see her. As far as I'm concerned, well, I will greet you in my best pirate the next time I see you. We're going to move along down the road, and while we're doing that, let's head across to Captain Jamie on the good ship Rust Bucket.
No. Yar, my apologies. I turned me mic off by mistake. Yar, me and me first mate, Darby here, would like to show you an aardwolf. Aye, matey. It's a very piratey-looking animal. Thank you, James, for throwing us under the bus. Pity my mic was off, so you missed the giggles that happened initially. That is an aardwolf, everybody. It is a beautiful animal, and we shall continue the pirate-themed talking as we go on. But for now, that is an aardwolf, often argued to be in the hyena family, but there's much debate about that because, of course, it is an insectivore. It does not have the strong bone-crushing jaws of our hyenas, our spotted or our brown, and it is an animal that I've been fortunate enough to see many, many times when I used to work in the Kalahari, and it is an incredible creature to see. They're fascinating looking. And then in my old job, just before I came here, we knew of an aardvark den. So we used to go and watch little aardwolf. I've got aardvarks on the brain. Aardwolf den. We used to go and watch little baby aardwolves wander about. They are absolutely amazing an animal. Now, hello to any new viewers that might be joining us for the first time as I put my aardwolf away. I would greet you in a pirate voice, but I feel as though perhaps a decent impression needs to be made first. Otherwise, you might think we're slightly mad. As you come to be addicted to Safari Live, you will know that we are slightly mad. My name is Jamie, and this evening I have the wonderful, dazzling Downpour Dave on camera with me. There's a history behind his nickname, but you'll have to just stay tuned to future Safari Live drives in order to find out the history. We are coming to you live in the middle of the night from a place called Juma Private Game Reserve. Taylor and myself are driving around to seek out all of the nocturnal mysteries of the night in the African bush to show you. And James presenting to you live from the Mara Triangle. Can you believe it? All in all, you are in for a fascinating experience, and I'd like to welcome you on board. We're right up in the top northeastern corner of South Africa, by the way. So not only is this whole experience live, it is also interactive, which means that you can send through your questions on hashtag Safari Live on Twitter, and you can email through to questions@wildearth.tv as we head out and start filming in a combination of normal camera and infrared light, depending upon what we see. Isn't that exciting? I was going to continue on my explanation. However, what should we call Taylor? I can't think of any more piratey terms. This is ridiculous. No, I can't call it that. That would be true. I can't call it that on live. We're going to go over to Taylor now, and I'll think of better pirate speak as we go along.
Arg, me hearties. Now, that is the end of my pirate talking. I've been trying to practice on what else I would say and how I would say scrub hair with a pirate accent, and it sounded horrendous, so I thought I'd spare myself the embarrassment and just admit that I'm not very good at talking like a pirate. But here we have a pair of scrub hairs. Now, you can't see the other one because it is just out of screen and it's a bit too far away just to reach with the infrared. But we've got this one on the right munching away, which is quite amazing. Now, we don't tend to spot scrub hares with their light. They're also quite frightened on them. So I'm really excited to watch what these hares get up to with the infrared light. And they don't seem too bothered by us at all. They actually are more relaxed than what they normally are. You can see them munching along on some grass. Here we go. You want to bite it off? Nope. And I'm still waiting for the answer, everybody, as to how far a lesser bush baby can jump. Has anybody managed to get that answer for me? I've got my notebook and pen in hand, awaiting your answers while we watch these scrub hares run around. Also, listening very carefully, you can see how the ears are moving on either side. Wow, everybody. Daryl, Mick, and Tarjinder, thank you so much for your speedy responses. So they have sort of commented that a bush baby can leap up to 2 meters. That is a huge jump, everybody. That's quite impressive, and that explains why they disappeared so quickly from one branch to the next tree. So thank you so much, everybody, for those answers. I've added that to my notebook. And a lot of people get confused. I've noticed being out on safaris, the first glimpse, everybody always shouts, "Rabbit!" But now in this area, we actually don't have any rabbits. We've just got the scrub hares, and there's quite a significant difference between the rabbits and the scrub hares. So firstly, if you have a look at those pointy ears, you see how they are pointed up towards the sky? That's very typical of a hare. Rabbits' ears tend to flop slightly. And also, as it's been moving around, did you notice how it wasn't it wasn't hopping, it was actually walking and running, so they can run at great speeds. And another difference between hares and rabbits is that a hare doesn't burrow. So those of you who have ever seen rabbits and had them as pets possibly, you know that they love to burrow. Now, hares don't do that. They'll sort of rest underneath a shrub or underneath a tree, use the leaves and branches as a bit of shelter. There's the other one popping up now in the background. And they'll even have their babies also out in the open and under a shrub, so they don't burrow underground at all. And this is amazing to see, everybody. I can't tell you how they always race away from us when we put the spotlight on them. So it's so great to see them, that they are completely relaxed with the infrared. Now, James has got my second favorite animal ever. Go and have a look.
Now, everyone, there they are, 3 hyenas, 3 Mara hyenas from one of the big clans in this area. We're not too far from the Mara River, at the moment, and we're heading off-road to have a look at them. That's a youngster there, and I so miss my hyenas. And we'll just try and follow them. Lovely and open here, so that should be quite easy for us. Shouldn't be too much bouncing. Andre, I'm afraid you're going to have to stay zoomed in on them because I cannot see where they have gone.
Towards 11.
11 o'clock?
Yeah.
Now,
11 again.
because Andre, of course, is in two minds, everyone, because if he doesn't zoom all the way in, the picture will shake horribly. Anyway, let's just keep going. We'll put on a bit of white
11
light.
again.
Ah, there they are. Sloping through the night. Now, maybe they'll take us towards their den. Hello, Rain. You're 16 years old and you say that a bunch of you and your mates are watching this at school on your lunch break. That is awesome. It's really, really good to hear from you, and I'm so glad you're enjoying it. I'm just going to assume that you're in the States. If you're having your lunch break now and you're watching this at school, that's so great. Thanks very much. Tell us what your mates are called. Ask us a question. We'll be more than happy to talk to you. Thank you very much for giving us of your time during your lunch break to watch us. That's fantastic news. Exactly why we do this, everyone. Now, who knows what these hyenas are going to do? Maybe they'll go back towards a den site.
11 John.
There is apparently a den site somewhere around this area. There's another road there. Now, of course, I'm exploring many of these areas for the first time, the same way that you are, everyone. So, Jason, you're wondering about their calls and whether they act differently in the night time. Well, I mean, I've never seen a Mara hyena. Well, I have once, but they seem to behave in much the same way that ours do. But in many parts of East Africa, you know, they hunt even more than the lions do, and probably especially down when they're calving. Around here, however, there's so much to scavenge that I suspect they're largely scavenging. Now, we're driving on. They're walking on a path. I don't know if you're able to make that out. But they're basically driving on a well-worn path, and I wonder if this doesn't lead to their den site. If it doesn't, it will probably be some kind of an elephant path. So let's keep following them. This is just fantastic. Now, we don't often follow hyena off-road at Djuma, and that is largely because they don't tolerate the vehicles being mobile and crashing through the bushes behind them, as many of the other cats do. But these chaps, because we're able to drive through some open areas, perhaps they're just going to let us keep following them. Also, so many people have done a huge amount of research on the hyenas of this area that it might be that they'll just put up with us. Put them going there. Every time I see a little termite mound, I think maybe. This is fantastic. This is exactly why we wanted to come out here. Well, essentially we want to see lions hunt, but this is pretty good. We'll go back to those lions just now. We'll let them digest a bit of their food. Hello, Susan in the Netherlands. You want to know if there are big termite mounds here, like there are in South Africa? There aren't, no. There are low ones. There are no doubt just as many termites, but Macrotermes natalensis, which is the big fungus-growing termite that makes all those great big castles of clay at Djuma, they don't occur here as far as I'm aware. And also, termites are not huge fans of what we call black cotton soils. I'm just going to stop here in case it's us that's making them run. And these are largely black cotton soils, which means they don't produce the same kind of soil, sandy soils on the ridge crests, that the granitic soils up at Djuma do. I think they've found something, or maybe they thought they had. Now, I cannot see them at all with my naked eye. It's quite interesting. Only Genre has got sight of them, and you, of course. Oh, they're there, to the left. There they are. They're searching for something, you know. Let's see what they're going to find. Maybe just around this next corner. And of course, hyenas, wonderful animals to be telling stories about once you get to know them, because they are so very individual, and the clan hierarchies are so fascinating to watch as they unfold. I think these are youngsters with one big female. I think she is in front of them. They're jogging away. I'm going to keep my distance. I'm not going to try and catch up with them. All right, while they go around that bush, we'll see if we can keep up to them. Let's head across to the Birmingham Boys with Jamie Patterson.
There is nothing quite like the sight of a massive male lion walking straight down the road towards you. There's something else coming. What is it? It's a lioness. Oh, here she comes. She's actually trotting towards us. Now, I've just come around the corner and encountered the lionesses and their cubs, so I immediately moved past them so that I could get myself into a position where we could turn off all the lights and then the IR, and then reposition. They gave me such a surprise. They were right next to us on the road. But as we continued on a little bit further along the road, we came upon the scene in front of us. There was one lioness running along the road. She then turned round and battered one of the males. I don't know which lioness we have here. Again. That's suitably intimidating. Running away from the male, going back to join her pride. Oops, she's got herself stuck in the tree. There's a male right next to the vehicle. I'm lowering the spotlight a bit so I can see what these two are doing, because they're going to have a bit of a scrap next to us. She's about to get very cross with him if he doesn't let her past. And there they go. Okay. Our male is still standing, looking somewhat dazed and confused. A little bit like he's not quite sure exactly what he did wrong to deserve that growl that he got and the sudden exit of his female companion. And there he settles down. That wasn't really what I had planned, because behind me I can hear lots of growling, but I can also hear the cubs, and that means they're on their way towards us. So I'm sitting with my lights off behind me and just the spotlight in front of us. And so we find ourselves in the position once again, Dave. Aren't we lucky? Oh, this is so amazing. I'm going to take, Dave, if I take my spotlight off, you see what happens.
Sure.
I'm just experimenting here. What I'd like to do, with Dave's permission, is I'd like to actually switch off the IR, just in case you don't believe us that there is absolutely no light.
Yeah, it's just going to be black there.
It's just going to be black, just to give you an idea of what I'm seeing with my eyes. Thank you. IR is gone. That's what the IR sees, and then what I'm seeing is pitch black. Amazing how the tapetum lucidum of these animals reflects the infrared light. That's fascinating. I suppose it makes sense. It's a wavelength of light just like any other. Now what I'm going to do, because of the position we find ourselves in, I'm going to pop the spotlight back onto the male in front of us, and I'm just going to give a cursory examination of my surroundings so I can see exactly where we are and where we should be. If the cubs start walking past us, or the lionesses decide to come in this direction, then we will immediately turn off the spotlight and just let them come past. but for now they're quite a way behind me. They're a good couple of 100 meters behind the vehicle. Well now, if ever there was a pirate of the bush, I think perhaps our male lion is one. Really tough lives. Excuse me. And whilst we like to romanticize pirates, in a way, a male lion's life is kind of similar to the realities of what being a pirate was like. All of the pillaging and so on. Although slightly different. I'm not going to talk in pirate voices for the lions, though. Earlier on, one of the Birmingham boys walked right past the vehicle and then scent marked the bush next to us. Cindy, you were wondering if we've ever had a lion scent mark the vehicle. Not intentionally, Cindy, so they've never intentionally done it, but they have scent marked in that they have walked up and sprayed the bush next to us. And some of the residue has perhaps landed a little bit too close for comfort. The closest thing I can remember, closest person to becoming, start that sentence again. The closest I can remember any of us coming to being scent marked by a lion was James. I happened to be in final control that day, and there was some deep concern from James's part that he was about to be scent marked by a large male lion, and I think he nearly was. I think the vehicle got some of the spray. Oh, such an exhausted boy. And hopefully this time you'll get to experience that lion roaring sound again. There is an incredible silence in the African bush at night. And of course it's filled with surface sounds. The crickets, the frogs are starting to all chirp. We've got olive toads, we've got bubbling cassinas, we've got rain frogs, all kinds of things starting their night chorus. And at the same time there's this blanket of overlaying silence. Since our lion has decided to go to sleep, let us jump all the way back on board with James and have a look at what his spotted predator is doing.
Well, everybody, there's some real action here with the hyenas. We think we're close to the den, perhaps. There are a whole lot of animals there behind. But look, they're running towards just to the left-hand side of where we're sitting now. We'll try and get the infrared light on them now. There are 4 or 5 of them. Look at that. Isn't that amazing? That is so cool. Right in front of us now as well, Genre. Maybe let's go infrared to them. Just right there. There we go. That's another one there. I'm just going to swing the car slightly, or you just keep following, Genre. Shall I move around slightly? Yeah, we're going to have to. Let's go there. Now, if you're wondering why there is such a clearing here, you might be thinking, gosh, Cheetah Plains has got larger than when I was last here. But you'd be wrong, everyone. This is the Mara Triangle, the spectacular piece of land up here in Kenya, southern Kenya, and part of the great Mara Serengeti ecosystem. This little chap's coming right past the front now. I think we're quite close to the den. There's obviously, you can see the pseudo penis stuck out there. There's been some kind of social interaction. Cannot be comfortable walking through the grass like that, but there's a couple of animals that do it. Here comes a much bigger one. In fact, they're coming to investigate us. This is wonderful. Just make one out in the darkness here to the right, and another one coming in from there. Oh, there are lots. Good evening. Little one now. That's quite close, everyone. That's probably only about, I don't know, 3 meters, 9 feet. I think they caught sight of one of Gendre's dreadlocks. I was a little bit nervous. This is wonderful stuff. There we can see the thermal imaging camera. I'll just lift that up for you, you'll see it a bit better. I can hear one way in the distance across the river going whoop. Gosh, this is fun, isn't it? Go out with this kind of equipment. And all those little white dots are bits of this incredible diversity that occur here. All of those little white dots. I'm just going across to the left now to see. Oh, I think that's an elephant. Oops. And there are 3 of them right in front of us. Let's go back to the IR. There they go. So we must be close to the den. Now, look, finding it in this light is going to be very difficult, but I think we must be very close by. Brilliant stuff. And that long loping gait, of course, they're designed precisely in the same way that a wildebeest is, so that they can run relatively slowly for a very long time. Hello, P. Hart. You have an interesting question about hyenas. For those of you who don't know, the spotted hyena has almost hermaphroditic. They have female parts, and they have also what was known as I'm bashing my head here. They have hello everyone. They have what's known as false female, false male genitalia, and the clitoris is an enlarged pseudo penis. And P. Hart, you want to know basically what function that serves, and are they able to, or do they have to urinate out of it? The answer is yes. There we got a chicken bone. Is that a chicken bone there? It's obviously not a chicken bone, everybody. It's a joint of some kind of meat. That's very nice, that young hyena, while he eats there. P. Hart, yes, they urinate out of it. The urethra is closed, basically, and they also give birth out of it. And it almost always, especially for a first birth, is extremely painful for a hyena, and can, in fact, especially in a young hyena, can cause death. So it's quite an interesting discussion, which we'll get into when perhaps we've got a bit more light. The evolutionary adaptation for why they should have that, and why the social or the advantage of having such dangerous birth outweigh the disadvantage of, or the advantage of having that strange genitalia outweigh the disadvantage of the dangerous birth. Right, well, let's see what else Graham can find us. Graham, where are you pointing? Looks like some elephants up ahead. Right, before I drive over this very large mountain, which Graham has spotted with the thermal imaging camera, let's head across to Jamie and the nincopumas.
So while James attempts to navigate his mountain, our lion cubs have found a mountain of their own. The rest of the pride has continued on towards the west. I've let Taylor know so that she can start moving in that direction. But keep an eye on the Djuma Dam camera. You never know if they might pop out around there, and it might give us a little bit of help. I can't follow them down into the Mulwati. That's definitely not going to work out too well for us. But look at this peaceful scene in front of you. Worn out by their rather long walk, they covered an amazing amount of ground from when we lost them to when we accidentally stumbled upon them again. Lion cubs are exhausted. The pictures of innocence. left behind whilst the rest of the females go out hunting, and one lioness remains to stand guard over one very, very precious brood. What an awesome picture. Obviously, I'm not going to go any closer to do a head count or to try and look for the rest of them. I can only see 5 of them, but I'm sure the rest are there as well. They're just scattered on that termite mound. And isn't she just the picture of a guardian? Patiently protecting their very, very precious little group, while the other lionesses head off to go and find them some food. The recipe behind the success of lions as a species, their social bonding and their social teamwork, and the division of labor, the fact that a lioness suckles cubs that are not only her own but also her sisters or her mothers or her daughters, and then is invested in protecting them, whether they are hers or whether they are not. And she knows that her sisters and the rest of her pride will be out providing food. I've never ever got to see this before. In the middle of the night, in the darkness, with little lion cubs all flat out on a termite mound, and a lioness standing guard, or just lying guard, but you know what I mean. And whilst one lioness might not seem like much, she will absolutely be a force to be reckoned with. She is more than equal to almost any threat out here, from hyenas to leopards. The only thing she would not be able to save these cubs from is a strange male lion. Still being plagued. As our little lion cubs snooze away, daytime nap or nighttime nap time, let's jump on board with Taylor, who has got one of the creatures that we only see after it rains.
We've got millipedes, everybody, and not just one, but 3 millipedes. Can you see the other one over there? And then we've got another one further to the right. So many millipedes this evening, but let's go back to the one that was closest to us. And I'm watching it, and I'm seeing that this millipede has actually got mites on it. You see on the back legs, how those back legs, I don't know if you saw that on the left-hand side of your screen, that's the back end of it. But just watch carefully, because when it was still, it sort of looked like there were a few mites going around there, and it almost looked like this millipede was getting irritated by the activity of the mites, and I'm not sure what they would be feeding on. But millipedes are detrivites, so they eat organic matter. Like you can see, it looks like it's nibbling on that leaf, and they are quite lethal to a certain species of animals. They contain cyanide as a chemical defense, but fortunately for you and I, it won't do too much damage to us. It just is quite a foul-smelling substance that they produce. Now, if you were to eat a shongololo, the scientists reckon that you need to eat about 100 for it to affect you quite severely. But something like a civet, let me actually show you a photo of an African civet, everybody. Let me get my Big Mammals book out. Can you see the civet on the left? That is a civet, everybody, an African civet, and that creature loves to eat millipedes. Let's go back to our millipedes, though, and get zooming on in there. Look at them go around, and it is amazing. You normally see 1 or 2 crossing the road here and there, but to see 3, a herd of millipedes, if you will, in an area, is quite hysterical to see. And these are large ones as well. I reckon this one that we're looking at now, the one closest to us, is so big it could probably wrap around my wrist. So I could have a nice little African bangle, I suppose. That one, how it's lifting its head up as it moves along. Now, they don't have a brain. They've got ganglia, sort of like nerve endings. So all those little antennae that you see are sort of little feeling receptors, and that is directing and telling it where it should go. So So even a millipede may even walk into a wall, but it will then turn around and realize that it's hit an object and have to go somewhere else. And it's quite interesting to see what this little one is getting up to this evening. So remember, everybody, you are watching this live. This is all happening right now. And, oh, look at the mouse. Look at the mouse above it. Look at the little mouse. Where did it go? Where did it go? Oh my goodness, sorry, everybody, that happened so quickly. There was a tiny little mouse that jumped over the millipede on the left at the bottom of your screen over there. And I don't know where it's gone. I'm just having a quick scan. I think it's possibly gone into this termite mound where this millipede is disappearing into as well. That was incredible. Sorry that you didn't get to see that, but it happened so quickly, I'm afraid, that it was too quick. It happened in a split second. But maybe it comes out. So we'll just wait a little bit and to see if that little mouse does pop out again. That's amazing. So that millipede is going down into the going down into a termite mound. That was quite funny the way it slinked away like that. And now this one is coming closer. It's coming to investigate. I wonder if we can see those mites again. That was really quite interesting. And that's what I love about the bushes, is there's so much that you can learn out here. See it digging away over there. What are you looking for? Can you also hear all the sounds of the night? I'm going to sit very quietly for just a moment so you can hear all the insects and the frogs. Can you all hear that? It is amazing. Lots and lots of frogs. Now I'm hoping that we're having so much luck with all the different insects on the road, we're bound to bump into a frog. We have to bump into a frog. And that will just make my evening. Munching away, found a lovely leaf that it was enjoying. And these are the decomposers of the bush, and we really have to take a moment to stop and appreciate what they do for us. They get rid of all the dead leaves, all the dead grasses, and all the dead, well, the poop is definitely dead, but they get rid of all the feces and dung that's left behind from all the various animals that we have here in the African bush. Have any of you ever heard of the word shongololo? If you haven't, it's the South African word for a millipede, a shongololo. Right, I think James has got a hippo for you.
There is a hippopotamus, everybody. Look at it there. It is going into a muddy gully through which we cannot follow it, I'm afraid. It was a little nervous of us, and so we're having to keep our distance. Isn't this amazing? This is what hippos do during the night, you see. They sometimes roll in the mud. They eat a lot of delicious red oat grass. And they clearly seem, either this one is offensive and hasn't got any friends, or they like to be alone. They are very blubberous, though. See, they're waddling there, a huge amount of fat. I'm going to try and go a little bit closer to the edge of the gully there. John, I can't see it now. There it goes, disappearing to the night. I'm afraid I think that's going to be the end of our hippo sighting. We'll see what else Mr. Wallington and his thermal imaging camera can find us. We went back to a road, and Graham then found some shining things, and those shining things turned out to be dung. Trying to find the road again. Of course, this is the problem with being completely unfamiliar with an area. Now, the fact that you've got a shongololo out of Djuma tells me that the rain must have been abundant, and I'm sure it comes as a great relief to all. especially David, who predicted it correctly. And he got it right for Mara as well. We had a storm on exactly the same time that you did over there in Juma, which was fantastic. Right, we're going back towards the road, and then we're going to head back towards those lions and see what they're up to. We couldn't find the rest of the pride. Right, and while we're going to find our lions, let's head back to the slightly more familiar ones of Juma with Jamie.
Our familiar lions indeed, and my mistake. I thought the rest of the pride had gone wandering off, but they came back again and all popped out and lay down with the rest of them. So the females are there's at least 4 of them here that I can see. I didn't even realize the whole time I was talking about excuse me, I didn't even realize the whole time I was talking about the adult female being on her own that there's actually very clearly a lioness head on the right hand side of the termite mound. But in my defense, this whole deal takes a little bit of getting used to. Oh, it's not a lioness head at all. It's a blade of grass, and a shadow, and a cub. It is. I thought there was an adult lioness there. Oh, there you go. I told you. It takes some getting used to. It is the very surreal experience. But for now, our lion's resting up quite comfortably. And hello to Nicole in Toronto. You wanted to know if there is usually a lioness sitting with the cubs whilst the rest of them go hunting. And the answer, this is really weird because now I'm taking my eyes off the monitor and I can't see anything. There sometimes is, but a lot of the time the lionesses will leave their cubs in a nice safe place. This isn't a safe place. It's not nice and tucked away in a drainage line where they're a bit more protected, or a river system that cuts through the ground and creates nice rocky or sandy areas. And go back to looking at the lions so that I can see what's going on, because it's a very surreal feeling. And I know that they're not moving, but at the same time I can't even watch out of my peripheral vision to see if they get up and move or do something. So Victoria, you might occasionally see it, but they do, even at this age, still leave the cubs behind every now and again. The lions that we saw do that relatively frequently with the Styx lions, but then they only had 3 lionesses with 8 cubs at that point. The Nkumas do have 5, and I don't think all of them are here. I think that I've seen at least 3, but the other 2 might have gone off hunting. I said 4, but that was when I thought a blade of grass was a lion. So there's at least 3 here. The other 2 might have gone off, and with the Birmingham boys as well, in the direction of Twin Dams and possibly even Inga's house. I'm listening carefully to the sounds of the night to see whether or not they roar for us again, because the best part of that whole experience was the cubs. It was amazing. It's incredible to see that instinct kick in, and they all start yowling, making a terrible racket, and it doesn't sound anything like a lion roar, but it is adorable to witness as they stand there looking all big and proud of themselves, with their chests puffed out, going row. Oh, I better not make too many noises. No strange noises in the night. It is interesting. This whole experience is going to give us a brand new insight into the way in which all of the animals operate at night, not just the Nkuma pride, although we've been very fortunate to kick off with this, but leopards, elephants, even the other mysterious nocturnal creatures that we have a chance of seeing, like, dare I say it, an aardvark, but also just civets, white-tailed mongoose, honey badgers. The possibilities are endless. And during the summertime, it's usually our worst time for seeing nocturnal creatures, because when the days are hot, the nocturnal creatures usually only come out much later. But now we've got plenty of time to see whether or not they pop out. And we have the added advantage of not having to have our vehicle lights on, and therefore we're not attracting any insects. No moths or anything like that for now, although that will form part of the exciting safari. I wasn't planning on finding these lions again at all, at least the cubs. I was looking for the male lion, and then if I hadn't found him, I was going to go and do a full boundary patrol of Djuma to see what nocturnal creatures were scurrying about there. This has definitely changed my plan for the evening, and just goes to show the futility of even having a plan most of the time when you're doing safaris. Plans never ever go as they should. There was such a deep sigh from that lioness. And anything could happen. While we're sitting here, these lionesses might be patiently babysitting, but at the same time, if a creature came wandering through, a herd of impala perhaps, or a kudu or anything like that, then they would immediately take the opportunity to try and hunt it. And we always live on the edge of our seats in anticipation in this kind of situation. And that's one of the big reasons why a lot of the time the diurnal animals, the antelope, don't necessarily move around too much. They can see, not brilliantly, but they can see at night. But I think they'd prefer to rather stand still and take their chances than risk stumbling into a lion resting somewhere peacefully in the bushes. Can't believe how deeply these cubs are asleep. I suppose it makes sense. They've got lots and lots of growing to do. And they need plenty of rest. And we all know that lions can be champion sleepers. So it only makes sense that that's another instinct that they have inherited. But I do imagine that there are some people with very small babies and children that would wish that their little ones could sleep quite so peacefully. Bear with me one moment. Taylor's trying to call me on the game drive comms. I just want to give her a little bit of info as to where the lions went. Standing by. Copy, they might not have crossed just yet. They went west from Vulture's Nest, quite close to where the Harrier Hawk Nest is, just south of that. Fast asleep. Every now and again, the lionesses do glance up at us, and it's weird to think that they can see us perfectly clearly. They know exactly what we are and that we're here, and I can't see them at all. I've had a few moments, rare moments, but a few moments where I've had to go walking through the bush at night. Combination of stuck vehicles and various other things, various other reasons, or to check power boxes and so on. We've all had to do it in our time. And I have to tell you, it's quite a bone-chilling experience walking about out here without any... Obviously, you don't do it without a torch. You do go wandering through. One particularly memorable experience was with a car that was stuck, and I had to go out searching for bits of wood that I could pack under the wheels to try and get it out of the mud that it was stuck in, because the four-wheel drive didn't engage. Jacking it up and sticking wood under the wheels. Let's go across to James, who's got a predator right next to the car.
Just behind the snorkel, a little hyena is coming across. Hello. Young hyena. What do you think it's smelling, Jean-Ray?
Possibly your princess book.
Hello. Yes, good day. Now, I know you can't see this, everyone, but the hyena is now staring me in the eyes. And hyenas, of course, become quite bold at the night time. And now doing what young hyenas everywhere do best, and that is pull off the oil cap on the wheel. Please do not pull off the oil cap on the wheel. There is another one here now, Chandra. 2 hyena. I can hear lions falling away in the distance. Lifting the earpiece out. There we are. This is so cool. I don't think we can see them, but we can. There's another one just about to climb in the window here on the right. Not sure if you can see it. There we are. Beautiful shot of the roof rack there. Unfortunately, Jandre did try and take to that with an angle grinder, but the owner of the vehicle took offence, and so he was unable to cut it off. These hyenas can't believe what they've found. They've never seen a vehicle driving around here at this time of the day. I'm afraid I have no idea. Hello Diane, you're wondering about whether or not the hyenas are here or as accustomed to vehicles as they are in the Sabi sand. Yes, I think they probably are. You know, they get viewed a huge amount, there are a huge number of tourists that come through here. They're just not allowed to drive around at night. I think one just could easily have tried to climb in the window there. There we are. Maybe my audio is a little bit dodgy. How's it now, Rebecca? I think it's because I put a jersey on. There we go. So yes, they're absolutely as habituated, but they don't get viewed at night ever because the general populace, the average punter, as it were, is not privileged like you and I to be driving around here at night. This is wonderful. I have no idea where they are, Chandra. Which side of the vehicle are they? Left side. Okay. There we are. And of course, if I was a pirate, I would say, just off the port stern. Eating something that's found. Delicious. I should, of course, have brought a parrot to sit on my shoulder during the day, but they get hungry and they make noise. They're just getting to the edge of the infrared range now. And so I believe we shall carry on and see if we can find the lions again. Very nice. Any more hyenas right in front of us? I can smell them, you know. Very strange smell. It's a very kind of sickly, sweetish smell. It smells exactly like the den on Aubrey's Road. Alright, let's head across to Taylor while that hyena disappears into the darkness, find out what she has to show you, and we'll head towards the lions.
I actually cannot believe what I'm looking at, everybody. Can you even picture, or can you even spot what we are looking at the screen? This is a tailless whip scorpion. Now, it is pretty impressive the way that it is camouflaged like that. And these whip scorpions are in fact carnivores, so they'll catch, or insectivores I suppose you could say. They looking for little insects to see, and I've been seeing lots of cockroaches and all other critters coming through here, so I'm wondering if we're going to see a kill tonight. And if you zoom in there, Eggsy, let's see if we can zoom in a little bit more. I'm particularly wanting to look at their pincers. That's as far as we can go, everybody. But they've got very, very powerful pincers which they'll use to capture their prey. Now look at this ant. See how this ant is sort of going around the legs, and every now and then this whip scorpion shakes its leg and sort of shakes the ant off as well. Now I'm not sure if there's a relationship between the ant and the scorpion. I know ants are very good at cleaning. We often see birds and ants having a nice relationship. So I wonder if there's something similar where they could come through and maybe eat off the dead sort of exoskeleton bits of, or maybe even mites they'll feed on. I'm not 100% sure, but the ants were very intrigued by this whip scorpion. Quite amazing. I haven't seen one in a long time. I think the last time I saw one was possibly in Zambia. That was ages ago. Lots of ants around that are also coming out. There we go. You see how well camouflaged it is over there. Who has never seen a whip scorpion before? I'd like to hear from you and see if you've... Sorry, I'm lost on my words tonight. I'm actually just enjoying this so much as to how productive this evening game drive has been. And I'd love to hear from you if you've never seen a whip scorpion before. And my question to all of the viewers is, would you pick up a whip scorpion? Or would you be like me and be a bit of a sissy and just prefer to leave it on the floor and shine a spotlight on it and get the camera to zoom in? Because I don't know if I'm brave enough, and if I'd pick up one of these. I don't think they can harm you. Maybe the pincers could hurt, but they have no venom, unlike the normal scorpions that we see. Though in this area as well, the scorpions that do come out every now and then aren't life-threatening. May give you a bit of a headache, make you feel a little bit nauseous, but I don't think any of them will kill you. And I was just reading very quickly about this whip scorpion, and apparently one of their favorite foods is actually cockroaches. So the cockroach, let's see if we've still got the cockroach? Where is it? There it is. Hopefully this whip scorpion will figure out that this cockroach is around. Right, well, James, I believe, has got one of the feathery creatures of the night.
Now there is a nightjar, everyone. What kind of nightjar it is, I am unable to tell you. It is quite possibly a square-tailed nightjar. I'm looking at the picture now. They do occur here. Slender-tailed. They do not occur here, so it's not... they might. It's almost impossible to tell, everyone, simply because, well, they're in IR, and unless they call, unless you get a really good colour view of them, it becomes totally impossible to tell what they are. But he's quite sweet, isn't he? He looks like a juvenile. I just say that because he's a bit scruffy looking, and we nearly ran him over. He was sitting completely silently on the road there. Now, the big thing about a nightjar like this, and I don't know if we definitely won't be able to see it tonight, because if he flies up, you see how quickly that happened. That's very cool. Let me tell you how that happens. They've got extremely broad wings, which means that one or two flaps throws them into the air very quickly. Is he back? I think he's back. There he is. So one or two flaps of those very broad wings tosses him up into the air very fast. He's not very good at sort of gliding, but he can gain speed very quickly. Now, how he does that, or the reason he does that, is because he picks up insects, often in the air. I think he just picked one off the ground there. And if you look at most nightjars, their eyes are placed quite far to the top of the head, and they look right above them. And being able to flap straight up like that means that they can grab insects that are flying over the top of their heads. So they hide down, hunker down in some clearing like that, or in a little gully like the one he was in, and they flap once or twice and they shoot up into the air and grab the insect that's just flown over the top of them. Which I think is a rather clever strategy, and I don't know of any other bird that's able to do that, to be honest. Right, on we go. Now, let's quickly just show up there, Jean-Louis, if you wouldn't mind. There we are. Look at those lights there everywhere. That is where we are staying. This is quite possibly the finest establishment in the world. It's known as Angama Mara, and that is where our delicious packed dinners will be waiting for us when we return home. Yum, yum. Sorry, Jeffrey, I missed your question. We'll carry on driving while I answer it. Oh, Jeffrey, you want to know what birds we find here that we don't find at Djuma? Jeffrey, there are quite a few. Certainly I'm not experienced enough to list them all offhand, but obvious examples would include the Rupel's vulture, the purple grenadier, which is a very pleasant little sort of seed eater, the cordon bleu, which basically looks, well, there are various kinds of cordon bleu. They look like wax bills. And what else do we get here? Offhand. Many of the same sort of things, but in different numbers. So like an auger buzzard is quite a common bird here. And many more vultures that we get in the Sabi stand, and that's because so much dies of natural causes. Great spotted eagle, which is quite interesting, and something called an imperial eagle, which I haven't yet seen, and I'd quite like to. Right, Taylor, I believe, has found yet another little nocturnal creature. Let's go and find out what it is.
We have seen this beetle before just a few moments ago. These are two-spot beetles, and we have got them mating. And I can't see what the one at the bottom is eating, but it looks like it is eating something. I don't know if you can all see that. What on earth are you doing? It's quite difficult to see, and unfortunately this is as far as we can zoom in, everybody, but this is quite fascinating. Now, I have got absolutely no idea about mating two-spot beetles. This is the first time I've ever seen anything like this before. And this is what happens after the rain, everybody, and why it's my favorite time of the year is because everybody is so excited of all the new things that are to come after the rain. The ground is nice and soft. It's easy for the insects to burrow and to lay their eggs. And I'm also being plagued by cockroaches and all sorts of flying insects at the moment. So I'm trying to be very brave here and not jump and swat at things. Well, I can say that Eggsy's in the same boat as I am this evening. But isn't this fantastic? And while these two copulate, I want to point out the yellow spots that you can see on their backs. Can you see them? And that's why they're called two-spot beetles, is because of those spots on their back. And notice how they are bright yellow. Now, normally with insects, you have something called aposematic coloration, which will have bright colors, usually yellows and oranges and reds, and typically on quite a dark background like you're seeing here. And they're normally warning colors to say, keep away from me, I am poisonous. Now, I'm not sure if the two-spot beetles have got any toxin that is unique to them. That is also something I'm going to have to do a little bit of research on. And I'm so excited that I'm able to see all these new things this evening, because all it's going to do is it's going to broaden my knowledge as well as all of you at home who are watching this. Amazing. Thank you so much, beetles. I think we're going to let them carry on copulating, and I'm going to carry on driving and seeing what else we can find. Let's see what else is on this road up ahead in front of us. We're having so much luck on Twin Dams Road this evening. So everybody, if you have just tuned into our live night safari, oh wait, have we got here? Oh, we've got more. You can't see them, but I've got another pair of mating twin spot beetles. They're everywhere. So sorry, if you've just joined in to the show, we're actually live on a night safari as we speak, and I'm finding plenty of mating twin spot beetles this evening. It's quite exciting, everybody. And what else have we got? I see some eye shine over here, but I think that's a bit too small. Probably the eyes of a very tiny spider. It might be a bit too difficult to see. So we are in Africa at the moment, and we are on Djuma Private Game Reserve, which is situated in the Sabi Sands. I have to show you another pair of mating twin spot beetles in case you think that I'm making this up. They are around every corner we turn. They're everywhere. Very exciting. I don't know if Safari Live has ever managed to record mating two-spot beetles. I think they call them twin-spot beetles as well, because I keep getting muddled up. And you see, I don't know what's going on, but it's quite interesting. Every one, or every pair that we've seen so far, the female, which I presume is the bigger one and at the bottom, is eating something, or I don't know what she is doing there. I'm very uncertain on a certain insect behavior. But it's very interesting, and I'm going to have to make a note of this and see if I can find any information about it, or possibly one of the other guides maybe knows something about this. Maybe James or Jamie have seen something along these lines over the years. That'll make for a very interesting dinner conversation, because that's what we like to speak about. Oh, I don't want to squash this lovely honeymoon couple, and we will try and avoid squashing all the honeymoon couples this evening. See who else we've got. Some interesting smells in the bush tonight as well. Something smells like it's dying. Doesn't smell very nice at all. Oh, what else have we got around here? I'm sort of looking on the ground. I've stopped looking for all the big creatures, everybody, and I'm having so much fun finding all these insects. Nothing. I get excited when I see a dark patch on the ground. I can see a lot of eye shine from a lot of things, but very small things, and I'm not sure what they are. Do you think you can get that, some of that eye shine that we're seeing over there? I don't know what it's going to be. I don't know if you at home can actually see that eye shine on the dung. No, you can't. It's quite difficult. Can you go to the right, Eggsy? There's something sitting in there, but unfortunately I cannot show you what it is. Possibly a tiny little spider. But let's cross over and see how Jamie's doing.
Well, Taylor is focusing, it's late, focusing on the smaller things. We have got some very small lion cubs to show you, who have barely moved since we arrived here. Fast asleep on their termite mound bed, positively snuggled in, although I have to say the one on the bottom really doesn't look terribly comfortable. That really looks horribly uncomfortable. All twisted round and with gravity acting against them. It doesn't seem too bothered though, does it? The lionesses are also fast asleep. I've just been sitting here thinking how incredibly privileged we are that we're able to sit in the dark and watch an entire pride of lions slumber away peacefully. Pitch black, just listening to the sounds of the bush and watching the stars slowly move overhead. Obviously the stars are not moving, we are, but that's the way it looks. And Orion, no, not Orion, sorry, Scorpius is slowly making its way back towards the horizon, and Orion will be coming up in just a few short hours. And we can't show you the stars, unfortunately. Dave and I tried it earlier. It doesn't really work at all. You get sort of maybe a couple of blobs, but that's about that. But let me just tell you that if you want to come and see amazing stars, there is no better place in the world to come into the middle of the African bush, turn off all your lights, and just look up at the constellations. The lions don't seem to be terribly bothered by them. I suppose it's a bit passé for them. It's amazing how heightened my senses have become. Obviously, I'm watching on my monitor to see what the lions are doing, but at the same time, I can tell you that I can hear them breathing. If I listen really closely, I can hear them breathing and sighing every now and again, and I can smell them from where I'm sitting. Admittedly, I am downwind of them, and they have just eaten a carcass, so they don't smell particularly pleasant, but I can smell them and I can hear them, which is something that at this distance during the day I probably wouldn't be able to do. Our other senses become vibrantly heightened when we sit in the dark like this. Cub pile. I suppose they've earned their rest. The Nkuhumas have taken down multiple prey items. Now, Jason, you were wondering if that is an active termite mound and if perhaps it's giving off heat for them. That's actually really not a bad suggestion. It isn't, as far as I can tell, that active. It might be. As you know, most of the termite mounds that we see, well, most of what we see is just a tiny little portion of what's really going on beneath the surface of the soil. Just the tip of the iceberg, so to speak. So yes, it could be an active one. I haven't seen any signs of activity, but that doesn't mean that it isn't active. And there's a possibility it's keeping them warm, although it's not too cool tonight, and they will be warm from their walk. But not a bad suggestion, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's something they do in winter. Well, Taylor's done it again. More insect life out and about. Let's go and see what she's found this time.
I have got a scorpion for you. I'm just going to drive in circles around this road. Now, I'm just trying to quickly read the name of this. Now, this scorpion doesn't have a common name, and the Latin name for it is Ostypocanthus asper. And those of you who watched James about a week ago in the tent here at Djuma Private Game Reserve, you'll remember that I found one for him on a tree. On the tree of actually a guarri tree. So I just remember making a note about this scorpion, and I couldn't remember the Latin name, but isn't it beautiful? So you can see it's got a lovely big pincers. Can you see all the big pincers that it got? So this, this means that this scorpion is actively hunting. So it's using their pincers in order to catch something. You see, it's got a very small tail, so the tail is not its main weapon. So I reckon if it stung you, it's probably going to hurt, and you're going to have a headache for an hour or maybe a few hours, but you don't need to go to hospital with this one. But I don't like to pick up scorpions. Either James was very brave the other day, and even though it's taken him a while, I think, to pick up a scorpion, and he's been doing this for years and years. Oh, this is quite amazing to see, and also out on the prowl. And you won't believe I actually even had a solifuge quite close to the spider. I mean, quite close to the scorpion. But fortunately, I lost it. But I will try and find it again for you. Let me very quickly scan. I just want to see, because it wasn't too far away from the vehicle. Please excuse me for 2 seconds. Nope, it's not here. I'll have to do some hunting for the solifuge. But it's turning out to be quite an active area for all these insects. I wonder what else we can find. We are crossing a lot of these amazing creatures off the list just in our first night. And we just saw a whip scorpion, everybody, which is a very special thing to see out in the bush. And Liz said that she would be willing to pick up a whip scorpion, even because they are harmless to humans. Now, I said earlier that they were harmless. However, Liz, you are a lot braver than I am, even though they are quite pleasant little creatures. And I actually went and took a photo of it when we left, because it was tiny. I don't know if I could pick it up. I was thinking about it, but then I just decided that that's not for me. I'll leave them on the ground and view them like this. So as the scorpion is moving around, it's got little hairs on its legs and around its body that are sort of sensory nerve hairs. So that's what it's also going to be using to try and pick up the vibrations of any little insects that could possibly be around, and that it can go and look for. I don't think these scorpions burrow. I think they do like to live in the bark of trees, if I'm not mistaken. And as the months warm up, we should start to see the burrowing scorpions, which are much larger. They're almost double the size of the scorpion. This scorpion is probably, I'm trying to give you, probably the length of your index finger. Not much bigger than that. Probably only about 5 or 6 centimeters. Hey, this little chap is quite active this evening. And off he goes into the darkness in search of his next meal. Wouldn't it be amazing if we saw a scorpion hunt? I don't think I've ever seen a scorpion hunt before. Can you all hear the lovely birds and frogs and the scops owl that's calling in the distance? I'll keep quiet so you can see if you can hear it. Hopefully you've all cranked the volume up so you could hear what I'm hearing. It's so beautiful and peaceful this evening. Not a breath of wind, everybody. I've still got just a shirt on. I haven't even had to put my jersey on just yet. Now, something that I'm missing in my box of tricks as a guide, and it's something that I need to get my hands of. And James Bear has just asked if I've got a ultraviolet light. James, I unfortunately don't, but as soon as I go on holiday, I think the first thing I'm going to do is buy an ultraviolet light, because wouldn't that be amazing if we could see what the scorpion looks like? So if you don't know what happens when you shine an ultraviolet light on a scorpion, they sort of shine bright blue. It's quite spectacular, and that's something that I'm going to definitely get. And hopefully we do more of these night segments and we can find little critters like this, and then I'll be able to show you. And that's actually a really good way to try and find scorpions, is if you are turning up rocks. So I would hope that you wouldn't be walking around at night on a big 5 area. Perhaps in an area where you knew there were no dangerous animals, it's okay. And you can use it, you turn over rocks and you just shine that light, and you should get that lovely blue glow from the scorpion. And lovely how the scorpion is just going over obstacles, that small branch on the ground. And only if it knew that about 10 meters away from it was some 2-spot beetles. And I wonder if they would go for something that big, because the 2-spot beetles are probably half the size of that scorpion. Right, I think we're going to let this little scorpion carry on with his nightly adventures. And let's go see how the Nkahumas are doing with Jamie.
It's all go, go, go here at the Lion Pride. Or not quite. A lazy evening for them. Not up to terribly much. I saw an ear twitch and a head lift at one point. That little cub's making itself slightly more comfortable. But for the most part, our lion's showing no inclination to get up and get moving just yet. I have a suspicion, after I said that those male lions had moved off, I actually have a suspicion, because I keep hearing gentle sighs from further into the bush, that they haven't actually gone as far as I thought they had. I think they might still be close by, perhaps hoping for another opportunity to prove their worth to the young female and to Amber Eyes, the only 2 females without cubs, and therefore the only potential mating options. And they've certainly worked very hard at attempting to convince those lionesses, and so far, in the last week or so, haven't been terribly successful. The lionesses have met their approaches with a no small measure of aggression every now and again. If they get too close, they get the odd smack across the nose. And I have to tell you, after our incredible experience earlier in the darkness, my favorite moment of today, after that one, because that was incredible, was when the lioness walked up to the male lion and just bopped him on the nose, ever so gently. Claws not extended, claws still retracted. Oh, look, it's dreaming. I think it is. It's twitching, maybe just getting comfortable. I haven't seen that before in the bush, that gentle bop on the nose. And it'll go down as one of my favorite Nkahuma Birmingham interactions with each other. I like the question, though, about the termite mound giving off heat. I think there is an aspect to that as well. And that's something that we have to look forward to after the rain, is the explosion of flying ants or winged termites that will be coming out at some point, hopefully soon. And we'll get a chance to see all of the animals that are gathering to feed on them. I've even seen hyenas licking termite mounds and licking up termites when you get those populations explosions. They're very, very important sources of protein for a lot of the animals out here. I haven't seen lions feeding off them, but you never know. Lions can be very strange creatures. I think after a little bit more time spent with these lions, we're probably going to move on and do a boundary patrol. I'm dying to do a boundary patrol. I want to go and see what's coming and going, coming into Djuma, leaving Djuma. And there's always the possibility of the Queen making a surprise appearance. Karula spends a lot of her time walking along the southern boundary. I think that will be our plan. Oh, a moth. Photobombed by a moth. We also go and find the insects that have been popping out after the rain. Earlier on, Dave was sitting in the dark behind me and I just heard him go, "Ah, a bat just flew right past my face." And there's all kinds of things to spot. Dave, what do you think the chances are of filming a bat flying in infrared?
We can try.
You could try. Alrighty, well, since our lions have decided that they're going to remain very much asleep, let's head across all the way to the Mara and find out if James's have different plans.
We've come back to the lions, everybody. They are astonishingly excited by their lives. You can see this female stuck her head up, her black backed ears were glistening in the blackness of this night. And the lion, well, I think he's alive. Yes, he is, he's breathing. Well done. Good for you, old fellow. There was a little bit of calling. Sorry, my audio is a bit muffled because my head is twisted looking. Is that better, Rebecca? Rebecca's on a 9-second delay, so she can only tell me 9 seconds after I tell her. Right, good, that sounds a bit better. So that's what the lions are doing, nothing. We're going to wait and see if they call again, and then I think we're going to do another little sojourn around the place to see if there aren't some others. We did hear some calling further towards where that crossing was earlier, so it might be worth just popping down there, or certainly some of the way there, and see what happens. She's listening to something now. Let us too listen. Rondre, what can you hear? I can't hear anything either. But she can. She's got good ears. Now, for those of you who have just joined us, we've just met these lions, which is a great joy, of course, to meet new lions. It's always nice to make a new friend. They are part of what we call the Kichwa Tembo Pride, which is made up of 6 lionesses, used to be made up of 7 cubs. 5 of them at least are dead. And Red, you wanted to know what the name of the pride was. Well, that's it, Kichwa Tembo. I'll tell you a little bit about that shortly. And there's a rumour that there are 2 still alive, but everybody else seems to think that they're dead. I've heard one rumour. Now that's because these 3 males, could be 4, have come into the area as new males. They've chased out the old chap called Scarface, as far as I know, and they are the Marsh Coalition males. So they have a really kind of deep attachment to that most famous of lion prides, the Marsh Pride from the Big Cat Diaries. So that's what's going on here. She spotted something here. Now Desiree has asked a very clever question, and I don't really know the answer, but I think I'm going to give you the answer that you'd quite like to hear. You want to know if, well, we all know that obviously when there's a coalition takeover like this, the new males come in and they kill the cubs, and that's obviously very unpleasant for us to watch. But you want to know if a lioness is pregnant when the coalition takeover takes place, will the new males still kill the cubs? And I think the answer is probably not, no. I think they would assume, well, presumably, if it didn't happen sort of a day after they arrived, I think that they would assume that those lioned cubs were theirs, especially if the females, or some of the females in the pride had come into anestrus or estrus and they had mated. Not even necessarily with the lioness who was pregnant. I think that'd be okay then. So she's heard something, and she killed a little wildebeest today. We managed to watch that astoundingly, and we just popped out of the camp and to go and sort of scout the landscape before we came live, and there she killed a little wildebeest, which was quite astounding to see. Now she can hear something else. So let's see what happens. Maybe a warthog is out for a midnight stroll. The thermal camera is pointing, I think, towards where she was looking. It might just be that she can hear lions calling way in the distance. Now, Red, Kichwa Tembo means, and I've got Simon here with me, so you can tell me if I'm talking rubbish. Kichwa, I think, is a head, correct?
Head of elephant.
Is the head of an elephant. So Kichwa Tembo, head of the elephant. And there's a camp not too far from here called Kichwa Tembo, and I think it's after that camp that this lion pride is named. And because of that, it's also sometimes known as the Olulolo pride, and that is the gate and the escarpment on which our camp sits. I'm not sure, does Olulolo have a name? Have a meaning? What does it mean?
Oh, just going meanders.
Okay, it means meandering.
Yeah.
Okay, that's quite interesting. So like a winding river, Olulolo means winding, or the escarpment. So that's what this pride has been known as well. But we'll call them the Kichwa pride. That seems to be the general consensus in the area. One might also call them the recumbent pride, the sleepy pride at the moment, same as the Nkuhumas. You can see lions in East Africa and South Africa are the same. Okay, she's going to call. Well, that was very impressive indeed. She's looking towards where the other males are. That was very cool. Now, some people will tell you that they can hear the difference between a male and a female lion's call. I consider myself to be a person of very sensitive ears, and I can hear the difference between those two lions, but to be able to tell which one was male and which one was female, well, I think it'd be quite difficult. She's, I suppose, got a slightly higher pitched voice, but it's hardly a sort of ringing soprano to his deep bass. And that's them marking territory. They're just telling all the other lions in the area, this is our spot. I think she's also trying to make contact with the rest of the pride. And maybe they're calling. We did a long loop, everybody, round about where they were found this morning. Nothing so far. Let's just listen carefully. We're going to be quiet for 20 seconds and see if we can't hear something. I can hear some way in the distance. That sounds like over the marsh, perhaps to the north. Well, that was great. They may well call again. The two other males are lying so flat on the road Their bottom's facing out, so they're really not looking at their best. They're not doing anything. So let's just sit here for a bit longer, and then we'll go for another sort of scanning of the area with the infrared torch. Not infrared, the, what's it called again? Thermal imaging torch. Just remember, this is coming to you from two amazing locations. Obviously the iconic Kruger National Park in the south and the Mara Triangle up here in Kenya. Now, Taylor has seemed to have had a magnificent evening, especially after the new rains, finding lots and lots of little creepy, crawly things. Let's go and take a look at the latest edition.
I have no idea what type of ground beetle this one is. I've never seen it before. Look at its remarkable pattern though on its shield. That's really, really beautiful with all those little spots. I'd love it if I could get a little bit closer to it, just to be able to see if it is spots or if it's maybe little grooves on the back of its carapace, but I'm a little bit unsure. And that's what I am just absolutely loving tonight, is I've never seen a ground beetle that looks anything like this before. I mean, the most common ones that we see are the two-spot beetles that we've been looking at. So these are also known as tyrant beetles, the ground beetles. So I'm going to be doing so much research this evening. I'm not going to be able to go to bed. I'll have to look up all these different things. Now, there's quite a few different critters crawling around here. I'm going to see if I can try and spot another one for you. I saw some more over here. Let me just have a quick scan. No, where did you go? There's one on the tree. Looks like a cockroach. Also, I don't know what type of cockroach we've got there, but it looks like it could be one going underneath the bark of this dead marula tree that the elephants have kindly pushed over for us. And I think it was last night that I was looking, or possibly the night before, that I was looking under the bark of a marula trying to find something like a scorpion or something along those lines with these beetles. And that's where these animals are, these insects, sorry, are living during the day. Should we have a look at our little tyrant beetle? Just to keep out of the harsh sun. And most of these beetles that we're seeing as well are nocturnal, which makes sense as to why we are seeing them now and why I never see them during the day. We've also got some bats and things flying overhead. Did you see the fish moth to the top left of your screen? If you can you maybe zoom in a little bit? It was moving around. No, now it's gone under all those goodies, but I just saw it, just caught my eye just as this beetle was moving out of sight. A little fish moth was around too. There's lots of little creepy crawlies around here. While we're just sitting, I'm just quickly having a little scan just to see if I can possibly spot something else for us. And I've had to put a jacket on now because it has got a bit chilly just from moving around. Now I can't see our beetle anymore. Our beetle is gone. Let me scan around here. Everybody, please excuse if you're not seeing anything. You can see me moving the spotlight very slowly just to see if we can spot another insect. I've got another millipede for you, and I've got a little millipede. Ooh, can you see it over there? A little millipede, much smaller than the ones we saw earlier. This one's not moving too much. I wonder if it isn't because it has got a little bit chilly this evening, and Thai Town wants to know how much does the temperature drop in the evenings. Tonight it hasn't dropped too much. If I'm not mistaken, I think we were 83 degrees Fahrenheit this afternoon, and it's probably around between 70 and 75 now, maybe even a little bit less than that, but it's not cold at all. It's just a little bit chilly as we're driving along, and that's probably the coldest thing about a safari. And when you do come on safari in winter, it's not that the temperature is low, it's that early in the mornings and late in the evenings, once the sun drops behind the horizon, that chill factor that's coming off of the air really freezes you. I wasn't too far off. Thank you, Rebecca, in final control. Rebecca says the temperature now is currently 69°F. So I was just off by 1, not too shabby. I'm getting good at this guessing the weather, or guessing the temperature. Oh, there we go. This little one has started moving now. Also, just munching away on a leaf. That seems to be their favorite food at the moment, are these decomposing leaves. Right, let's leave this millipede. Let's see what else we can find in the bush this evening. We're going to very carefully look down at the road so we don't squash anything, squash any of our honeymoon beetles that we've been seeing around every corner. There's lots of them around. Now, that scorpion that we saw probably about 10 minutes ago, I was redoing a little bit of reading because I like to read in between and obviously broaden my knowledge whenever I can. And if only that scorpion could come around to all these little millipedes. Apparently that specific species. Oh wow, look at this. We've had an accident. Sorry. Apparently that species, the Osteopacanthus asper scorpion, likes to feed on millipedes. Look here, we've got a bit of a crime scene, everybody. Can you see that? I think, unfortunately, these beetles were trodden on, or actually maybe not even. Look at all the ants coming through to devour what's left of these beetles. They actually look intact. Possibly it was an ambush by all these little ants. We will never know. I am not a part of the CSI, unfortunately, and I won't be able to do a very good autopsy as to what's going on over here. However, I do know that the ants are going to have a feast tonight. Buffet a la the two-spot beetle. Oh, you can still see that one kicking. Help me! Help me! And I have to show you the onlooker. If you go a little bit up, look at the bug. That's the onlooker laughing away, going ha 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 ha. Only the strongest shall survive. Now, good evening, Tucker. Tucker, who is 4 years old. Thank you for watching the show, Tucker. So Tucker really loves all bugs and insects. And he wants to know, do we get any worms? Yes, we do. We get lots of different types of worms. One of my favorite worms are earthworms, though. And that's quite amazing. Tucker, maybe what you should try and do is ask your mom if you can get an earthworm farm. Quite amazing. And maybe you could get some of the juice that they produce. And that was also rhyming unintentionally. And then your mom can use it for her garden as well. Worm juice, as they call it. You can even see the importance of something small like ants, which I know plague a lot of kitchens, and they are not the favorite of most chefs. But they are the cleanup crew as well. By tomorrow morning, there'll probably just be a little bit of the exoskeleton that's left, and that's really it. Everything else would have been devoured by these ants. I'm glad I'm not these beetles, though. Here we go. We always see lions and leopards feeding on animals. I don't know when I last watched an ant devour another insect. Well, that was quite nice. Let's carry on. Whoa. I'm just going to make sure that I don't kill anybody as I drive on here. But while I find you something else to look at, James has got the lions again.
They've lifted their heads, everybody. This lion has lifted his head, he's yawned, he's looked into the night, and perhaps he's about to go stalking off into the darkness. Or maybe he'll go to sleep. Yes, his eyes are becoming heavy. Oh, shame. Oh. There we go. Ooh. Come on, give us a call. This is wonderful. obviously red coloured, and to us they're pretty easy to see, but to the lions they disappear in amongst the greens and blues. Now this is a fairly main road. It runs parallel with the Mara River, and we'll turn towards the river shortly and see if we can't find something there. I know there's a road I want to take to the left, it loops back towards the river. Right, let's get the thermal camera out there. Graham, what have you spotted? Apparently something off to the left, nothing particularly entertaining. Otherwise, nothing, but if we do see something, we shall be sure to tell you about it, no doubt. Alright, Jamie is back with some lions. I don't know if it's the same ones. If she's finished her border patrol, then any luck, it's some new ones. Let's go and find out.
We just can't seem to go anywhere with bumping into lions at the moment. Juma seems to be crawling with them. We've just come across this magnificent male lion. Unfortunately, he's just finished roaring. He's giving us a spectacular display of the lion's vocal prowess. And what an incredible sound that truly is. Now we're going to reposition slightly now that he's decided to settle down, because we might also get to hear the rest of them responding. I have to tell you, after I left the lions just a moment ago, just as David and myself were far enough away, they started roaring as well. He's going to get up. Where are you going to go, boy? Let's stay with him. Male lion on the move is quite a spectacular sight. He is heading south, so very soon he could hit our southern boundary, but let us stick with him while we can. What an amazing night this is. Don't disappear, boy, while I'm turning round. He's stopping every now and again to urine scent mark the various bushes and trees around him. Mostly guarri bushes, which is their standard approach. He's listening now for a response. There it is. There's the response. Just trying to listen to where those... There we go. Nothing quite like it. Okay, let's catch up with him. Never ever gets old, that incredible sound. Okay, on with the engine, and off we go to catch up with him once again. Hopefully we get a couple more opportunities just like that before he goes south. He knows where his buddies are. They've been calling in response. Those of you who have got the dam camera on at the same time, you might even be hearing them as they start to move north. He's going south, splitting up as the Birmingham boys go about their nightly patrols. And this time we get to go with them. How exciting is that? As we trundle along behind our gentleman, while we wait for him to give us another roar, let's go back to Taylor, who's got a little birdie and a little tree.
I hope you all enjoyed that very powerful roar from the Birmingham. I could hear it in the distance, and it was so beautiful. Now, as we were driving along looking for insects and other little creatures that we could find, I spotted this lilac-breasted roller who's roosting up in this marula tree, and I just thought it was quite amazing how it's leaning up against that quite thick branch, and then it's just perched on a smaller little branch. Now, I don't know if this bird, or if birds can see the infrared light. I'm uncertain. It is watching us, but the fact that we have stopped the vehicle and it's quite close to the road as well is possibly why it is looking at us. But I know birds can see ultraviolet light quite well, and that's actually what they look for, especially some of the raptors. They specialize in picking up the UV signatures of urine from the rodents and various other creatures. So it'd be quite interesting to find out if birds can see infrared light. But I don't want to disturb it anymore. I just wanted to quickly show you what the birds do at night and where they roost. And they do go to sleep. They don't spend the entire night feeding. And let's carry on down the road and see what else we've got. What else do we have, everyone? We're trying to move along some different roads, some roads we haven't driven today. And I did spot some bush babies, but they were in the very far distance and I couldn't off-road to get to them, unfortunately. So there's a lot of silver cluster leaf trees around here, and they seem to quite enjoy the silver cluster leaf forest. They've got nice branches for them to bounce around on, so I'm keeping an eye out for some more bush babies. There's lots of them around at the moment. I don't think I've ever seen so many bush babies before. So I'm very excited with the warm weather and the warm months to come as well. And hopefully I'll be able to actually photograph. Oh, we've got more mating insects, and we don't have mating two-spot insect beetles. We've got a different kind. We've got those ground beetles that we saw probably only, about 5 minutes ago? Let's see. Iggy, is that fine?
Yeah.
I can hear some elephants in the distance too. So we've seen two different types of beetles mating this evening. Here we go. That's very interesting. You can see that one's just got too many legs and too many antennae. So it's quite hard to tell from the back that there is actually two beetles there. Remember, everybody, we're live at the moment, and if you have any questions for myself, James, or Jamie, you are welcome to either hashtag Safari Live, or you can even email us, and you can send those through to questions@wildearth.tv. And I cannot wait to hear from you. We're having a fantastic evening out in the bush. It's a lovely adventure. Sorry, everybody, I got distracted by a little cockroach, but let's leave these lustrous couple and let's carry on. Love is definitely in the air tonight, everybody. I feel like I need to start singing. Right, who else have we got hiding in the bushes? So something that Eggsy and I have been chatting about probably for the last half an hour now is if we could find any chameleons. And I thought I actually had some chameleons just a few moments ago, but they turned out to be leaves. So Liz was wondering if we're going to see any. I'm working on it. I'm looking for them right now. So where we need to look is we need to look on the edge of branches. So the sort of trees that are overhanging in the road, those would be good spots for the chameleons to sort of sit on. So that's what I'm looking for. I think we could be a little bit too early, but we're having so much luck this evening. I'm not going to cancel out anything. Well, we're having luck with the insects, but that's fine. Something different and something interesting. Janie's managed to carry on and find those Birminghams. Let's go back to her.
There's nothing like having a massive male lion walking out of the night towards you. I've shot ahead of him, and we're actually reversing ahead. I'm just making sure we don't go tumbling into twin dams, because somehow I think David might be quite cross with me if I did that. Still got him there, Dave? Well done. Okay, I'm going to watch the road behind me, sort of. It's quite difficult to do this during the day. It's very difficult to do it at night, but it gives you the most spectacular images. Aha. He's going to cut the corner. Okay. Let's just go a little bit further. Ooh. Nearly drove off the damn wall. That wouldn't have been ideal. Yeah. Safari Dean, you were wondering if lions ever call at night to stir up the animals hiding in the bushes. And no, I don't think they do. I don't think they want them, when they're hunting them, to be alert to their presence. I think it's more about, it's all territorial, it's all to do with the dynamics of the different lion prides in the area. It's to do with letting other males know that they're there. The females do the same thing for other female prides, and so on. So you know, Sfaradine, that's why they roar, of course. I know that you know, but here we go, here we go. Such a cool noise. Okay, let's go catch up with him. He's about to cross over our boundary. Thank you, mister, for giving us that one last show of your incredible ability to roar. It's amazing. Our lions have the most incredibly specially adapted diaphragms and structures. Their ribs are not connected at all, and their larynx muscles, or at least their larynx has a muscle that connects it to their diaphragm, which essentially pulls it down and allows them to produce that incredibly deep bass note. Okay. There's our boundary up ahead, Gowrie Mane rapidly approaching as he walks with a slight limp, which is relatively common for a dominant male lion in power. Life is tough, and they usually don't come out unscathed. He hasn't eaten nearly as much as his buddies have. They were full-bellied when we saw them. He is not. Oh. So when I said he was going to disappear across our southern boundary, he had other plans. One of which was to lie down just to the north of our southern boundary. That was very considerate of him. In that case, let's reposition slightly so we've got a better view than the back of his head. Not that there's anything wrong with the back of his head. As we spoke about earlier, they could be in shampoo commercials. My goodness, there are so many moths down my shirt. Ticklish. Oh, oopsie. Here we go. One more roar for us, buddy. The Birmingham boys are spreading out this evening. making sure that they head to different corners of their territory. Oh, or, you know, collapsing in an exhausted heap on the ground. That works too. Yes, I know, it was a long way you walked. It must have been nearly 500 meters. Right, I'm glad we repositioned. That went very well, didn't it, Dave? And this is pretty much how lions move throughout the evening. Walk a bit, relax, walk a bit, relax some more. But in this way, you could easily end up walking 20-25 kilometers tonight. They've got an enormous perimeter to patrol. And I suppose roaring must be quite exhausting work as well. And to the south, his territory stretches all the way towards Mala Mala. And to the west and to the east of us, in equal distance, right towards Kruger on the east, and then back towards Elephant Plains in the west. And I would say that if I had to guess at the size of the Birmingham Boys' territory, I'd put it at around 10,000 hectares or so, 8,000, 10,000 hectares. And the frogs are positively deafening, as a gentle reminder to me that I'm going to have to do some brushing up on my frog calls. Some of them I've noticed have got a little bit rusty. A lot of what you're hearing now, though, is rain frogs. Typically, the road that we're on at the moment, Gowrie Main, when we sit here during the day, we're constantly moving backwards and forwards for vehicles. But right now out here, it feels as though Dave and I are completely alone with this male lion, which we are. Right, if I reposition, mister, are you going to move? What do you think? Probably not, huh? You look relatively comfortable for now. Alright, let's try and get a slightly different angle. Perhaps a slightly better one. And let's try and dodge the giant leadwood branches as we do that, so we don't wind up having to change a flat tire in the dark. Wouldn't be the first time I've had to change the flat tire in the dark. Okie dokie, whilst we reposition and shuffle around and get a better view of our lion, let's jump back on board with Taylor and find out where she is and what she's up to.
We've stumbled across a herd of impala. As you can see, they're a little bit jumpy. Some of them got up, and you can see most of them are sitting down and resting, though it's quite a big herd, and they are in the distance. So we've just got a little glimpse over here of a few. It'll be quite interesting to see how they're going to behave. And they actually don't seem too bothered at all. That one's carrying on with its daily activities. It's grooming. And the frogs and everything are chirping away, even having a little scratch. Now, the impala will sleep during the night, but when I say sleep, I don't mean like the Birmingham is doing at the moment. They're sort of just sitting, resting, ruminating, like you can see that female is doing over there. So while you'll have most of the herd sitting down, there'll always be a one, either a male or a female, that will sort of stand up and sort of stand guard and just keep an eye out. Now, these impala aren't out in the open. They're actually in quite a wooded area filled with plenty of silver cluster leaves, trees. And normally what they do is they come out to the open. And I think I was chatting about this last night. But just to recap, it's important for animals that are prey to animals like lions and leopards to move out into the open areas. And that's just sort of a natural defense, because it's easier to spot a predator coming towards you on a big open plain than it is to see the silhouette of something coming towards you when there's lots of trees and shrubs around. So it's quite risky in here. It's a good opportunity for a leopard to come through, because they'll have quite a few different things to hide behind. But I don't see a moon at the moment. It's very dark out here at them. I wish I could actually show you the stars, because that's something very special about Africa as well, is the wonderful stars that we have. Very little light pollution. Munching away. Let's move on from these impala and let's see who else we've got. A slight wind picking up, but hopefully it doesn't blow too strongly. And I haven't seen any more interesting or mating insects. It's like everybody's gone to bed now. Oh, just lots of millipedes on the road. You'll see me scanning from left to right, just searching the trees for bush babies like I've got over here. It's actually better if I went back. Can you see where I'm looking, Eggsy? Yep. Don't jump away. Has it jumped? I don't want to turn the vehicle off in case I think it has. No, I can still see it moving around in the fork of the tree. Hang on, we've got quite an obstructions. And no, hang on, it's jumped, everybody. I have to move. Hang on, there it is, there it is. Quickly, Eggsy, quickly. Go down, go down. There it is. Zoom in there. There we go, everybody. Another lesser bush baby. We are spoiled this evening. Look how quickly they move. Let's see if we're going to see this one jump. Whee! And it's landed over there. This is really testing Eggsy's skills, everybody, and it is gone. I don't know if we're going to get another look at it. See, it's hopping through the trees at the moment. There it goes. Well done, Eggsy. They're still sitting there running along the branch. Now you can definitely see that they can leap up to 2 meters. Wow, that's spectacular. They've got a very good hand and eye coordination, everybody. And they need to be able to have that to catch all those flying insects. Oh no, it's still there. Oh, you jumped towards us. That's kind. Oh, you're coming even closer. You're coming closer. I don't know if you can see it hopping away. There it jumps again, everyone. There it is. Small little critters. Not big. Only about 40 centimeters in length. And that's from head to tail. You go forward. So if you were to take your ruler, I'm going to use a ruler for scale tonight. And if you take your ruler and you add 10 more centimeters, so 1/3 of your ruler, then you'll get the length of a bush baby. There it is. Still there. I'm trying to turn the vehicle off. Not particularly bothered by us, which I'm quite impressed by. And I'm not going to use the infrared here, just because it's quite difficult to keep up with this bush baby. Look at that long tail. What are you looking for? Something I'd really like to see is I need to reposition again. Oh no, you still got it there. Is to see a mother bush baby carry its young sort of in its mouth and jump from tree to tree. I think that must be very impressive to see something like that. You can just sort of see it in the background there in the middle of your screen. And we're actually having quite a long sighting of this bush baby. Normally they're very quick. Just a little glimpse. Whee! Boing! I always have a good chuckle when they're on the ground and they're bouncing. They remind me very much of the gummy bears. Oh, I found it again. Let's see if we can get another view of it. You are the most accommodating bush baby I've ever come across in my life. But now I say that, no, he's still there. You can just see its eye shine. Well, where did you go? Oh no, it's still on the branch. Just see it moving away at the back. Now, I don't know how you tell whether it's a male or a female. I think that's quite difficult. Wait. Where'd you go? Oh, at the bottom. Oh, jumping towards the back. You can just see the branches moving in the distance. Let's see, maybe it comes back again like it has been doing. Moving across, jumping again. Yes, keep jumping to the right because you're going to come out into the open. There, it's on the ground, on that log. Whee! That was a big one. No, it's gone a bit further to the right. It was in there somewhere. I just saw that. No, it's moved now. It's on the trees at the back. But I don't know if we're going to see it now. No, now it's gone. Okay, everybody, it's jumped away from us. Oh no, it's back again. Oh my goodness, it's bizarre behavior. Jumping away from us and jumping towards us. Just when I think we're not going to get another view, it surprises us. There it is, on the back trees. You have to go even further past that. Eggsy to the right. Up. It's gone now. Okay, everybody. I don't know if... Can you see it? Yes, you can see it. It's moving. There it is. But this bush baby is now jumping very far away from us, and we're not going to off-road to try and keep up with it. But I think that was an incredible sighting of a wonderful little bush baby. So we're going to head on over to James, who's got a glimmer of the moon.
It sounds like you're having a fantastic time there with the leaping bush babies of Juma. There is the, well, 2/3 moon of Kenya. And it'll be 2/3 where in Juma and 2/3 in the United Kingdom and 2/3 everywhere else, if I'm not mistaken, today. We are still in the southern hemisphere, in case you're wondering about the orientation. Sorry about my audio, everybody. It will be the same orientation here as it is back at Juma. Now, we've stopped here next to our male lion because he has lifted his head up. This is the other brother. Now, I don't know for certain, what their names are yet. We're just getting to grips with that. But if you look at this chap, there we are. There is a lion called Scar in this coalition, apparently. That could be him. If that's not the same as Scarface, who that is inescapably not. He does have quite a few scars on his face. And just to reiterate, everyone, these lions not moving around for exactly the same reason as the Nkuhumas aren't. They've just eaten too much. They're just like you are after a heavy Sunday lunch. Good night. Hello, Robin D. Very good question from you about how a coalition knows where its boundaries are when they take over an area. Robin, I think it's largely from the smell of other lions. Just up ahead, John. Oh, you got him. And what they do is they smell other lions, and that becomes the boundary. So if you take over a territory, this guy looks a bit stiff. He's just having a stretch. Take over a territory, and they will be bounded by other lions. It's very seldom that, an area is completely devoid of lions. And that's how the territory will stay. But, of course, that can shift. So if that coalition that is on, say, the southern boundary of a lion's territory passes on, then they will probably expand because they cannot smell those old lions around the place. So I think it's largely based on how, the other lions that they smell in the area and how confident they feel about challenging those other lions. I think it probably also has to do with the female territories, because very seldom, in fact I can't think of an instance where a male's territory will encompass a female's and then half of another one, or half of an adjacent female pride's territory. In fact, that's probably more likely to be almost the answer in its entirety. So we know the Birmingham boys dominate two prides, the Sticks and the Nkuhumas, and their territory quite neatly fits over the two of them. It's probably slightly bigger, but I don't think they have half another pride's territory. Shall we have a look at the thermal? Dromedary, this is quite a nice thermal image, if you like. I didn't mean to sort of tell you what to do. Sandy, sorry, my Skype call broke up as your question came through. I think it was, are these boys the same size as the Birmingham boys? Was that correct? Oh, you say they seem to have much thicker front legs than the Birminghams. Sandy, no, I don't think they have thicker front legs. I think what you're noticing is that they are fuller built. They're really kind of right at the almost the sort of optimum weight that they'll get to, somewhere between 7 and 8 years old. And I think these guys, the very blonde one looked to be about 6 to me, but maybe a bit older. Some of them probably about 7. So they're almost at their full weight, which means that they will be stockier than the Birminghams. I don't think they're any taller. They may be slightly taller, but not much. Their manes will be definitely fuller, and they will be heavier than the Birminghams are at the moment. But the Birminghams, I don't think they're very big lions. In fact, I think they're on the smallish side, but they'll get to about this size when they're 7 or 8 years old. Righty, let's carry on along the road. We might be lucky to find a few more creatures of the Kenyan night. Well, hang on a second, let's just wait and see if he doesn't call. See if he's got a very beautiful voice like his brothers. I've never met a lion with a poor voice, you know, Gendre. Right, let's leave him to luxuriate in the tickling of the red oat grass. On we go. Jen Ward, you want to know if I've got my blankie? I do not have my blankie. I've got another blankie. There we are. It's actually a seat cover, Jen. This entire car is covered in a rather bizarre green tartan, which we've yet to find the origins of. And I've got the seat cover from my seat over my little exposed leggies. Thank you for your concern. Ooh. Another one's going now. I'm going to sneak back just in time for them to stop. You got them, Gendre? Ah, we stopped just in time. Oh, that was absolutely hopeless timing. Alright everybody, let's go over to, I think it's Taylor. Is it Taylor we're going to? Rebecca? It's Jamie. Let's go across to Jamie.
Another novel experience for us. Let's try and reposition. We've got an elephant herd here in front of us. You'll notice I've got my spotlight on. I'm not shining it at the elephants, but I am using it to make sure that I'm not driving in between the herd, and just to provide me with a little bit of light every now and again to see exactly where they are and to watch their body language so that I know if it's okay to approach them or if it's not. Guys. And once we stop here, I just keep a gentle eye on what's happening. Okay. And there we go. An elephant herd in the darkness. Might not be the best view we've ever had, but it is fascinating to watch. Well done, Dave. I don't know what you did there. There's nothing quite like sitting in the dark, just listening to elephants feeding. The sounds of their crunching, amazingly silent creatures, unless you can hear what they're feeding on. You don't hear the sound of their massive bodies moving through the bush. They're like giant ghostly shapes moving in the darkness. This is one of my favorite things to do when I'm out at night. And we do occasionally go out at night, and we go visit friends or whatever it is that we happen to be doing. Especially when you get a full moon. You can sit perfectly placidly in the darkness, surrounded by elephants, and they're absolutely fine at night. In fact, they're usually very nice at night. As long as you sit and you don't bother them at all, you get to enjoy a really spectacular atmosphere. Nothing provides that sense of peace like sitting with an elephant herd. And it's even more pronounced at night. There's a very, very big female there. She's the largest that I've seen so far. And of course they're perfectly aware of our presence, but they don't seem to be terribly bothered. I'm speaking very, very softly, obviously, since we don't want to disturb them. Although they are primarily, I suppose you'd refer to them as diurnal animals, but they do continue to feed throughout the night. They don't really have to be worried about much out here. Oh, there's the antenna, in case you're wondering what that giant glowing white stick is. That's the antenna. Why are you suddenly going this way, big girl? Which way are you planning on going? So I'm not shining at her, I'm just illuminating the road in front of me so that I can see what she's up to. And if she went across the road to feed, yeah, she did. She did just go across the road to feed. And because it's dark and because I can't see, I've been keeping a relatively safe, or definitely a safe distance, a relatively large distance between myself and the elephant, just to make sure that we don't get ourselves into any trouble. And what a special way to spend an evening. This entire experience has been mind-boggling. I'm hoping that they might decide to come a little bit closer if we sit nice and still and give us a slightly better view. It's always best to let the elephants approach you. I keep glancing down at my monitor because I can't see exactly what Dave is seeing. And I'm just ever so slightly dropping the spotlight onto the ground to try and make sure I know where they all are. Here you go, Gracie. He's 9 years old. I know that elephants are one of Gracie's absolute favorite animals. And Gracie says, yay, elephants at night. So I'm glad that we could spend a little bit of time with elephants for you, Gracie. I'm going to try. Actually, I'm not going to reposition for now. I'm just going to make the most of this sighting and try and listen to whatever it is they are up to. As they gently browse. I can't reposition right now, I don't think. Oh, I'll keep that little bit of light on. Or is that light making your life more difficult, Dave?
Better.
Better. Okay. And I'm sure that they are incredibly happy that we've had as much rain as we have had, and that very soon the bush will start to go a little bit greener, and they'll have something more exciting to snack on than the bits of bark that they've been surviving on over the last few months. For now, though, this female is very focused on digging something up out of the ground. Using those massive feet and trunk in conjunction. Aha! There's something that I've been very much on the lookout, apart from elephants. Taylor's got something definitely much smaller and probably better at jumping.
I could do a happy dance, everybody. I've finally found my frog. Well, I think that this is actually a little toad that we're looking at. I remember finding one many months ago and photographing it. Now, it's quite small. It's probably the size of a South African 5 Rand coin. I'm trying to think what else I could sort of give it a size reference. So if you take your index finger and your thumb and you make a circle with it and you look in that circle, that is pretty much the size of this toad over here. So if you can all take a screenshot of it for me, Eggsy's going to zoom in now, so I could please look for it a little bit later this evening. Now, amphibians are my favorite thing in the whole wide world. I love them. Them and elephants and hyenas. They are what I live for. So it'll be quite interesting to see what this little chap is. And I have a beautiful big frog book back in my room. And this will be the first thing that I look for. Because I do actually have a photo of it, but it'd be nice to have a photo of this one. And you can see it's got its mouth slightly gaped. I'm not entirely sure what it's doing. It's not making any noises at all. It's a very quiet frog. And it also doesn't seem to be too bothered by us. I thought it was going to hop into the water as we arrived, but thankfully it did not. You know what you are doing. And normally they would be sitting here calling away, hoping to entice or serenade a lovely lady. But this toad seems to be the only one here. There doesn't seem to be anyone else around. You can see, very quiet. Probably singing, I'm Mr. Lonely, I have nobody, I'm all on my own, or something along those lines. But I'm so happy I spotted this toad's eye shine from the road. We are covered in spider webs, everybody, as well. Everywhere we've been driving, we keep taking out spider webs, unfortunately. Fantastic. I wish this little one would give us a call. Then it would also make it much easier for me to try and figure out who this amphibious creature is. Right, fantastic. Let's see if I can find anybody else, everyone. We're going to move away from this amphibian now, and we're going to see what else we can find. Maybe we can find some more. Just quickly double checking. Nope, it is Mr. Lonely. Right, now let me just quickly reverse out of here and make sure that I don't drive into the watering hole, just to get back onto the road. And we're back onto the road. I'm not sure entirely where I am either. It's a lot more difficult trying to navigate at night, but it turned out to be a very productive little road, and doesn't look like it's been driven in a while. Definitely not since the rains. I hope it is indeed a road and it isn't just some erosion that's been washed away. I don't think it is. It's maybe just an old road that is not favored by the rangers in this area. So something that we haven't seen yet are fireflies. And Erica wants to know, do we have any bioluminescent creatures? Now, Erica, we've got the fireflies, which emit a wonderful little chemical that allows them to glimmer at night time. Other than that, I'm not sure if we've got anything else. I think it is just the fireflies, but if I am incorrect, you're welcome to let me know and educate me by either using the hashtag on Twitter. You can do hashtag Safari Live, or you can also email us at questions@wildearth.tv. Who else have we got? What? This is very bumpy, this little road that we seem to have stumbled across. Poor Eggsy is holding on for absolute dear life. Now we're waiting for the chameleons, everyone. James has got another hippo. Head to him while I look for some chameleons.
We have no... Okay, we're live, everybody. Right, sorry about that. We just lost our communications briefly with the final control. Look at that very, very pretty picture going on there. A hippopotamus standing beneath a fascinating tree called Balanites aegyptica. And I think that's called a desert date in English. Now, of course, many of you will know of the Balanites tree on Juma. That's Balanites mogami, the torchwood. And that tree that we've just seen there is one of the most iconic trees of this particular part of the world. Dotted across the clearings. This is a wonderful hippo sighting. We thought this hippo would move off. Many of them have moved off away from us. But this one is feeding, sort of, and then listening every time I exclaim its magnificence. That's fantastic. Look at that. Now, you cannot believe that those great big chomping teeth have any usefulness to a grazing animal, and they don't really, except when they're defending their territory or their babies from crocodile attack, perhaps. But that hippo is now slightly suspicious of what it feels is probably a slight tingling in the eye, but it can't really see what it is that's doing that. And they've hardly got incisor teeth. It's basically their lips that they use to pick those great big swathes of grass. That's very cool. And I'm just going to quickly send a message to the final control via you that I cannot hear them at all. I'm going to close down the call and try and redo it. It's amazing. That hippo's got no idea. I'm afraid I've lost the final control completely, so I can't talk to Rebecca. I'll try and WhatsApp Jerry. Now, of course, the point of my telling you all of this, everybody, is so that they can actually hear me. There we go, where we've got Jerry back. Hello, Jerry. Now, what's interesting, are we still live, Rebecca? Yeah, we're still live. That's wonderful. Now, a hippopotamus, unlike its rather large equivalent, the white rhinoceros, doesn't eat nearly as much food. Apparently, almost half to two-thirds of what you'd expect for an animal like this. So a hippo, at least a big white rhino, will eat about 40 kilograms of this kind of grass a day. And a hippopotamus, well, I've read things as small as 8 kilos, and it might be up to sort of 20, but it's definitely far less than a rhino. And I think that's because they don't do anything in the day. They just lie in the water, wallowing about the place. They don't actually have to hold their whole mass. Oh, Jesus, we have an amazing time with the bush babies at Juma. There's another one now with Jamie.
Yay! One of my favourite nocturnal animals to look at. A little bush baby who's been giving us the most incredible demonstration of its jumping skills, hasn't it, Dave? We've been chasing it backwards all the way down Gowrie Main. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. And he's testing my spotlighting. Whee! I've lost it. I've lost it. Oh, there it is. Jeepers. Oh no. Oh no. Where'd it go? can't see it anymore, Dave. How did we manage to stay with it for that long and now we lose it? We've been reversing all the way down Gowrie Bay, not chasing, but keeping up with this. Haha, I got you. With this little bush baby. Okay, where are you going to go from there? Now the name Bush Baby, to answer Fran's question. Okay. Don't go. We're going to go backwards a bit. Next thing I'm going to find myself in the middle of that elephant herd again. I better be careful. Where'd you go? Aha, I see you. Okay, I'm going to answer Fran's question in a second. So Fran would like to know whether or not a bush baby makes a call. And Fran, the answer to that is actually the reason behind the name, oh my goodness, little thing, bush baby. Because particularly the greater bush baby, which is the greater galago, one that we don't see, that I've never seen here, but you do see up in the sort of northern parts around Pafuri. There we go, he's in the middle of my spotlight there, and he's in the marula tree. He's keeping Dave guessing. There he is. The greater galago, the greater bush baby, makes a cry that sounds like a crying baby, hence the name bush baby. Sound. Really, it really sounds like that. It sounds like a crying baby. I've got it again, but I've lost it again. Where'd it go? Sorry, Dave, I've lost it. No, there it is. It is in the middle of my spotlight. It's just not looking at us right now. Oh, there's two. Okay, this little one's going left again. Okay. I think, oh, there it is. I think this might spell the end of our bush baby sighting. Okay. So our lesser bush babies are a little bit quieter than the greater bush babies. They don't make as much noise as these do. They can make a sort of a chirping, hissing sound, especially when they cross with each other. They sort of swell up and get very cross. There's one there, Dave, in the middle of my spotlight, but at the back. I don't know if you can see it at all. And I can't. Yes, there you go. You can see the eyes shining. There you go. All done. I can see you, little thing. Just your eyes at the moment. Glowing back a bright red colour. There's nothing that looks quite like the eyes of a bush baby. Mandinga, you would like to know what the estimated population of bush babies would be within the Kruger. And that's a really, really difficult question for me to answer. I read one study that in thick bush willow woodland, they encountered 500 per square kilometre. That's a massive, massive number, and that I think was a slight overestimate of that particular study. I don't know the answer to that. If I had to guess, I would say a good 100,000 or so. Possibly even more. There are lots and lots of lesser bush babies. A smaller number of, there's two of them there, actually. But I'm just trying to find a clear view for Dave. Come on, little bush babies, come a bit closer. I do see them, but they're very, very difficult to see, and they're very difficult to film. They do live in little family groups. They all sort of nest together. And they'll often go out foraging. They forage alone, but they will occasionally meet up with another member of their family group. They're not strictly territorial, though. So it's not like they are defensive if they ever meet a stranger or strange bush baby. They just maybe inflate a little bit. Oh, wow. I'm going to reposition. I've got something to show you. That is so cool. Bear with me one moment. It's going to totally be worth it. Might not be the best view site I've ever encountered, but it's still an awesome view. How's that, Dave? Cool. The moon on its way up. How's that for colour? Bright orange. And as the moon rises on evenings like this evening, especially in winter's months or after the dry season, The amount of dust and atmosphere gives it that orangey color. Let's head across to Taylor and see what she's up to.
Hang on, everybody. Before I get talking too much, I've just spotted a white-tailed mongoose. Now it was racing off into the distance, so we are trying to just spot it again. Where? Oh, there it's. My goodness. Can you get it? And it was hiding in a log for us very nicely, but unfortunately it's now shy and has moved off. Still in the distance. Let me see if we can get it again. Maybe it stops at the next log. There it is. No, I don't know if we're going to see it again. I'm afraid it's disappearing. Ah, okay. Well, we tried, everybody, to see where it goes. Did you see it? It's disappearing to the left. No, it's gone. Okay. Well, we tried, everybody. We did have a very nice white-tailed mongoose, and unfortunately, they are very, very secretive creatures, and that was the largest species of mongoose that we see in this area. Now, everyone, I hope that you enjoyed the show this evening. It's been full of surprises and lots of adventures, and I hope you're looking forward to joining us tomorrow afternoon as we do another safari marathon. But I'm going to head off and curl up in my bed, though before I do that, I've got lots of research to do. And I'll get back to you on some of those answers tomorrow. So from myself, Taylor, I hope you have a lovely evening. And Eggsy, I'm sure you want to give one last goodbye. And we'll hopefully see you tomorrow afternoon. Don't forget to tune in.
After a marathon game drive, I've had an absolute ball. And I think it's almost time for us to say a goodbye and a farewell to all of you. I do hope you've enjoyed yourselves. It's been spectacular from our side. Dave and I have had one of the most memorable experiences I know I've ever had in the bush, and Dave says likewise. So from myself and Dave, a big thank you, and a big thank you to Dave for all of his amazing work. He's done some spectacular stuff this evening. Thanks, Dave. And to our wonderful directors in Final Control, especially Rebecca for keeping us under control, and to all of you for joining us. Have a wonderful time wherever you are in the world. We'll catch up with you tomorrow on the Sunset Safari. Bye-bye, everybody.
Alright, everybody, that's going to be it from us here in the Mara Triangle, as well as the Sabi down in sunny South Africa. It's been a real joy to bring this to you, and I'm really looking forward to the next 4 nights or so. Hopefully those lions will get off their bottoms and do something useful. I'm sure the Nkuhumas will as well. A big thank you to Jean-André. Thank you, Jean-André, for your efforts. A big thank you to Rebecca and Jerry and Louise in the Final Control, with Alex, the Russian, who apparently looked miserable from beginning to end, but that's pretty normal. And a big thanks to Graham and Emily, they're here, and to Jamie and Taylor and the big cameraman team down on the ground there in Johannesburg. We will see you tomorrow in the afternoon, 1400, oh no, was it 3 o'clock this side? 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock this side, 3 o'clock that side, a little bit tired. We'll see you then. Thanks for joining us. Bye-bye.
This program features
the crocodile devour that hapless wildebeest. Now we are as live as Jamie and Taylor, which means with zebras, which we will see, you'll see